editions of Runeterra Chronicles of Bandlewood Europe Masters. Like I just said, I am Magwai and I am joined by Panda. How's it going, man? You ready for the last day?
I'm very ready, and I hope the teams are ready as well, because this will be just exciting, but also going to be so much tiebreaker possibility, so much math going on. I spent 1 hour lost in the sauce. And let me tell you, it's not pretty. I think I don't have any brain cells left for the actual cast, but I will try my best, Magwai. You might have to carry, though.
Today was the first day that Panda was like a little, he wasn't late, but he came in after me, and I'm like, okay, what happened? And he's like, dude, these tiebreakers are insane. We are in for one hell of a day. Basically, to TLDR here, we don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know who's gonna qualify, and it's kind of wild. We may have some tiebreaker games as well. So without further ado, let's take it easy, and let's start off by mentioning yesterday's games, which in a way kind of led us to this situation right here. As you can see, day 5 of the group stage, Greece defeated Germany, a very unexpected win, especially considering Germany had a very solid start to this round robin, but Greece managed to defeat them 2-1 as Belarus takes down Czechia 2-0. And then we have Italy with a dominant win over Poland as Sweden continues its really strong performances across the board, defeating Belgium 2-1.
We have Russia versus France with a 2-1 win. Russia against France. France, of course, pretty much, has been out of it for a while, and is one of the few teams, or I think maybe like 3 or 4 teams, that are basically already know the results. Today is irrelevant for them. Those will be teams like Germany, like Sweden, like France, and like Poland. But every single other team is nervous today because anything can happen. This day 5 was kind of like the setup, the 1-2 punch. They charged it up, and today they're hitting us with the punch because everything that happened yesterday pretty much, made it so that today is going to be just a wild west of a showdown for so many of these teams. And to start things off, we have on stream Serbia versus Spain, Czechia versus Germany, Sweden versus Italy, and Morocco versus Russia.
Be nice if we could take a look at the actual standings to have an idea of where every country is represented right now, and to give a little bit more context as to why this, and I quote Panda, this tiebreaker nightmare is due to. So here we see Group A, Germany taking the only loss on day 5 against Greece. Otherwise, a dominating run here by the #1 seed country overall with a 4-1 record. Greece getting ahead of Czechia, which is kind of crazy to think about considering Czechia had a lot of momentum going on at first, but now the rest of the 3 countries in Group A, it's up for grabs. All of them are 2 and 3. As we move on to Group B, another dominating team. This is what Panda was mentioning earlier, with Germany and Sweden being pretty much decided at this point because they are both of them 4-1, as Italy is right behind Sweden as #2. Belgium taking a few rough losses lately, really hindering the strong start that they had at the beginning of the competition. And Poland, just like France, are completely out of it, unfortunately. No Allen and friends, and we have a 1-4 record here as they will try to get a moral victory today, I would assume, but definitely looking very tight for like every other country here. Let's take a look at Group C and D, Panda.
Group C, Russia is also one of the clear leaders and has already, sealed the deal as a qualified country. Maybe not as first in the group. That will depend on Norway's performance today, but definitely has qualified. In, the rest of this group, Norway and Morocco are fighting for that second spot. Norway is pretty much in. If they win their game, they're through. If they win one, or if they lose 1-2, so if they win at least one of the games in the series, they're also through. But if they lose 0-2 and Morocco wins, there's a rematch tiebreaker in that Group C. In Group D, I don't even want to start. Hopefully Spain and Romania win, not because I'm biased towards, Spain and maybe even Romania, because they have kind of a Spanish, their language is similar to Spanish, so we have some familiarity there, but just because it clears everything out. If Spain and Romania lose, especially if Romania loses 1-2 and Spain loses 0-2, there might even be a absolutely 4-way tie. Every country 3-3 with 8 game wins each. Oh my God. And that would have to, we need to have 2 rematches happening in that Group D. Possibly if Romania loses 0-2 and Spain loses 0-2 as well, there might be a 3-way tie only, but overall that group is an absolute mess. Fortunately for Spain, if they win, or if they win 1 game even, they're through. I'm fairly certain, but we'll revise that as we move along. And And the rest of it, I mean, anyone can make it in that Group D. And in Group A, you didn't go over it, but basically, Czechia and Greece are fighting. I guess Belarus as well. If Belarus wins against Greece and Czechia loses, Belarus is through. If Czechia and Greece both win, there's a rematch. They have to play each other again for a match. And if Czechia wins, basically they're through, as long as Belarus is the other winner as well and not Greece. So it's messy. Group B is maybe the easiest.
I was gonna say, like, if there's one word to label today, day 6 of the round robin, it's chaos. It's all about chaos. We have no idea what's going to happen. Pretty much, there's so many scenarios in which we may have to go for, I don't even know how many tiebreaker matchups, and it's up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. Barring a few countries which are guaranteed in and out, everything else, it depends on today. And like we mentioned prior, we have today's broadcast games, which will be Serbia versus Spain. Finally, we get to cast Spain, Panda.
Not just do we get to cast it, Mogwai. We've gone over the matches already. I think let's just introduce the match of the day, even though every single match is a match of the day. I think for whoever, depending on where you're from, everything can happen. But the match of the day is going to be Serbia versus Spain. This match is the catalyzer of easy groups, Spain, Romania make it through, or a 4-way tie. So whatever happens here has very important repercussions for everyone involved in this Group D. And obviously, two biased Spanish casters casting Spain in a do or die moment is gonna be a jam-packed occasion, I think. So I think this has to be the game of the day, and it's also the first game of today. So I mean, we're gonna get right into the action and gonna start things off today with a bang for sure.
Man, I don't even know what to say. I mean, Serbia is a team that really impressed me from the get-go, even though they had a rough start. They, I believe, started off 0-2, but then started to pick it off. And they were actually the first team in the group to defeat Spain. One of the 2 losses that Spain has is to Serbia. So right now, Serbia is 1-0 in this encounter, which is very important to note, considering Spain is leading the group. We got Serbia represented by Legolas, Boki, and Nemi, and the Spanish team is here represented by Cosimo, Sergio Vamos, and CDS Fall. A very strong lineup that is back at it for another Europe Masters competition. This was the same exact team lineup that we had for the Chronicles of Shurima edition of Europe Masters. So going to be really excited to see if this, what I believe to be a very strong team, can finally break through and make it to top 8. But like I said, they have a really tough opponent that has already bested them once and is looking to do that again.
Yeah, going to be an exciting match, but I think, correct me if I'm mistaken, Molly, we do have a little bit of a video segment, some player interviews with all these players to get to know them a bit better and to kind of bounce things off before the match starts. Is that correct, Mogwai?
Yes.
I adore Lord of Rings, so I picked my favorite member of Fellowship of the Rings, and I tried to honor his character's name by playing my personal decks. So we are discussing lineups a few hours each day. Our teamwork is doing very well. The only thing I dislike is one member thinks that all decks that aren't tier 1 or 2 are unplayable. So we were put down by first 2 losses, but we kept our focus in other games. So now our merit is back with this result, so we can play. So after every mulligan, you can see how many cards opponent kept. So I am in charge of keeping track what card is played from which order in hand, so I can have a general idea of opponent's hand or what he kept from the several rounds. We're calling it Forest lineup. So basically, we were all raised by wolves. So we tried to honor our tree legacy by bringing that lineup. I'm kidding. Basically, the idea is we have always 2 types of deck open. So we have 2 bundle tree decks and 2 burn decks. So basically, regardless of opponent's picks, we can choose what suits us, and the opponent can be sure what he's facing during mulligan phase.
Well, we were expecting to do pretty well, and I think we were able to fulfill the expectations most of the games, I would say. So yeah, I'm happy with how everything turned out. It's what I expected. Well, I couldn't say it evolved really because we already knew each other for a very long time, so we have kind of been doing what we already have been doing. I think we work together pretty well, so no need to make any changes in that regard. I'm pretty happy with how everything is going. Well, there's a couple of things that we didn't expect coming in, but after seeing day one how everything turned out, it was already pretty clear for us how it would evolve from there. So yeah. Well, it depends on the opponent, and it also depends on what they've been doing in the latest days. If we see that they have a strategy that could be exploitable, or there's like a weakness that we wanna take advantage of, we might change our general strategy to fit for them. But we don't have any preconceived ideas on what to do. We just prepare individually each time and decide on what's best in the moment. Well, I think it's inevitable that people and teams will try to surprise with innovative decks or maybe some crazy ideas. I think most of the time innovation has more risk than reward, but it is definitely pretty nice to see, and I think also the spectators can really enjoy it. So I am down for some innovation in the coming weeks for sure.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Serbia versus Spain. So much on the line, but I'm just happy to cast some Spanish games. And honestly, Serbia is a country that I've been a big fan of as well. Like I've liked their performance. I also like their just YOLO approach. I believe it was in day 2 in which they brought all Bandle City Noxus. They're just like, hey, you know, we're gonna bamboozle people. It's either aggro or Bandle tree. So now they seem to be running a more standard sort of lineup, but I'm already seeing some cool stuff that I'm really excited about, and that is Fiora Shen making a comeback into the meta here for Serbia. As looking at Spain's lineup, it's a little bit more standard. I mean, the thing that catches your attention would be Teemo Ziggs, but the reality is just these champions are more like followers in this sort of aggro deck. But there is a Zoe Lee Sin in the mix because, you know, Mini Morph doesn't exist.
And we have, you know, these Spanish players. I think both Faul was definitely an expert back in the day on Lee Sin. I think Sergi played a lot of it as well. So overall, I think this might be a comfort pick. Also looking at the meta, you know, how the tournament has evolved from day 1 until now day 6. Things have definitely changed. We've seen decks come in and out of the meta. Things like Thralls coming in. Things have changed a little bit. And I think, you know, as the tournament advances, the meta might change and you might bring in other decks that kind of counter that evolution. So Zoe Lee Sin, very strong deck, very polarizing deck in terms of you don't have an answer, I win. You do have an answer like Mini Morph, maybe I lose. So it's an all or nothing kind of day, and teams might start taking kind of all or nothing strategies. Spain knows they have to win only one game to make it through, and that might change their strategy going into this series as well. They know they don't even have to win. They just have to win one game, and it might depend how they ban and what kind of matchups they look for as well.
Something that comes to mind here about this Zoe Lee Sin is that not only it implies that they're bringing Lee Sin, it also makes it so that they have to change up their Nami lineup right there. As you can see, they're playing Fizz instead of Zoe. And generally speaking, this wouldn't necessarily be such a big dramatic change. As long as you're bringing in Targan, that's ultimately what matters. Yeah. But it is important to note that you are missing out on that constant elusive from Zoe and the super cool start chart generation, right? So the deck is not going to be exactly the same as back-to-back Scion bans, though. None of these countries want anything to do with the PNZ Noxus mid-range king. And now we're gonna see what other ban they opt to go for. Since both of them opted to go for Draven Scion, that may indicate that they have some intention in playing some variant of a Demacia mid-range, maybe Action Sivir. We've talked about how Action Sivir is just a really reliable mid-range deck that can match up well against, not hyper well against anything specifically, but it can beat anything, right? And it is a deck that's very it rewards good piloting, so I can see it being a comfort pick for either of these two countries potentially, especially having seen this ban. Afterwards though, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see Spain targeting Zoe Nami, just going after the big powerhouses, or maybe against the Lulu Poppy rally as well, if they feel like they're gonna bring something a little bit slower than that.
I have to admit, with the Scion bands and just the grayed out nature of them, I just see like the white on the bald head reflecting. And I think this is a discrimination against bald champions. But Lee Sin is actually banned as well. So Serbia seems to have some problem with champions that don't have hair. I think that must be it. It is definitely not a strategic ban. It is some kind of Lee Sin and Scion hate here. Double reflection on the heads. And right away, we mentioned it. Lee Sin being kind of this all or nothing deck where you have an answer, you don't, and maybe Serbia doesn't want to deal with something that can be
one of the most
strong.
binary for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
here we go.
Fiora, Shen, locked in Mogwai. I said it that way. You can't mess it up. You can't possibly say Fiora, Shiora,
Shiora Fen. Okay.
And it will be.
It's actually hard to do on purpose. What the hell?
It will be Akshan Sivir for Spain, one of the most played and the most, I think, also successful decks in this tournament. Kind of like Zoe Vi in the last Masters Europe a few months ago. It's been kind of the breakout deck that's not good enough that you're going to ban it, but it's good enough that when it's not banned, you're going to be playing it as the kind of the third or fourth best decks in most lineups.
Exactly.
So we've seen it played so much. Spain has to be happy. I think the stats are definitely backing up this pick as a pick that is made so often for a reason. It's not just blindly picked by chance. We're not playing, a roulette wheel here. So Spain has to be confident. Now, into this matchup, what do you think about, playing into Fiora Shen, for example?
It's very, very tricky. Now, what would be next level would be for Spain to run cards like the quicksands in their action server. We've seen texts like that are actually tremendous in Demacia mid-range mirrors, especially one of this nature that has access to so many barriers through Ionia and Shen. So if they don't have access to that, they are definitely, I would argue, unfavored, right? Because both decks play out very similarly. Both decks are playing on curve. They're developing some challengers here and there. Fiora, utilizes challengers, while Sivir Akshan uses vulnerable triggers from Merciless Hunter and the likes. So they engage in combat. Both of these decks win by attacking, right? And there is very little out there that can match Shen Jarvan when your game plan is that, linear in that regard, because you're adding barriers into the mix. And all of a sudden, like, one of the best counters to Sivir of all times has been Riposte, Spirit's Refuge, just barriers in general, because you don't have to deal with her spell shield. And you can counter that, you can bypass that and deny her quick attack and just shut her down, because once you get through the keywords, Sivir's stat line is not really that impressive at all. Right? She's actually quite frail at 3 health for a 4-drop. And if you can counteract that, like, you can take her down quite easily. So it's going to be really interesting. But already we see some anti-aggro techs here in Serbia's version of Fiora Shen with the Tasty Faithfolk right there as a 3-drop.
And there's a Golden Aegis coming into the hand for Team Serbia. A pretty low curve here with double champions for Spain. So I think you have to be, pretty happy to get on the board to have Akshan on curve, of course, with the attack token on turn 2 is always going to be, a positive thing for the game plan you're trying to, get down. And that also means you're going to have Sivir on turn 4 on curve with the attack token as well. So in terms of just the general game plan, I think Spain has to be happy. But like you mentioned, with this matchup, barrier, although it's been kind of not so prevalent in the past few metas, it is definitely one of the biggest counter to quick attack units in general.
Yeah, like, barrier is extremely effective against Akshan Sivir, and we see Serbia baiting Spain with a pass. I wonder if Spain was... Okay, so I really need to understand this pass from Spain. They missed out on 4 damage. They wanted to challenge something, clearly. They wanted to threaten some sort of 2-drop. But what 2-drop are you trying to, like, bait here if you're Spain, right? That justifies you missing out on 4 damage.
Not just that, but now Akshan can be countered or can be, challenged here by the protege. There's no combat trick whatsoever right now in hand for Spain. Of course, Serbia might not know this, but they have the disciplines to back up whatever happens here. So they can be very comfortable, I think, targeting the Akshan here and going for just a very good 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I'm trying to comprehend this, because they also slowed the Warlord's Palace progression.
Exactly.
Getting to strike with Akshan will reduce the countdown by 1. So I just do not understand what could have been worth it for them to miss out on 4 damage and accelerating their win condition effectively.
This can be the case of Akshan Sivir being a very calculated deck. Every single thing, every single pass you make is for a reason. And when you're playing against a matchup or a deck that you're not playing very often, you might get the play patterns a little bit mistake. You might, make a few misplays just because you're not used to this. You know, it's not the muscle memory you have of this whole set where you've been playing the same matchups again and again and again.
Both players, like, I don't know. It seems like the bluffs are working like crazy, because both players just having amazing attackers. I mean, this one makes a little bit more sense from Serbia because they were obviously fearing the sharp side, right? Even though they have access to twin disciplines, that would still lead to an even trade, which would move away from the, you know, asymmetrical trade that would go down if LoR and Prodigy would just challenge action, for example, because sharp side boosts both power and defense. Even though twin disciplines can go up one more number, it has to be either attributed to power or to the health, which means that they would lose both units there. And already, whoa, how?
Turkey, because these matches always start a little bit, you know, because we have the whole introduction segment, this first group always starts early with the off-stream match. But this first win for Turkey is getting us closer to the wild west quadruple tiebreaker. So for Turkish fans, congratulations. For, you know, fans of clean and easy to read math, we're doomed.
Well, damn. Good to know.
Fiora finally comes down now at a 3-2 stat line. Hasn't been obviously part of the meta since her nerf. Just immediately got, you know, hit the eject button and catapulted herself out of the meta. And since then, we haven't seen much of her. Obviously, for someone like Fiora, that is her whole game plan revolves around combat. A reduction in her health from 3 to 2 was absolutely massive.
Yeah, huge nerf. Huge nerf, without a doubt. Like right now, this fleet feather tracker does not need any extra aid to trade evenly with her. And it's hard to describe just how impactful that is. Like there is a reason why Fiora went from being one of the most prevalent champions in the meta to just completely disappearing, which makes it that much more interesting to see her in here. That leads us to believe that this deck is a little bit more fine-tuned on combat tricks and barrier support in general, and probably has access to a good amount of strike spells as well, just to make sure they can maximize Fiora's value. There it is.
With the attack with the Akshan here and the challenge from the Fleet Tracker on Fiora, you're basically telling Serbia, hey, do you have 2 combat tricks? If not, you can only save one of these 2. So you can't block with a Protege into Akshan. We already had the sharp side bluff last turn. So basically Spain, you know, is saying you can save your Fiora, but if you also block Akshan, we might have a sharp sight, and then you'll lose your Protege, you know, in that trade like you mentioned. Just a clean trade there with a quick attack on Akshan, so Akshan would survive in this case. So Serbia was forced to block the 2-1 instead, let Akshan survive, and the Fiora survives as well with the twin disciplines.
Fiora getting 1 level up progression right there. 3 more, and Fiora wins the game. The problem for Serbia is Spain has not 1 but 2 concerted strikes in hand. The perfect card to also allow them to bypass barrier. Even though this Bryson Protector comes down, a concerted strike can go through it, as the first strike will knock out the barrier, and then the second strike can take out Fiora. So she's being quite threatening here. It's definitely going to force Spain to keep a lot of mana open, right? They need 5 mana for the concerted strike. I don't think they can really spend any mana here, because they also need the mana for sharp side as well.
They have to be absolutely reactive here. They have to, you know, either they're basically saying, hey, we'll burn 2 mana here more than you guys, as long as you guys don't attack here, because this is the stalling that's been created now with this barrier. The challenge comes in now, and now we have Spain that has to react first if they want to obviously not lose their Sivir for free and their Akshan to the Protege.
Yeah, and you know what counters a concerted strike in this scenario? Another concerted strike. But maybe the sharp side plays, because the concerted strike can be applied into the action, right? If we see a concerted strike here from Spain, and then targeting action and then Sivir. So Serbia responds with their own concerted strike, and even if they go for sharp side onto the action, it'll still go down to this Fiora. So right now, this is looking pretty neat for Serbia, actually, because of how this plays out. Even though there's 2 concerted strikes, there's only mana for 1, which, because they're going to force it out of them first. Oh, but instead of going for the concerted strike and committing it, they go for the sharp side instead to preserve the Sivir. That is brilliant.
They know that the Akshan is lost.
That's brilliant.
No matter what, they know that they can't commit the sharp side on the Akshan. It just doesn't make sense, because regardless of what happens, in the best of cases, maybe you kill the Fiora as well and you save the Sivir, but, you know, usually it would die. So I think you have to go for the kind of the medium path here, save the Sivir, and still keep her obviously with spell shield at 2 health. there's still a challenger on the board. There could be another on the next attack token turn for Serbia with a Screeching Dragon in hand. But for now, Sivir survives, and you still have all this mana banked up for Spain. But a bit of an awkward hand. A lot of reaction. You only have 1 unit to play. You're going to be burning 1 unit mana going to the next turn if you play Treasure Seeker. And there's really not a case here of playing Aegis.
Oh, definitely not. That spell shield is very prevalent though, because it essentially says you cannot concerted me. Like, you have to waste, and it's such a difficult thing to remove for a Demacia mid-range sort of deck that is not playing stuff like PNZ or Noxus or even Shadow Owls, right? Like, you're combining regions that do a lot of things well, but they don't ping. They have no ping. So in order to take out a spell shield from Sivir, you have to use something like a single combat prior just to remove that, right? And if you don't have that and you only get your high-end sort of striking spells, then spending 5 mana just to remove a spell shield feels awful. So it's not surprising that Spain is putting so much priority onto this Sivir and choosing to just do whatever it takes to keep her alive, but still have the reactivity available. Because they were going to be put in a very bad position. Going for a Concerted Strike right there would have left them wide open to a counterplay. So that sharp side was just so clutch. And that Warlord's Palace is about to flip, by the way.
And as you know, someone at home that wants to improve in Runeterra, I think this is one of the matchups that you can learn the most from. This is the least autopilot kind of matchup in the game. This, not just these specific decks, but this type of matchup compared to something like, you know, aggro versus control, aggro versus aggro. Not saying that there aren't decisions to make, but not as many as this. Every single pass and priority pass and bluff and combat trick. This is combat trick the movie, basically, this matchup. And you know, it will matter a lot. There's so much at stake with every single action that's taken here.
It's very important for both teams to bluff, honestly. Bluff as much as they can. Not reveal as little information and always keep the opponent on the edge. Dude, there's a certain thing about these Demacia mid. Whenever you face, like, it's one of those things, right? I really enjoy playing Shen, but I despise queuing into it. It is a headache. Because you have to constantly worry about the barriers. Oh, there's gonna have a barrier here, he's gonna have a sharp side here, this exchange, and that's what I don't miss about the Fiora variant, because the Fiora adds this extra layer of pressure of like, if I let this thing snowball, like, it will actually win the game on its own. So you have to respect that, and at a certain point, it forces you to commit a little bit more just to remove a 3-drop, but then leaves you open to the other threats on the board, and it's definitely a very, very difficult matchup to pilot when you're playing a Demacia mid-range yourself. It's rough.
There's a Treasure Seeker coming down now. 6 spell mana to use up for Team Spain. You can't really play the next Awakened Sands, or else you're kind of in trouble. The Sandstone Charger comes down. You only have 4 mana left, and again, this is all about kind of mana caps as well. If you have less, kind of like with the Nai with Ionia, if you have less than 5, opponents know that you don't have Concerted Strike. You might not be playing for Concerted Strike, so you're already giving away that information as well. If you keep above 5, your opponent basically knows you have a Concerted Strike in hand, because that's the reason for keeping it there. So a lot of information is already given at what stage is your priority pass and with how much mana as well.
Spain gonna drop an attack with both of the 5 power units here. The Sandstone Charger charging, that's what it does, and Sivir following up as well. It's important to note that even though Sivir Action is a very interesting mid-range deck, because it's not just about passing and being patient. You have to push damage. You have to work for the Sivir level up. The Sivir level up is part of your win condition, right? So you can't be too passive. You have to engage in combat, even if you don't want to. So the way to do so in a matchup like this is just like how Spain is doing. By spending just 2 mana, they allow for a good push towards Sivir's level up, and also to threaten with quite a bit of damage, but still having that backup for a threat for either barriers, Concerted Strikes, etc. I mean, it's mostly about the Concerted Strike, let's be real. You know, there's other things that Serbia has to consider, but the big thing that they have in mind is the 5 mana fast beat spell. But as long as Spain can threaten damage, work for their win con without leaving themselves wide open, they're doing it right.
It is now 13 HP for Serbia. They don't want to block with Fiora. They want to have the Fiora next turn kind of initiating the attack on the Sivir, forcing Spain to go first in terms of the combat tricks, and then try and win that combat trick war. So the Challenger here, it's a 2-step process. When you have Challenger, you're able to initiate without committing any kind of mana or any kind of cards from hand. This is very important because it forces the combat trick to come first from Spain, and then you have an advantage with being able to react in terms of concerted strikes, for example. So down to 6 HP though. That's the danger of doing something like this. And then we have things like Aegis, we have still Spell Shield on the Sivers, so it gets tricky next turn as well when you have another Waking Sands possibly, and the chance for concerted strike or the chance for Aegis.
Again, I know I say it a lot, but I say it a lot for a reason. This is why Sivir's Spell Shield is so insanely powerful, especially in this matchup and especially in this particular scenario right here. Both players have access to Concerted Strike. Serbia has developed Shen and Fiora. Spain cannot allow them to untap it, just open attack with this, because they give Fiora a barrier and they force Spain to pull the trigger first again. So what they're gonna do, wow, Golden Aegis. This forces a trade, but Serbia can respond with their own Golden Aegis here. Oh my God, what do they do against this now? I mean, they get access to, maybe they're trying to force. Okay, so they could force the Sandstone Charger out of this Warlord's Palace, right? Mm-hmm. And that forces Serbia to block with everything, and they have to be worried about a Sharp Sight used on a Sandstone Charger they're not opting to block to work for lethal, effectively, right? Because their response here is to Golden Aegis themselves. Like, that's what they want to do. They want to Golden Aegis themselves. So we're going to see Spain go for the Sandstone Charger, and Serbia has to take this into account.
And this is the place where, you know, Spain knows they're kind of in trouble next turn because Fiora is still alive. She still has Challenger, can kill a Sivir, so they have to put the pressure now. They're utilizing the fact that Serbia is down to 6 HP, where they can't just let damage through. They have to actually block and give away valuable resources by letting their Shen or the Fiora die here, because they don't obviously lose the game if not. So Spain is trying to utilize this advantage they have in terms of the life totals to try and force Serbia into disadvantageous blocks or plays in general, and not let them just take over on the next turn.
I mean, the harsh reality is if Serbia goes for Golden Aegis, they lose. They lose. That's it. They got him because they play the Sandstone Charger, they play double Charger, and they have lethal. Yeah, this is game losing. They need to keep the amount out. It's over. It's over. It's actually over. Well, and they know this. They see this incoming.
If Spain plays both Chargers, Serbia has a chance to attack first.
That's true. I forgot about the rally. I forgot about the fact that they get the attack as well. Okay. Oh.
That's the biggest problem.
That's the biggest issue.
Spain had to commit the Walking Sands. They had to commit it before they played the rally, which there just wasn't a time for it. This is why I mentioned at the beginning, every single decision matters. If you're off by one action, you're in trouble. One priority action can win the game here or lose the game.
So true. Yeah. I didn't realize. Like, I'm looking at the, you know, the burst speed Sandstone Charger generation, but in fact, because they have the attack token, they can retaliate. Man, this is so tight. This is actually so tight. This is like, I can feel the tension, man. Are they just gonna go for the card draw, or are they gonna go for the sand? No, they're gonna go for the Charger. Yeah. They're bluffing the Sharp Sight. But now that they gave Barry, oh man.
And they bluff the Sharp Sight because if the Sandstone Charger connects, that can be lethal. And there's only one mana for Serbia. They cannot let the Sandstone Charger connect.
Trade. Oh, they force out the Fiora with this play.
They forced the trade because just the bluff of a second Sharp Sight being in hand gives Spain the chance to win the game.
Wow.
And Serbia cannot take that risk.
Well, just like that, they deny the Fiora win condition. They counter the Fiora win condition. Both champions here in Sivir and Shen have a barrier, so this exchange will lead to nothing. But that Treasure Seeker puts them below 5, which means they cannot afford to take any other hit that's 4 power or greater, which means that other Sandstone Charger in hand can also represent lethal on its own. So Serbia is in trouble. Serbia had a legitimate threat, but because of Spain just being the aggressor here, just because this play stemmed from the fact that Serbia just took all that damage. We were talking about that earlier, right? They're using their life as a resource, and Spain is like, okay, you're using your life as a resource? Well, we're gonna push even harder. And
Romania wins game 2 off stream. Let me check my notes because that already has implications for what may be going down. So already
you were working out for hours, right?
Already, you keep going, Mogwai.
All right, don't worry, I got this. So now Shen is on board, and Serbia has several options here. They can only develop 1 unit this round, though. So they could potentially play Tasty Faithfolk to attack alongside Shen. and still have the Concerted Strike available, but that's a little bit too weak. You need the Challenger. You need to threaten that Sivir. But this Bright Steel Protector top deck is amazing for Spain. It can go down, it can give a barrier to Sivir, and still leave Spain open with the possibility of going for a Concerted Strike that will, like I mentioned prior, bypass the barrier that Shen will generate. But we may just see the Concerted Strike go down immediately before the barrier even happens.
And this is the biggest problem. When you had Fiora before on the board, you didn't have to play mana to have a challenge to start that action. But now you have to play the Screeching Dragon from hand, and you don't have mana for Concerted Strike. So this is the biggest issue here for Team Serbia. They know they're in trouble. The kill comes in, and Shen is all alone. And Shen by himself is absolute garbage.
Sergi was like laughing like a villain right there when the Concerted Strike went through. And
I have some updates for you.
All right.
Now that Romania has won one game, there's no possibility for 3 tiebreakers, but there is a possibility for 4 tiebreakers. So step 1 to the worst possible scenario has occurred now.
Good to know.
But if Romania wins, then things get very simple.
There's the Absolver. That's it, folks. That's it.
That's it.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
The attack comes in. The Sivir on the back as usual with these Absolver chains to the final. You don't want to die and lose those keywords on the other units. Absolver comes in, leveled up champion, more than 4 mana to work with. Only 1 Concerted Strike in hand and only 1 unit that can't obviously do anything here. So that's going to be it. Spain wins 1 game, and Spain is 100% through to top 8. They just needed to win 1 game in this series, and they've actually solved a lot of issues. So let's just say that makes things a lot easier in terms of tiebreakers as well.
So no 4-way tiebreak then?
I'll double check, but let's just say things are a lot easier now. This is one of the steps that had to happen to make things much more simple. We've avoided the biggest possible tiebreaker dark hole of EU Masters history. And Spain, I think, really took advantage of that. It was a hard matchup. Like mentioned, it was barriers. It was a weird pass at the beginning and some weird pass back on turn 3 as well. But this comes into bluffing. This comes into what the players don't know that we do know. So I think it can be explained, of course. But the biggest thing was that Golden Aegis on that turn and the sharp side bluff, forcing the Fiora trade, forcing just everything went from there. Once you have to convince Screeching Dragon mana the next turn, then you don't have Concerted Strike. And Spain played it really well, I think.
I'm a big fan of Action Sivir. I've been playing a lot of that deck myself, and this was a treat to watch. I still would like to ask them about that pass on turn 2 with the tracker, and just because I don't know why, right? Like, I'm not saying it was a misplay per se. I'm just saying that I'm not aware as to why what they were playing around, or what unit they want to throw in with a challenge, right? Or if they just want to continue like having the board advantage, right, and getting ahead of their opponent, spreading out, right, and making use of them not developing something there. Like, there's a lot of things that could go into that decision, but I'm just curious in general. Nonetheless, that was a very, very clean game, man, and I love that Golden Aegis Sandstone Charger setup with the Warlord's Palace. That was just absolutely beautiful. And now Serbia is bringing in the big guns. It's Zoe and Nami versus Lulu Poppy. Very interesting matchup here.
And Spain is trying to rally their way to victory. It worked in game 1. Why not go again in game 2 with a different rally deck? Rally, of course, just one of the strongest effects in the game, has been for a while. With the introduction of Golden Aegis, you're able to deck build even more into that kind of game plan with Demacia. Not just of going wide and flooding the board with units like you used to do with Bannerman decks, but with having units that have very keywords, I guess you would say, with Challenger, with Quick Attack, with Barrier in the case of Protector coming into play, and being able to really take advantage of just combat tricks. That is what these decks are all about, and it really does reward calculated play, where you're able to find that little window of opportunity to capitalize on it and possibly just win the game, like we saw in game 1.
This matchup is effectively, I mean, ultimately every matchup is a race in one shape or another, but this one is a very tight one because it's similar, right? Like, Lulu Poppy has to generate the Poppy value and get multiple attacks off and try to win with Yordo in arms, while the Zoe Nami player wants to build up this crazy board and value with Nami and have an army of elusives themselves. So through my own experience and perspective, I do believe that sometimes Yordle in arms can prove to be a little bit too slow, but it really depends on how well the Zoe Nami player curves out, because once they go for it, if Nami is not online and they don't have a lot of mana, it's very difficult for them to match up the just absurd amount of stats that card can ultimately generate. And we see back-to-back Namis here in the opener for Serbia, but no cards like Double Trouble, even though they do have gifts from beyond. I learned the name, Panda.
You asked for Nami and you maybe got too many. You have all 3 copies of the champion in hand. You do need to have some sort of a balance with, champions, spells, and elusives to buff up. So it seems great that there are 3 Namis in hand, but you have to draw into the rest of these cards as well as we move along. And looking at Spain's side, you have your rallies, you have Range of Resolve as well. But in this case, I think something like we'll see what the key cards are, but the matchup is definitely already favored for Lulu Puppy. I think overall with rally decks, you're able to win fast enough, and not just win with aggro, because that's where aggro falters against Sparklefly, but win with just a capitalizing board control, and obviously sometimes even challengers onto Nami, for example.
There's a lot of very interesting aspects to this matchup, though. Like, for example, if you are the Lulu Poppy player, you want to take as much time as possible before you play your own spells, due to the fact that you know that this deck is running 3 copies of Spell Thief. I definitely expected this line of play. Line him up to Thren the Yordle Smith. It's a pretty win-win sort of scenario here for Serbia, because if they do force a spell out of Spain, which they indeed do in Ranger's Resolve, all of a sudden, they just put a 1-mana burst speed spell into the card pool for Spell Thief. And that's amazing for Nami, because that's going to allow them to just Spell Thief into another 1 mana, and for just 2 mana, get 2 Nami procs, which is going to snowball like hell. Like, forcing that Ranger's Resolve out of them, it's a triple, by the way. It's going to take a lot.
Listen,
it's going to give a lot for Serbia here.
The Runeterra gods asked these teams, what is a key card in your lineup? Say no more. Here's 3 copies. 3 Namis for Team Serbia and 3 rallies for Spain. But like I mentioned, there needs to be a balance in the strategy for both teams. If you want to rally, you have to have the units to rally with, and you have to have the combat tricks that keep those units alive until you rally. So it may seem great, but yeah.
I mean that 10 hour terror does a lot for this, though. Obviously, I definitely agree. Like, 3 Relentless Pursuit is a bit too much. I think having at least 2 would be better. They're gonna opt to go with the Bright Steel Protector. I guess.
I believe the tenor wasn't activated, I believe.
Oh, I keep forgetting the Tenor Terror has a requirement, because it always comes in.
Exactly. It usually doesn't need to, but sometimes in some decks it is a bit more difficult than just having Mayor spawn it for you and have it auto activate, for example.
Yeah, they haven't created a card. And oh my god, what was the other requirement?
Or kill a unit with a spell.
Or kill a unit with a spell, right?
There's a Nami now.
There goes Nami, level up with gifts from beyond in the back, which will allow them to get out that Sparklefly, which we know already how good it is in this matchup, specifically as they go for an attack. They have backup for Relentless Pursuit, but they're only looking at 7 damage. So honestly, Serbia could even just avoid these blocks back to back. Even like the thing is, Relentless Pursuit, if it were to be played now, they have no mana backup for that. And we see Serbia has a lot of options. That Sparklefly is going to come in as a 3/3 immediately due to the way Nami's ability works, and could potentially be buffed to a 5/4 stat line with a Spell Thief afterwards. So Serbia is looking really good in this particular scenario right here. Even though the matchup is favored for Lulu Poppy, it seems it's what we said. When Nami Zoe finds all of its building blocks, it's just really hard to stop.
But yeah, again, there's just no balance in the hand for Spain. These 3 rallies are putting them into a lot of trouble. They need to have, combat tricks to try and kill off their units, things to bluff. Right now, if you play a rally, for example, you attack, but then you have no mana, and your opponent just blocks into your units because they're at 2 attack right now with quick attack. So it's really unfortunate. Protector is going to be able to, not really do anything here either. You don't really have a way to capitalize on the barrier. Most of the units attacking on Serbia's side are elusive anyway, so there's no sharp hit to stop this. Nami doesn't want to attack anyway, so just not the hand that Spain wants, I think.
And for Serbia, it's just The possibilities are endless. They have that wiggly burblefish being enabled very, very soon. They just drew into double trouble, which can allow them to go wide and try to match this board. And they have access to, I'm going to call it EBB. I like EBB. You know, they have access to double EBB that can also lead to a lot of value game. The thing about Serbia's hand is that there's actually a lot of different options. So it's going to be very interesting to see which line of play they opt to go for. Because this is a very strong deck, and people can, you know, can say whatever they want about Zoe Nami, but nobody can deny that it is a very difficult deck to pilot at the same time. Okay.
There is the ebb coming in, as Mogwai correctly stated the name of just a few seconds ago.
Thank you. Gonna clean one of these Euro Smith, like, and that was a great target too. Like, they got really lucky. They boost this as well, going back up to 16. Man, it's looking rough. Oh, it just feels bad.
This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. And right now, if we're talking about information as well, Serbia knows that Spain's hand is probably the ugliest hand you can possibly have on turn 5. Because what hand do you have to play an unactivated Tenor of Terror on turn 5 for 4 mana? It makes no sense, but this is the hand that we're looking at. We're celebrating at the beginning. Oh, they have to do rallies, but this is not how this deck works.
Oh, that's a good pickup as well. Getting that jailbreak there, another unit that they can spread out into. Though arguably you would think, well, we can just focus completely on the elusives now. But I think it's nice to have that option to spread out and develop some chump blockers if they were to need them. Especially considering this Burblefish will now absorb most of the buffs, meaning that this Sparklefly, in a way, kind of like capped out. Wait, what? I think this is the point where we're gonna see triple. I'm calling it triple Relentless Pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, next level gameplay.
I mean, what does Spain do?
Yeah, no, they can't do
and you might think, you know, they won one game, they're win trading now or something like that, but this is literally the worst possible hand they could have had. Their game made no sense. They've absolutely lost the game mathematically, 99.999% at this point because of a hand like that. And it's unlikely, but this is a card game for you. That might be one of the worst variants hand draws I've seen in a long time in Runeterra. Absolutely atrocious. Nothing you can do with that.
That is definitely rough, but having that said, this really narrows the matchups here for Spain now. There's two decks that function quite similarly in Action Silver and Fiora Shen, both being Demacia mid-range based decks with challengers or vulnerables, etc. Like, the play pattern is not that different ultimately. And then they have Field of Rush with Trundle and Tryndamere. So if you're Spain, what is your best option? I don't believe it is to go with the aggro Ziggs deck, especially considering, I mean, they haven't seen the Tasty Faithfolk, right? But Fiora Shen has access to stuff like Spirit's Refuge, and also bringing it to Trundle Tryndamere can be a bit risky. Even if the matchup can be slightly favored to you, you can still run into just all the wipes, all the health gain. It can be a variant that's more anti-aggro than usual, you know, so I wouldn't be comfortable with that pick. So when it comes to Spain, we could see them just bring their own Fizz Nami here.
Yeah, and aggro decks overall into Fiora, you're really banking on having the interaction with Fervor, for example, to save you out of a possible just a lockout scenario where no matter what you're doing, even if they don't have heals, they might just win with Fiora. Like, I don't think you want to even open up that possibility because it's like an alternate lose condition that you don't want to give a chance to happen. And if they see the Faithfolk, then even more so. They know that deck is tech towards aggro. If Fiora's coming into the lineup, you already know that it's teching towards aggro. You already know that there's an element that they're going to have healing with Spirit's Refuge or Faithfolk as an option as well. So, and yeah, this is going to be Serbia saying, hey, if you pick aggro, you're in trouble. You can't pick aggro. They're going to go with Fiora Shen again. And Spain, once again, believes in the heart of the cards. It can't get worse than last game. They can only go up from here.
I wonder how this matchup plays out. Because on paper, I would favor Fiora Shen. Really, just because of the ability to, because it's not like this deck is a Demacia, it's essentially a faster Demacia mid-range, right? Lulu Poppy. And Shen in conjunction with challengers can just really easily pick off this board, and that alongside strike spells can deny Poppy as a threat, you know. But obviously it is a card game. They can not draw into their spells, or they can have a bit of a weird curve. But generally speaking, I definitely do feel like this is in favor of Serbia. You know, it's gonna be
This is why
see how
Serbia
this pans out.
picked this deck. I think they knew they had a kind of a favored matchup against the two aggro decks and possibly a favored one against this one. Like you mentioned, the addition of challenger keywords makes a lot of these units a lot less scary because, you know, the big thing with quick attack and elusive is that you're trying to, you know, be very passive on your defensive turns and really capitalize on your offensive turns. But when Serbia forces combat with things like the Tracker and Fiora on the defense turns for Spain, they might be in trouble if they don't have ways to protect their units.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Panda? Lauren Bladekeeper. I love it.
Bladekeeper. He got a buff, right?
He got a buff. Like, I'm telling you, this card is underrated. Like, there's a lot of good 4-drops, right? But this card is underrated, and I like it considering they're bringing Fiora into the mix. You know, like I think it's a neat addition, honestly.
We're seeing it here. You know, a buff that happened in the last 2.11 variety patch in June, directly affecting the do or die game 3 of a day 6 series.
It's poetic.
Masters Europe. So wonderful to see. We'll see if Bladekeeper comes in because Serbia just threw him out of the hand right away in the mulligan. But we're seeing double Fiora, double People Tracker, and an Aegis here. You're hoping for some kind of combat tricks, I think, for Team Serbia to have a bit of power on the stack. Turkey wins it against Romania, and I'm pretty sure this seals a deal for Romania out of the tournament, and Turkey is through. I believe. I'm not entirely sure, but both Turkey and Romania now have 8 game wins, which is the first, you know, tiebreaker clause. But the second one is their wins against the first team in this tournament, which is Spain, or in this group, which is Spain, because they got that one game win, regardless of what happens in this matchup here. So I believe Turkey is almost guaranteed to make it through, and I think Serbia is playing for nothing here. But we'll, you know, the admins will be checking that behind the scenes, and we'll find out after this game, you know, ends up here. I know Spain for sure is through. That is guaranteed, and Romania is out.
And something amazing has happened. Loping Telescope created another Loping Telescope.
Listen, the Runeterra gods are all about giving these players, you know, the cards they want. They got Nami's and Rally's last game, and now if you want a telescope coming from a telescope,
I've never seen that happen before.
You've never seen it happen, Mogwai? My sweet summer child. I know you've seen that happen before.
God damn it. Oh my goodness. Double 3-drop here for Serbia. Back-to-back Tasty Faithful draws. Definitely not what you want to see in this specific matchup. Even though the 4 power from Tasty Faithful allows you to trade into Poppy, but looking at Spain's hand, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is good stuff. They got Rally, they got Riposte, and they have Sharp Sight. So they have a good amount of combat tricks. They have even a Bryceal Protector to add even more defense to their attacks, and they have more value generation with, you know, Mr. EE here. Will we make another? No. Okay, that's enough. That's enough Loping Telescopes, I guess. Now we'll get either Protoporo or Crescent Strike. It depends what Spain ultimately values more. I can see Protoporo being a very straightforward pick here, but because of the matchup and the threat of Fiora, you know, having too many small units can be a bit of a liability, so they have to really debate here, because Crescent Strike can be a very strong play in a mid-range matchup like this one. But it's really interesting because earlier we saw Serbia with a very aggressive mulligan. Actually, they even mulliganed away their Fleet Feather Tracker. They had, we were focusing on the Lauren Bladekeeper, but they had a 1-drop as well, and they mulliganed it away. They only kept the Fiora, which gives us a bit of a glimpse as to what their game plan ultimately is for this matchup, and that is they want to win with Fiora. They want to go crazy with her. But right now, Spain has the combat trick advantage, which is not what you would expect due to the nature of the Lulu Poppy deck, since it's more focused on racing than anything else.
And I think that's what, you know, the biggest thing to highlight is that they probably kept Fiora thinking, oh, we're going to draw into our sharp sights, into our combat tricks, and we just play, you know, Fiora, the game that we used to see back in the day, where you just play unit and just keep protecting this unit and keep making things awkward for your opponent. But in this case, awkward draws, only 1 play can be made per turn for Serbia, which is the opposite of what you want with this deck. You want to have a ton of options on every single turn and a ton of combat tricks to be able to navigate through each individual phase of each turn, especially in the early to mid game where, you know, everything matters so much, and it's not happening here for Serbia.
I mean, Serbia has drawn 4 3-drops. It's turn 4, and they've drawn 4 3-drops this game, alongside the Fiora that they kept in the opener. But it's also important to note that they seem to be playing a lot of 3-drops in this particular build, as not only are they using Fiora and LoR Protege, they're also running at least 2 copies of Tasty Faithful from what we can see. So because of what you just mentioned, they are forced to curve out. They're forced to actually make use of their mana and develop, which, you know, leaves less up for the imagination to Spain and allows them to play a little bit more safely. Though I doubt they'll go for an attack here. The poppy value really isn't that great, and training it into a Tasty Faithful just doesn't feel good, just to get this Protoporo up to a 2/2 stat line, which will be knocked out by the LoR Protege anyways. So even though they're combat tricks and such, I do believe they can get more out of this. They have another poppy in hand, but that removal can also be quite clutch in certain scenarios. So I'm not sure Spain will actually attack here. I don't think it's ultimately worth it for them, but I could be wrong.
And if you're not attacking, what are you doing? This is a deck that has to attack. This is a deck that capitalizes on their attacks. When you're not attacking, you're giving up a lot. Even if you know the attack is not good, that is true. You know, it was the right decision, I think, not to attack like you mentioned. It's still going against your game plan directly, and it's a missed opportunity.
They draw into a Fleetfoot tracker right there. Finally, Panda, there is a combat trick for Serbia. They drew a non-3-drop card, which opens up some plays. Also important to note that once Fiora hits the board, the other Fiora will convert into a riposte for newer players out there who aren't aware of Fiora's signature spell, considering she hasn't been seen in a while, right? But right now, Spain has quite a bit of options. They missed out on attack, but they can very well develop this round. They just have to be wary of the challenger attacks, right? Which may limit them, but they could always force or make use of their mana on their attack token turn on turn 6 to develop the board and spend this turn just defending. Like we mentioned, they have access to Riposte and Sharp Sight. They can also just play a Bright Steel Protector here to both develop and protect at the same time. The problem with the Bright Steel Protector is that it plays really poorly into the LoR Protege. LoR Protege's stat line just loves trading into 3/2s.
And that's the biggest thing, especially with the challengers here on Serbia's side, is that if they have an advantage without having to do anything else, that's a big deal, because this forces interaction. It forces a combat trick to come out first from Spain, or some kind of resource from hand, and obviously mana from hand as well, which is definitely what Serbia wants, because then they can react, and then they can decide, is it worth reacting, or is it worth just accepting this and saying, you know, you wasted 2 mana and you wasted a Sharp Sight.
Very important to note for, you know, especially for newer players, that one of the ways, because we talk a lot about these sort of like stalemates, right, with combat tricks and spells, and the best way to get the upper hand in these sort of scenarios is to just force stuff out through combat. Combat makes use of your units, and in a way they're playing out like spells right now in this combat engagement, and they're forcing, because they have the upper hand, they're forcing Spain to play first. And when you force your opponent to play their stuff first, especially in a matchup where both decks do play a little bit similarly, it gives you such a strong advantage. And that's what LoR Protege and also Fiora is doing here. Like, both of these attacks, they're favorable trades, and it's going to force Spain to go for the Sharp Sight. So now Serbia can respond with their own riposte, for example, knowing that their opponent cannot play a riposte themselves. And all of a sudden, they have one hell of a trade going on for them. So this is, like, Serbia had a bit of a rough start with their draws, but these 3-drops are actually putting in the work, and the stat advantage is really coming into play here. So now Serbia really has to think, are they worried about a second Sharp Sight boosting that Protoporo? But I mean, worst case scenario, it trades evenly with the Fiora, right? So I think it's okay, they just let it go down. They really want to work on this Fiora. Wow.
This is where they have the chance, like I said before, they have a chance to say, hey, I can decide, is it worth reacting to this or not? And in this case, it wasn't worth reacting. Like I said, it is, you could have just reposted the Protege and you get the, you know, the cleanest of trades, but you're putting yourself at the risk of a second Sharp Sight, possibly punishing the Fiora. And the mulligan already gave us a big idea of what Serbia's trying to do in this matchup.
Exactly. But you know what card may actually be the MVP of this matchup for Spain? It's sitting right there at the far left of their hand. It is Poppy's signature spell. If this Fiora starts snowballing and is threatening as a win condition all of a sudden, they can just pay 6 mana and send it to the top of the deck. So
do we know
Spain
that
does have an answer.
Denies?
Oh,
in
that's
this deck
true.
from Serbia.
That's true. That's a good point.
There's, a lot. This is a closed deck, this tournament, where there is a lot of, when you're bringing a deck like this one that's not a net deck, that you don't know how it's teched exactly. Is it teched against aggro? Is it teched against control list? Does it have a deny? Does it have nopifies? All these assumptions you made about the meta, where nopify and deny aren't really being played at all, you have to revisit. You have to think again. You have to say, hey, is this a possibility? How punished are we if this is actually in the deck or in the hand right now?
Down goes the Fleet Feather Tracker. Fleet Feather Tracker has to go first so that the next unit to be summoned will give it Challenger, and thus it can trade into arguably like any of these 2/3 drops. Really, like it forces a combat trick out of Serbia, and Serbia is just going to immediately go for the Golden Aegis, which I really like. Because again, in this matchup, what is the prime combat trick for Demacia mid-range showdown? It's barriers. So Golden Aegis, and that's why Golden Aegis has slowly but surely crept up, and even if rally decks, or just especially in decks that are not so obsessed with rally, Golden Aegis is preferred over Relentless Pursuit, even though it costs 1 more mana, and that's a lot for a spell. Giving something barrier, man, is just it's just a strong play.
And there's a Fiora now ready to attack. Any of these 3 units on Spain's side are vulnerable to this attack and to the kill, and will once again force initiative on the stack for Spain to commit a combat trick or to do something to try and get these trades back in their favor. But what do they really have? They have a riposte, they have the Aegis of their own, and they have the, like you mentioned, the verdict. I think we won't be seeing anytime soon because of the reasons I mentioned. Deny might be there, so Lulu comes down instead.
I mean, if you're Serbia, you have to dive in. This will probably force a riposte out of Spain, depending on when they opt to target. But they're actually going to be going ahead and targeting the Fleet Feather Tracker instead of going for the champions, which makes a lot of sense because Fleet Feather Tracker existing is what's making this Lulu so powerful right now. So going for that, which is harder for them to defend because it plays around Sharp Sight, right?
Yeah.
It's very neat. And Fiora, what the hell, Miguel? Fiora gets the level up and is 2 kills away from winning here, as we're gonna see an attack here from Spain. Spain still having 4 mana for that riposte.
The full swing comes in. The buff from Lulu before the buff from Poppy means that we're going to see a 5/5 Poppy that can't be just, again, is all about these, even if it's 1 attack difference, now this forces Serbia to, if they want to kill Poppy, they have to commit something on the stack first, and then now Spain's reacting to it. So this is what matters the most here. The mana is very similar, in this case, identical basically because of the plays that can happen. Serbia can still only play that riposte. They cannot play both the Sharp Sight and the riposte, so even if they have 1 more mana, it's not really that relevant.
They're going for it. Serbia's going for the riposte onto Fiora. I'm going to trade the Tasty Fatefolk onto Lulu. Shoutouts to Tasty Fatefolk this match. I didn't feel like it would be that good, but the 4 power allows it to trade into both champions pretty easily.
Yeah. And this is where it's very good against aggro, but now suddenly in a matchup like this one, it's also, pulling the weight and making attacks awkward.
Yep, forcing the riposte out of Spain. As Fiora still sticks on the board, and next round we could see Serbia trying to lead off with a Bright Steel Protector to give Fiora a barrier so that it can trade into one of these units. But the moment that happens, we may very well see Poppy's signature spell go down here. Well, there's a top deck there with the Spirit's Refuge.
That might certainly change things. Another barrier. The health, the life gain, not really very relevant. It's just the barrier here. And normally the plus attack is also usually not that relevant in this kind of trade situation on the board. So right away, like you mentioned, Protector comes down for 2 mana. You're getting a barrier on Fiora, which is so massive on a turn like this one where you have the attack token.
By the way, it is the Keeper's Verdict.
Yep.
To make sure that I knew the name of the card. It is the Keeper's Verdict, and indeed it's going down. Yes! Oh, man!
And Serbia did not expect this.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Laughing, and he's thinking
this card would be the MVP, and it just completely halts Serbia's game plan. It takes the entire turn out of Spain, but it takes away everything that they've been building up until this point. It wasn't the nerf stat line that took down Fiora this time around. It was just Poppy's signature spell. I think that's the first time in this tournament that we've seen Poppy's signature spell do something so just clutch and amazing. All of a sudden, Serbia is back to square one, and they're low on the cards. And Spain has a mayor, so we know they're not low on cards.
Well, yeah, Spain has a mayor and a president as well, Mogwai. That's how civilized countries work.
That was 30.
I was gonna say, Poppy, you thought she was good, but now even her signature spell in hand, sometimes for the very good champions in Runeterra, one of the small nuanced downsides they have is that their signature card sucks. So it kind of brings down the power level a little bit. But Poppy's in this case actually being very relevant in this matchup, in this situation. Like you said, resetting the game plan for Serbia. They now have 2 combat tricks in hand, supporting a pretty weak army of units with the Tasty Faithful and the Protector here, no champions whatsoever. And on the side of Spain, the mayor gives them value to hope for the next few turns.
It's an interesting attack. They dodged the bullet there by letting that Bryce still sit on the bench, because they would have opened up really, really badly to a Ranger Resolve, just representing insane value. Naturally, this attack tells Spain, I have a sharp sight, right? But Ranger's Resolve would have evened up the trade and would have also netted some good value in that regard as well. But by only attacking with Tasty Faithfolk, they're no longer as open to that play. So now, it doesn't really, like, Serbia doesn't need to do anything here, because going for a sharp sight will not preserve the Tasty Faithfolk. So they're probably just kind of like bluffing at this point, just making use of their time and making Spain think, what could they have that could have actually preserved this for 3 mana? Did they play Prismatic Barrier?
And this is Spain knowing they have the mayor. They want to capitalize on this small advantage in value and try and put, any 1-for-1 trade benefits Spain, because they have the mayor to generate more value in hand. And, Serbia might not have a way to generate anything. There's the Aloof, there's the Faithful, both very good options now for the late game. I think that Aloof has to come down
really,
for 3 mana. You don't have quite enough to play the Aegis and the Aloof here, but you do have the Range Resolve in your back pocket. Quick update, Mogwai. The math has been checked and calculated. If Serbia wins this, they go through to top 8 alongside Spain. If Spain wins this, Spain and Turkey make it through. Romania is already out and Spain is already in. It's now all about Serbia winning this game 3 and finding their own way into top 8 off of this win.
You see how I didn't make like any noise or anything? That's how professional I am, Panda.
So
But
Turkey,
go Spain.
Turkey is 100% riding on Spain to win this game 3.
Exactly. Like
and advance
it's
them
all
into top
Serbia, man. Like that keeper's. Oh my lord, that keeper's verdict hurts even more now here for Serbia. That verdict could very well have been what has sentenced them to not make it to top 8, even though they've been doing so well in such a tight group, man. But it all comes down to this.
And it looks
Fortunately
like
for Spain, they made it already.
Spain has to have the advantage here. So Turkey, and any Turkish fans watching have to be happy with how this game 3 has panned out. The game 2 is obviously, I think if you're looking at just the overall variance and the karma in this series, Spain's not even maybe favored, because that game 2 was atrocious. But in this case, things are working out for them in this game 3. The Fiora comes in trying to trade here with the Poppy, with the Resolve as well. Not able to do anything here. Saves the mayor, but not the Poppy.
They guarantee it. By doing this, they can clear the board. Ranger's Resolve doesn't quite do enough. It does preserve the mayor, but I don't know if it's worth it ultimately, really, because at this point, the cost reduction is not really that relevant, but they are going to go for it.
I mean, when your opponent has no cards in hand, keeping one unit alive is so much more important than it is obviously when there's like 7 cards in hand, and it's the same reason as the trade last turn. Spain forced it because they knew that it favored them. The percentage increase of having 1 extra unit on the board when your opponent has no cards in hand is massive, and you have to try and capitalize on this and slowly start, eking out your opponent before he's able to draw into more value. And the value, like the Screeching Dragon, is immediately discarded.
That's actually pretty brutal. That would have been a really good draw here for Serbia. Can allow them to fight this board a bit more. They do find the twin disciplines and another Poppy. Yeah, I think Serbia has to pass here without a doubt. They have to wait for, like, by having this Fiora though, they do make it so that Spain can't really develop the Yordle Smith there. That's a good draw, but Yordle's in arms though. I would believe that's already enabled at this point. I mean, we've seen the Loping Telescope, correct? We've seen the Aloof Travelers, we've seen Poppy, and we've seen Lulu. So yeah, that Yordles in Arms is indeed enabled, ladies and gentlemen. And there's double rally to back it up. There's cost reduction here from the Bandle City Mayor, which will potentially come into play. There's 10 mana. Actually, no, one more mana would be needed. But they're gonna go for this now. And I don't know.
They have the backup of the Golden Aegis. They're not playing the Yordle Ranger out here. They're just playing out the Yordle Ranger, and they're going to cause a lot of pressure and basically maybe even for Serbia to commit their entire hand here with Disciplines to kill something and the barrier that will only last one attack. So even if Fiora might survive and trade this attack, there might be an Aegis forcing yet another block and possibly a kill onto the Fiora.
Poppy's going to go up to 7 health, but when she attacks, she'll be at 8, which means that not even the combination of Spirit's Refuge and Twin Disciplines will be enough to knock her out, which is going to force Serbia to trade with Fiora onto the Bandle City Mayor to remove it, but then they're going to be going down to almost 0, and this Golden Aegis is going to change things up because the way they attacked, the way they ordered it up, they can't benefit from the lifesteal and kill the unit at the same time.
Perfect ordering, perfect sequencing from Spain without knowing the hand of Serbia, of course. This was the correct way to do it. There's no lifesteal here from Serbia. They're down to 3 HP now. The Fiora has to block.
That's it.
And the Fiora has no more barriers. Will be dying here. And this is the last bit of resource that Serbia has in the hand here. The Shen emote comes in from the Fiora. The Poppy attacks, the Aloof attacks, and the GG. Spain is in top 8. Turkey is your second top 8 team, and Serbia and Romania are out of contention.
Amazing. It is Spain and Turkey in the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. Serbia had an amazing run, though, especially considering they're a country which is the first time they've managed to qualify for the Europe Masters. So big props to them. Really, really tight series, but didn't end up manage to getting that win with Fiora Shen, which is a little bit sad because it is like we live in a timeline in which Fiora Shen is actually an edgy hipster pick. And yeah, we haven't. It's a very diverse meta, but a lot of times when we've seen some of these off-meta picks, they haven't done too well in Europe Masters. So a bit bittersweet.
Serge said in his interview that he would love to see innovation, but most of the time there's more risk than there is reward when you're innovating in a a tournament like this one. It's kind of risky, at points in time, especially on a day 6 where you have to win to qualify.
Yeah.
Overall, I think it didn't quite work out for Serbia. But like you mentioned, I think like Lunamus mentioned in his Greece player interview this week, and he had a very good mindset, one of the Greek players, where they kind of said, regardless of what happens, we're just happy to have made it this far, to have been on the big stage competing against, for Greece's case, teams like Germany and Czechia, and getting that experience is where this is the first tournament for a team like Serbia, for the players, the Serbian players, and for a team like Greece and the Greek players as well. And I think that's the correct mindset to have. I think Serbia can be very proud of their performance. I think they learned a lot. They got a lot of experience, not just, them being bad or good players from ladder, but in a tournament like this one, with a 7-deck lineup like this one and the crazy format, this experience goes a long way. And again, this could have been a 4-way tiebreaker. I mean, it was the last day, a lot of emotions, and really, really close between every single team in this group, including a favorite like Spain and a reigning champion like Turkey.
What I really like about Serbia is that they definitely played to win. Like you didn't see them shy away, and they tried all sorts of like different ideas, and I think they just really impressed me as a newcomer sort of team. They did their own thing. They stood out, at least for me, and I became a fan of the team, and I'm excited for them to give it another go in a future edition of Europe Masters because they were one of the standouts for me, and I really think, like you said, that they should be proud of their performance. But ultimately, they fell a little bit short to a powerhouse team in Spain and Turkey. They represent the last edition's champions, right? They are the reigning champions right now. So they're going to be defending that title in top 8 alongside Spain. And that's a very exciting result overall for Group D.
Yeah. Kind of Romania was also maybe, with a play like a Tassis, a possible chance for them to make it out and maybe a favorite even. But in the end, what could have been a 4-way tiebreaker and just a super wild rematch fiesta ends up being just maybe the 2 favorites, with Spain and Turkey making it out and Serbia and Romania not quite making it. So overall, a very exciting start to day 1, this group D. We're going to go to a break. I think in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be back with a lot more of the action. There's still
5-minute break.
chances for rematches. There's a lot happening here today, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Definitely. I think we had some unfortunate moments in the last 2 days, but now we are fully focusing on the 2 remaining matches. We know each other from the first EU Masters, and throughout the year we prepared together for some tournaments as well. So from the first day of the week to the end, we had a really good connection and team play. Yeah, more or less it definitely does. Basically both. After each day we analyze the decks played in the whole tournament, and then we start preparing for our next opponent. For sure, players will have more time to prepare and test different decks, so I expect we might even see something new.
There's nothing I could complain about. We evolved great as a team, and I'm really happy to continue playing with them, and hopefully for many more rounds. I was hoping for some fancy boosts like Serbia did with the second day, but we definitely expected the more consistent lineups, the strong ladder decks. Since our preparation was extremely intense and we invested a ton of time in scrimming, watching VODs, and just playing the game, it was not surprisingly doing well, but well, it's a card game, anything can happen. The other teams brought good decks as well, and they played great. We had a ton of intense matches, but the preparation was great, and RNG was on our side. No exciting story. A friend gave me the nickname, and I just kept using it. None of us liked Feeder Rush, the deck we had in that spot for the first 2 days, so we rather submitted Thralls, but we did not play it yet. Maybe the next day or the next days, we will see.
Welcome back, folks, into the Europe Masters, the Legends of Runeterra Europe Masters Chronicles of Bandlewood, as we are going to be featuring what I believe to be El Clásico from Europe Masters, and that is Czechia versus Germany. I'm a huge fan of both of these teams throughout their entire history in the Europe Masters, and it's a very important matchup. Like, you can explain, Panda, why there's so much on the line as these two teams clash for a second time in day 6 of the round robin.
Basically going to game 3 of this very tournament. Czechia and Germany were 2-0, and we were thinking, which one of these teams is the best? They're so close, how is it possibly gonna, they're by far the favorites in this group. What can possibly go wrong? Czechia proceeded to lose that matchup, and the next 2 after that, there's a 3-way tiebreaker at the bottom of Group A. Germany leading the pack with a 4-1 score. They've done their homework. They won against Czechia in that game 3, and they used that momentum to catapult themselves as the guaranteed first of this Group A. Czechia, on the other hand, lost that match and plummeted down due to what reasons I do not know, but they are now currently 2-3, as well as Greece 2-3 and Belarus 2-3. This means that Czechia has to win against what is possibly the best team in this group and in this tournament, in Germany, with Teddy, with Kobachi, and with Kurashi. And Czechia, with superstar players that are beloved by the community like Guys Attack, Pokerback, and Thomas, might not make it to top 8, despite what was happening in day 3, where we thought, these were almost the 2 favorites of the entire tournament. Czechia is unexplainably with their last lifeline. They have to win, and they're in the hardest situation of any team in this tiebreaker because they're playing Germany. And Germany, we saw Kobachi's interview. He's not going to take it easy. They're going to, they're here to prove a point, and they're here to win as much as possible.
I really liked that interview, specifically the part where they say that they're working really hard with scrimming and preparation. They put a lot of hours. I believe Germany really took up the role. They're the #1 seed, and they're like, we have to, put the weight behind our rank here, and we have to show the world that we are the best team in this competition. And they've been doing just that, man. 4-1. And Germany, a country that's been such a powerhouse in this event, but did not make it to top 8 in the Shurima edition of Europe Masters. Definitely, want to change that up here around. And
Mogwai, I don't know if you're noticing, but these lineups are exactly the same.
Oh my God, they are.
One deck is a Fizz and one deck is a Fizz Lee Sin. There's a Lee Sin difference in these lineups. Everything else is exactly the same. We talked about day 6 and teams like Czechia and Germany. I'm not surprised. These are teams that go off of math and go off of matchups and end up in kind of an optimal lineup. And I'm not surprised to see these 2 teams having almost identical matchups. But
yeah, that's actually really, really, that actually threw me off a little bit. That's crazy, especially considering the last deck is also very different because they share Fizz, but it's a very, very different deck. So the big difference between the two is that Czechia opted to go for another aggro deck, while Germany brought a very different, Lee Sin is like the opposite of aggro in a way, because it's building up for this late game just blowing win, right?
And it has Eye of the Dragon. It counters aggro even.
To a certain degree, as we see the first ban going down, and it's going to be Poppy Fizz Burn out of the equation there for Czechia, and Germany loses their Fizz Nami. So already the ban strategy seems to be quite different for both of these countries.
And right away we're going to see, kind of what maybe explains off of that last deck, what they're going to be doing, because what bans they're going to make. We saw Sion ban right away in a matchup that had Lee Sin as well, and Lee Sin being banned, but we're not seeing that same strategy happening here from Czechia. It's kind of a different game plan, and this is just a do or die moment for Czechia. They cannot mess up. They're going to ban Sivir Akshan. Sion is free to be played here from Team Germany, a deck that we haven't seen unbanned throughout most of this tournament. When it has been unbanned, it has a very high win rate. At least through the first 4 days, it had high 60 plus, 65 plus win rate. So what is the game plan here for Czechia, Mogwai?
I think we're gonna see either Darkness or Zoe Nami from Czechia.
If they're leaving Sion banned, then yeah, I think at some point in this matchup, this Nami is always gonna be played.
Yeah, either that or Darkness, and that's indeed the case. We're gonna see Darkness against Poppy Ziggs here from Germany. Very interesting matchup, because normally you would expect Shadow Isles to be really good into aggro decks, but we've seen that this burn deck specifically, and because of the way Darkness plays out, it's not exactly purely a control deck. It uses a lot of units. It's a control deck that builds up its removal throughout several different units, and it can fall behind tempo-wise, especially against such a monster of a burn deck or aggro deck, really, that Ziggs Poppy is. So definitely looking like a advantageous matchup for Germany, but also can be, it's a sort of matchup that can be very, very different depending on how they draw early on. So really, really cool to see. I love seeing Darkness. I love casting Darkness games. Every time I watch the top players play Darkness, it makes me want to play Darkness myself again until I go 0-5 with it and rinse and repeat. But ultimately, it's one of my favorite archetypes, if not my favorite archetype to come out of, alongside like the land package with Sereth as well. It's amongst my favorite stuff to come out of Bandle City. So really excited that this will be game one, and a lot is on the line. Like we mentioned, Czechia has to win, but not even winning is enough to guarantee that spot.
And the biggest difference here, the fact that this Ziggs Poppy deck has a lot more than just aggro, is one, the control deck doesn't have board clears. You're not able to answer a wide board compared to something like Feel the Rush, for example. And two, you don't have efficient answers for that kind of mid to high level threat like Ziggs. Yes. Poppy, you do normally, Darkness gets up to 1 with a Catalyzer, but Ziggs is tricky. Lecturing Yordle is tricky. You don't have that sweet spot answer. You have an answer for the very big and you have an answer for the small, but the middling threats are sometimes a problem. And when you're not able to answer efficiently, you get into big trouble.
That is a very, very good way to express it, because ultimately they have a lot of pings. They have Vile Feast. We even see Withering Wail in their opener. They have access to Pokestick, and they also have stuff like Minimorph that can deal with the bigger threats. But in order to deal with the middle, in order to knock out Ziggs, to remove Poppy, etc., that's where Darkness comes in. So right now, this opening hand is really intriguing here for Czechia, because it's very, on paper, it's very anti-burn. They do have the Veigar as well, which can be difficult to remove, but you guys see there, they mulligan away the
There's the Catalyzer.
Too much, and that Catalyzer is huge.
And the Conchologist, 2 great cards to not only, kind of trade blow for blow in the early game, but also kind of get that extra value going into the late game with the Darkness buff and with the extra card from double Conchologist actually drawn there for Czechia. So already a good start, I think.
I think we got this matchup a little bit wrong. It's not Draven Scion. It's actually Burn. Nonetheless, we've seen this graphic before for the matchup, and it is slightly favored. Yeah, it's slightly favored for Ziggs Poppy, just because of like what you said earlier. The middle problem, the middle guy. It's hard to remove the middle guy. As down goes the Inventive Chemist there for Germany, and another Legion rearguard. Germany going wide. That brutal 1-drop into 1-drop into 1-drop. Always rough to face against, no matter what you're playing. It's so much momentum.
And there's a potential Ziggs coming down here as well. You're gonna have possibility for a Vile Feast to get the Inventive Chemist, and then have a blocker for one of the rearguards. Or
like this Ziggs development, I think I would argue is pretty good for Czechia. It gives them time to develop the Conchologist, and it can also, like you mentioned, go for a Vile Feast onto the Inventive Chemist, and all of a sudden they've prevented a lot of damage here.
That being said, you have the Pokestick to refuel, to keep digging into your deck for Team Germany, and you also have the Mayor that, depending on what you need, you can go for kind of like a Protoporo if you want just to continue flooding the board very cheaply, or you can start looking at bigger threats. If you kind of weakened your hand already by having to play out 3 1-drops and a Ziggs, and only having 3 cards in hand by turn 3, you're able to find that higher cost Yordle to have a bit of a threat later on.
Honestly, really good options. I'm really intrigued to see what they opt to pick here. They go for the go hard. All right. Like, there was a legit argument for all 3 of those right there. But this is what I love about the Conchologist. It really tests the adaptability of players. As we're going to see this. I really like this block.
Yeah.
Going with the block onto Ziggs will leave vulnerable to this other Vile Feast, or even the go hard to pick it off. And Conchologist with just enough power to train to the Legion rearguard feels really neat. Like, you're down to 14, but it could have been much worse. You got some health gain going on as well, some ping drains, and you could find an Absorb Soul, for example, with this. And there's the Hapless Aristocrat, the anti-burn Darkness version that can generate a bunch of chump blockers. So it looks like Czechia can build back into this board a little bit and get some health in return as well, even though we saw Poppy right there being drawn for Germany. The best way to counter Poppy at this stage is to limit their board as much as you can. So go hard will help out a lot here.
I'm fine going with an attack here just to pass priority, see what Germany wants to do. The only block would be Ziggs, obviously. You take that if you want. You could just go for a go hard first. I think either one matters. I think the one, guaranteed damage on the Nexus doesn't matter too much. Obviously, in this case for Czechia, they're going to be able to control the board. But let's hope that is true in hindsight once you go down the line a bit. But once Darkness gets started getting buffed up and Veigar comes down, if you take control of the game, that's when you win. You don't really win the race outright. So we'll see what ends up happening here for Team Czechia. The go hard goes down. Germany has a chance to react now. 4 mana to play with. They have the Poppy.
They could also develop the Mayor first to try to generate some value and some momentum as they can follow up whatever they create that's multi-region alongside Poppy on turn 5, given the Mayor sticks on the board. Now that they've seen the go hard go down, they know that they can, like, one of the ways, pretty much the only way Czechia has to deal with it at this stage of the match would be to double ping it, right? With Vile Feast into Pokestick. So them being at 3 mana effectively tells Germany that there's no way to remove this Mayor this turn specifically.
Which is why I would have liked the spider attack first.
Just
to make things a little bit more awkward for Germany.
Good
And
point,
Germany
good
obviously
point.
wants to develop. They want to develop on curve. They're not going to be priority passing back. I think they would have to have taken an action there.
And of course, there's the aloof. You find it so often with that Mayor and always feels so good. A 3 mana 3/4 that does what it does, man. That's the good stuff right there. Pokestick seems like a pretty viable option here for Czechia as they indeed end up going for that. We'll see if they develop the Hapless Aristocrat as well, or if they choose to carry over that spell mana instead. As next turn they have a total of 5 mana. With that one spell mana would be a total of 6, which will not enable them to Veigar into Darkness, for example. We're seeing this, like, at this point, they got all the pings, they got the little mini drains here and there, but dealing with Poppy is going to be quite rough for Czechia, as they found the Catalyzer, but they're behind a little bit on momentum. And we see the Mayor trading into this Spiderling, which opens up the ping and makes it so that Czechia doesn't have to double ping onto this Mayor. That actually works out pretty well for them, because they can develop this Hapless Aristocrat afterwards, revealing that, hey, we lost a Spiderling, but we had another chump blocker here anyways.
And Germany now knows they have a ping in hand. They 100% know with this attack that there is going to be a Vile Feast or a Pokestick in hand. So that information is already in the minds of the German players, and they already are considering that out of the 5 cards in hand, one of them is certainly a ping, possibly more than one. So the information game is obviously very important. We've seen it all throughout this tournament, and these are little nuanced things that definitely help teams make their plays and try and make the best plays possible.
This is why I love watching these games, man. Like, Germany takes some time to think. They had a lot of discussion going on. They're like, no, let's not give them this ping. They're baiting us.
They have the Poppy. They want to obviously have the widest board possible for Poppy to get the full value, and you don't want your Mayor to be at the chance of getting killed by a ping. Although, if Poppy's going down and you're scared of Poppy being killed, then maybe having the Mayor at 1 health would be a good thing, because then you're kind of forcing that 2 mana and one of those pings to go on the Mayor instead of the Poppy.
Yeah, this Poppy feels rough. Is there a world in which you mini-morph? I don't think so. It's just too much. It's too much tempo loss.
We were talking about these inefficient answers to middling threats like Poppy, and this is the exact example here. With the mini-morph being a possibility, but obviously not being a good one, and instead you're gonna have to force out these bad trades. You're somewhat fine with it. The game plan here is, of course, chump blocking. That is what the name of the game here for Czechia, at least in these turns. But not having any of these trades go your way, at least, is definitely a bit alarming, I think.
We'll see Veigar go down here. Yep. I mean, you need to start working on this Darkness. You need to develop it. You need to threaten that Poppy next round. You don't go down to Noxian Fervor. You know that essentially, like, the only way Germany will be able to deal with this is by playing a Conchologist and creating a Culling Strike. Otherwise, for 3 mana, they will not be able to take this thing down. And Veigar will pump up this Darkness up to 4 power, since we got the buff earlier from the Catalyzer. And thus, it allows Czechia to just immediately remove this Poppy from the board. Double miscall, by the way. They're main decking double miscall in this deck. And Greece
winning their first game against Belarus off stream. Reminder, if Czechia and Greece both win, there will be a rematch that these teams have to play. Will be completely even on scores and in the tiebreaker number 2 against, the leading country in this team, which is Germany. So Belarus also has to win to make it out. So in that matchup, whoever wins has a chance of making it out. But if Czechia also wins, then things get a bit more complicated.
Minimorph getting actual good value in this matchup by sponging that discard from the aloof travelers. As now, we're going to see Czechia drop down this Darkness onto the Poppy, and they have a Senna on the board. They can also develop a Conchologist to chump block as well. And we may just see a Noxian Fervor being played here. Slow down Veigar's level up, because the Darkness will fizzle, not hitting anything. But instead, we're just going to see a Pokestick onto the Spiderling to remove the blocker, which will... I mean, they have a Conchologist for this, right? They're going to be able to remove that. There's another Poppy being drawn right there, though. But Senna can go down. The problem is, if they don't... Okay, so next round, they have a total of 7 mana, which means if they play the Conchologist here, they cannot play the Darkness that Senna will generate next round. And this is a very interesting situation here. You could argue for a Sapling Toss, to be honest, or maybe even a Splinter Soul would actually allow them to create another Darkness from Veigar immediately and use it that same round. But they're going to go for the Sapling Toss instead. I like this play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to possibly get a trade on the next stack token turn. There's a Roadmaker coming into hand and a Demolitionist coming into hand for the German team. Still, not a lot of healing in hand for Czechia. They have the Vile Feast, but that is really it. And the burn is starting to pile up in the hand for Germany. They have Decimate now, the Pokestick, and the Fervor alongside Demolitionist. Yep. This is going to be the last big attack turn for Germany. And after that, they will switch to the burn game plan, and they will lose control of the board once the Darkness takes over.
Then sitting at 14, if they get enough damage going on, that may prove to be enough. I think we both agree that this is the most key turn of the match here.
Yeah.
Like,
and this Mayor generation, if it hits a Proto Portal, it's really big. It hits the Tenor instead. You can play the Poppy out this turn alongside the Tenor. The Proto Portal would have been a free development with the Poppy.
Yeah. It would have forced the Vile Feast out of Czechia early, which would not have felt good at all. And it puts them in a precarious position here. Fortunately for Czechia, this Poppy, even though her cost is reduced, it doesn't really change anything because they can still only play either a Pokestick or a Noxian Fervor after that. So not the most relevant here, but what's more relevant about this Mayor is that it just keeps adding more fuel to Germany right here, as Czechia this is all, like, they're feeling all the pressure here. Still, the Roadmaker is a play that eventually has to happen, because having Darkness be 2 mana with Senna on hand will just allow for so much. So it's just going to develop it here. I like it. Just get your blocker in, get the value here, so that now Senna can just easily chain these Darknesses. Is what you said earlier. Like, if they stabilize here, if they are able to sponge enough damage, Senna comes in on turn 8 and just starts firing away. And there it is.
And the biggest upside for Germany would have been that Mayor to get you a 0 or a 1 cost unit once that was reduced. A Bomber turn would have been fantastic, just to spread out the board a little bit more. Simply because, both the Tenor and the Poppy are making it so you can play out both the Fervor and the Pokestick this turn. It gives you less options, so you would have loved to go as wide as possible. Sneak in. If 1 unit connects even, that's already maybe enough to get you into burn range, because we don't see any real drain cards in hand other than the Vile Feast. So it might have been enough for Germany to be able to seal it in the next 2 rounds, depending on the top decks from Czechia.
This double miscall is so rough. I like them going for this preemptive Vile Feast. They have to. They have no other option. It does open up the Pokestick, though, to remove the chump blocker here, and arguably could potentially force this Veigar to block. And you know what's very interesting here? Czechia is in a position where they may not be able to afford the Sapling if they want to resort to back-to-back Darkness next round, because next round they're gonna have a total of 8 mana.
Ooh, the Saboteur comes to hand as well. That is one of the most important topics of this game. We were talking about the one loss of the chance of an extra unit this turn is crucial, but even more so now. Czechia punished for the Vile Feast as well. The Spiderling gets out of the way, so basically a +2 unit advantage in terms of the parity on the board over these last 2 plays that were made.
That's game winning, isn't it? Like,
that's game winning, yeah. That's absolutely massive. with the Poppy on the board, with the extra ping from the Saboteur, and with the lack of healing in hand for Czechia, I don't think they can make it back from taking this much damage here. They're going to be too slow with their setup.
You're gonna block into the Mayor. I think you just have to. I mean, they want to preserve Vhagar here. How much damage are they taking if they do this? 8 damage, going down to 7.
That puts them into Decimate, Noxian Fervor range, and there's mana for it next turn as well.
But no matter how you look at it, like you gotta preserve this Vhagar, right? I mean, it's tough. This is rough. They want to preserve the Vhagar on the board. They go down to 7, and now is when they need to start drawing. They need to start drawing into that. Yeah, they're gonna go for the sapling toss. I mean, Senna does enable darkness at fast speed, so they don't need to cast it that same round, and they can threaten, you know, the Legion Saboteur this way with a challenge attack. But man, oh man.
There's a problem here as well with the sapling, with the ephemeral, with the challenger keyword, and the missed calls in hand. You can't play on this turn, that's for sure. You have to play out the darkness and try and control the board, but you only have mana for one darkness here. Is it enough to control the board that has the backup? You don't even have to play Decimate and Noxian Fervor this turn. In theory, you do still have the Tenor, you still have the Ziggs. You have so many more threats to pile up and then have the Decimate and Noxian Fervor be a plan B instead.
That hit was too strong. They're so not only are they at range for burn, they also, I don't think they have enough time to rebuild this board and control this board. Even if they deal with a good portion of it, like they have Tenor of Terror in hand and Imperial Demolitionist, they just drew into a Ziggs as well. It's just too much power in Germany's hand right now.
And I was saying last turn that would be the last turn for Germany to get damage through combat, and they would just switch to a burn game plan. I was wrong. That top deck on the Saboteur and the denial of the Vile Feast Spiderling makes it so that they once again are going to stick to their combat-based game plan still. They have no reason not to, and then have the burn come in later, because if you play Decimate now, you just lose the board immediately. You lose all that value, and all the units in your hand have no purpose anymore, because at that point you give Czechia the time to rebuild and to replenish. But now they stick to the burn game plan, they stick to the unit game plan, and what do you do here if you're Czechia? You can't stop this.
This is a very safe Noxian Fervor here. They don't even opt to go for it just in case. I don't even know, to be honest, because they could have easily just dropped it there, unless they just want to spread out this round and continue developing. Like they can just play the Demolitionist here very safely, because normally Senna just kind of like opens up all the counterplay.
I think they know they're gonna have lethal kind of on the attack, and if Czechia wants to stabilize, they're gonna have to use maybe a drain spell on a unit, and then they have a chance to deny it with the Fervor instead.
Gonna go with the sapling, eliminate the Legion Saboteur, take a little bit of damage out of them right there. The darkness can knock out Ziggs potentially, but down goes the Demolitionist. They're back to full. They're down to 5, and this is just
nothing
impossible.
You can do for Czechia. No top deck does it here. No, missed call or terrible in the situation. Usually good.
I mean, wait. What about that Withering Mist?
No chance, Mogwai. There's 4 unblocked units. There's a Fervor to deny one of the drains.
Yeah, that's true.
There's absolutely no chance, I believe. You have a Decimate backup as well.
I mean, this Draining Mist is quite relevant, but the fact that they're going to be forced to play all of these cards effective immediately, like in this Noxian Fervor counter as one of the drains here,
exactly,
is definitely
that's the biggest thing. There's the ping from the Zig still as well.
I mean, that's
damage coming in from the Demolitionist.
Don't get me wrong, that was a fantastic top deck, but just not enough.
It made it much closer than it was, obviously, until this point. But even then, looking at the board, you know that it's over. You know that there's really no chance for Czechia to win this. They were close. They were almost turning the corner of their stabilization. But in the end, Germany, with that Saboteur top deck on turn 5, or on turn 6 rather, was just so crucial.
Push 4 damage. 4 damage it pushed that one drop. The boost from Poppy up to 3 power, and the ping from the skill. Vhagar levels up, but unfortunately Vhagar is a little bit too late to the party. Both champions leveling up here, but just not enough. This allows Senna to survive the trade with Ziggs, by the way. But again, just not enough, man. They needed a little bit more time. They managed to barely survive on 1, and this Decimate this Decimate is going to seal the deal. Missed call being played here, finally doing something. And man, at this point, they're on their way to win.
Yeah.
But the game's done.
It's what we were talking about. You're turning the corner. You're about to get past that hump where if you get past it, there's no way to lose anymore with control. But this is how it comes down to. This is a perfect example of what an aggro versus control matchup looks like, and how Germany, off of one top deck, was able to skew the balance just a little bit in their favor, and that was just enough to win it there before there was a stabilization from Czechia. So Germany 1-0 up. They've already qualified as first in the group. There's no way. There's no, they've been first in the group since maybe two days ago, 2 group stage days ago. Czechia, they have to win to make it to top 8. If they don't, a team of favorites, a team of superstars is out of this tournament. Yeah. And we continue seeing in these EU Master tournaments how these favorite teams, they might start off perfect 2-0, they might start off 0-2, but France, Poland, and Czechia might not make it out of groups. This is continuously the story. Every single Masters Europe, big favorite teams are not able to make it out. And this shows the level of competition, I think, in a tournament like this one.
I want to go back to that Legion Saboteur top deck. That was just so much because it led to 4 damage, which if that wouldn't have happened, they would have been at 5 health, which means they could buy 1 more turn from that Decimate. And it also means that sapling could have turned into something else, that they could have even been in a position where they have 5 attackers. So it just led to so many things. So just want to point out how devastating of a loss this is for Czechia, because it was so close. Like the back-to-back miscall draws also really hurt them as well, but it was a really close game. They were almost turning it around, but now they're 1 loss away from just saying goodbye to their top 8 dreams, and they believe Zoe Nami may be the deck to pull them out of this pickle as they're queuing into Lee Sin Fizz. I honestly, so this is, first of all, this is Lee Sin Fizz. I just realized this is a Bandle City version.
I'm going to assume so, with Fizz and Lee Sin.
With Fizz and Lee Sin. So I'm honestly not sure how this matchup goes. It's really interesting because both decks are pretty heavy on elusives, right? And this is the one deck that actually does not rely on Lee Sin winning on his own. Lee Sin is more of just like a really good late game champion that can clear up the path for the other elusive units, can destroy or remove some threats as well. But I'm not sure about the pacing of the deck and if it can match a good Nami curve. So really on the fence about this one.
And it's going to come down to, like you mentioned, the Nami curve, having Nami on turn 3, being able to play her on turn 4, having the right cards and backup. We know that just the overall power level of the decks, if the Nami Zoe player finds all the right cards in the right order, they're probably very favored going into this, because when that deck works, it really works. And we've seen it on ladder, we've seen it in tournaments. It's banned very often for a reason. But if it's able to break, we have pranks on the side of Fizz Lee Sin that are able to disrupt a lot of what Nami Zoe wants to do on certain turns especially. So it's going to be, I think, a very high skill cap matchup here. And in Germany bringing this deck, this is not a team that brings a deck for the memes. This is a team that if they bring this deck, it's for a very good reason.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Full mulligan from Czechia. They do find the gifts from beyond. Never really happy to see Wiggly Burblefish in the opener, but that Make It Rain could go a long way here specifically. Make It Rain tends to be a one-off in these decks, but there are some matchups like this one in which it can just generate a lot of value, as we see already a unit that could succumb to it in Green Glade Duo. But we also see Twin Disciplines in the opener. But again, a full mulligan from both players and double Fizz in the opener. And there is Nami for Czechia.
And Fizz is a unit that, in some cases, you can just protect endlessly with how this deck is built, and you can just continue pinging in damage. We have the Eye of the Dragon as well. Any version of Lee Sin, Eye of the Dragon is right there with him as the sidekick. It seems a bit weird in this deck because it is not a really control list. It's not going all in on Lee Sin like you mentioned. It's more of almost an aggro list with elusives. It's kind of the new flavor of elusive aggro.
It's just so spell heavy, right? It has so many cheap spells that Eye of the Dragon serves the purpose of giving you the advantage against aggro decks, but also she's an offensive threat in this particular build. And the card that has really stuck out, because I played quite a bit of this deck myself, and I was very surprised by how, first of all, it's a very rewarding list. It actually made me like Lee Sin as a champion, which is a new thing for me. And it's a really interesting build, and one spell that really exceeded all of my expectations, which is so clutch every time, is sitting right there in Germany's hand. It's the purple berry shake, I think it's the name.
So wait, let me get this right, Mogwai. You go on a 1-minute monologue talking about how this is such a great card, and you don't even know the card's name. Think about the card. Think about the card's family.
I'm really close to it. Purple berry shake.
Listen, that purple berry macho man, his family is watching. They were getting hyped up for you, just going in and saying how important this card is in Runeterra, and you forget his name. They're crying right now, Mogwai.
I'm just waiting for the day in which if you cut me some slack and actually, this Make It Rain gotta be countered though.
And this is where Fizz is so good. I was playing Fizz Vi when this expansion came out, and this felt so good. He's just kind of an anti-Make It Rain tool because and if any of these little pings targets him, he's like, no, I'm keeping myself alive, but I'm also keeping my friends nice and healthy. Eye of the Dragon stays at 3 health, and you get some spell activation as well.
As Czechia is going to be forced to pass here to go for the Nami level up, which will leave them a bit open here for an attack from Germany that could be more enhanced than it seems. We could have a Dragonling in the mix if Germany opts to go for example, a prank. I think you can justify a prank here just because you're adding in more damage onto this attack. Yep, they're going to go for it. Let's see what they hit. They hit the Crescendum. That's huge.
That is massive. 5 cost now for this Crescendum, and this is what we talked about. This is all about Nami wants to have these explosive middle game turns where they're able to really catapult into having a huge Sparklefly, Nami on the board, etc. But with these spells costing more, and with a hand that is quite unit heavy, it might make things a little bit more tricky. Although Spell Thief will definitely help in just giving you, obviously against a spell-based deck that you're facing against, going to give you a lot of options. Maybe too many options though.
Germany debating whether to go for the open attack or to develop a little bit more. I'm not sure if Conchologist is ultimately worth it, giving them time to develop a blocker, especially because the threat of Double Trouble exists. They haven't played it yet, but that doesn't mean they couldn't top deck it at this point. So I do think, an open attack makes sense. You're representing 6 damage, dropping them down to 10. Maybe it's not good enough though. Maybe Germany is like, no, we need more. They even have the threat of Rally as well at their disposal in Fizz's signature spell. There's a Lee Sin draw that can contribute to, I think considering they have Lee Sin in hand, they can push for his attack and go bring him down to 10, and then hopefully Lee Sin, plus like you mentioned, his sidekick can contribute and help finish off this match, as Germany is ahead by 10 points here. But this is the point in which Czechia starts rebuilding. They're forced to go for the 5 mana Sparklefly. That seems balanced to me, Panda. That seems like that's the appropriate cost.
Finally,
what this guy's gonna do.
We're in agreement over something.
Took us a while.
People were saying they wanted Aphelios chains. All right, give it to them. 5 mana. The weapons now cost 5 mana. You guys asked for it. You guys got it. The options
Group
here.
shot is interesting here.
Noblify is also very interesting. In a matchup that you don't expect this, it might be.
Yeah, but we've already seen the Crescendum, right? And
We've seen one Crescendum, Mogwai. How many Crescendums are played normally in Nami's Zoe? More than one, usually.
That's true. But I think Group Shot is a very nice pick here. You have the 4 units, and you threaten this Sparklefly, which forces the Sunbless Vigor out of Czechia.
Yeah,
exactly.
And this is all about, we talk about it throughout this entire tournament. I talk about it throughout, this entire 2 months. It's very important to force out cards and force out mana from your opponent when they don't have their engines on the board. The Nami, the Shelley, because yes, their unit might survive, but you've not given them that extra free value of having their engine also buffing up that unit further.
Another Nami. And there's another Eye of the Dragon. We could see them go for a Pokey Stick, trying to cycle through a deck, find a second spell, and no, it doesn't make sense because they already have a pretty spread out board. So never mind. I think this may be the turn where they develop Lee Sin. We'll see.
Could be Lee Sin coming down for 5 mana. You have 2 more mana to work with. If you are Team Germany, you don't really have a way to activate the Eye of the Dragon, Dragonlink for the next turn. That's one of the awkward things where if you're not going all in on Lee Sin and Eye of the Dragon, you're going to have these awkward situations sometimes where you don't have board space, where you don't have the right spells that are proactive enough to activate them on defense turns, for example. It's more of a bonus, but it's not so much a build around this Eye of the Dragon in the list.
We could see Spell Thief here. We could see Spell Thief trying to fish for a prank and then go for a 1-mana Burble Fish. And this will get 2 boosts going on to the Sparklefly, which would allow them to bypass even something like a Purple Berry Shake, which is definitely something that Czechia is considering because it's a pretty standard card to run in this deck. And even though this is one of the newer decks being brought onto the meta, it's been long enough that you would expect the top players in the world to be very aware of what it's packing. So here we're going to see the Spell Thief. Let's see if they find the Prank. Would be a great pickup.
A Group Shot as well
Group Shot,
is available.
yeah.
Pokey Stick as well, but there aren't really any great answers. Lee Sin obviously too healthy, Fizz too reactive with his spell, and Eye of the Dragon also at 3 health makes
Gonna
it
go for the Pokey Stick instead. Okay, they're gonna lose a wow, whoa. Okay. I mean, it's still unlikely to expect a block here from Fizz, considering they have that mana backup and that can even Purple Berry Shake can be countered that way. But I guess Czechia is ultimately going to be going for the value instead of focusing on spreading out too much, as they got back some very crucial health here. Going up to 13 definitely helps. And this Lee Sin is going to put in the work, though. This Lee Sin is going to be threatening Nami. But unfortunately for Germany, Czechia has not 1 but 2 replacements waiting in hand.
And we've seen many players and just talk about the which threat to deal with at what point in time when you're facing Nami Zoe. Is it the elusives? Is it the Nami? Do they have the Nami replacement? Have they played as if they have multiple Namis to spare where they're not playing as defensively with a Nami? These are things that Germany has to consider, and they have to pick wisely. Do I challenge the Nami or do I challenge the Sparklefly?
They want to remove that Otterpuss from the board. They want to mitigate this open attack as much as they can, or weaken it rather, while also boosting that Sparklefly up to 5/4. Drawing into another Shelly.
The Burble Fish now discounted to 1 mana, close to being a 0, and you could see possibly Shelly coming out in external. That would be quite unit heavy. You wouldn't have that much reaction, that many spells to work with.
Drink a Trade, really nice draw for Germany. A very easy to enable Lee Sin now at burst speed. Zoe pickup from Czechia. They have the tools to rebuild this board, but they're running a little bit low on spells. I mean, Burble Fish will help out, and of course, Nami's signature spell will be quite relevant here. As they go for the Trinket Trade, they have access to Health Potion, Shadow Shift, and Otterpuss.
I was gonna say, you could get some interesting options, but not really in this case.
Nah, you take
Health Potion is useless. Shadow Shift is, I was talking about before about Poppy, his signature spell not being that bad. Shadow Shift is a pretty bad one with Zed. Kind of keeps him in check, although he is already kind of keeping himself in check with that 2 health. And Otterpuss, I think, has to be the obvious option here. Maybe the Shadow Shift can stop healing.
Yeah,
No,
but I mean, no, because when the trade is happening, like Living Shadow is gonna strike anyways, right? So it's gonna dive into it. I was wondering, like Shadow, like it could be used to bring, like, recall something essentially, like get more value out of a Conchologist and stuff. But I think the Otterpuss is just doing more for much less mana as well. You're not losing momentum, and it's a very solid pickup. It also is really good in this matchup. I think pranking is really amazing when you're facing Zoe Nami. Slowing them down, that's the way to beat them effectively, right? So
Mogwai, you prank now if you are Germany, and they have a 4-mana card, Playful Trickster. It could do some very interesting things.
Yeah.
In this situation.
Like the back-to-back attack with Lee Sin is amazing.
With the denial of the healing possibly on the Sparklefly, depending on what unit they recall.
Maybe it's time for Purple Berry Shake here to go down and preserve this Conchologist and have another blocker here. They have access to, with the Playful Trickster in mind, that's sort of 6 mana. They have 7 mana, so they can afford to play 3 out of the 4 spells they have in hand. Will they ultimately deem this extra attacker worthy enough? I mean, they have to deal with a lifesteal unit, but that's what Lee Sin is for. They could use Playful Trickster to also dodge into, like, try to bait that Sparklefly to block, right? And then go for the Playful Trickster and dodge that. I mean, it is important. Like, that Purple Berry Shake is actually a little bit awkward because the prank is burst speed. The prank is focus speed, which means they can't use it to, preserve their fizz, right? and use it in response to something else. We're gonna see the prank go down here. Gonna give Lee Sin barrier. Lee Sin, I wonder how close he is to leveling up at this point.
Not the best pranks there either.
No.
Not the -2 power on Burblefish, but Nami will make sure that we don't even notice that once it does come down.
Germany debating here what to do. They can try to just pick off the Sparkle Fly and make use of the barrier, but they opt to just threaten the Nami instead.
I felt it too.
As they're gonna go for a pokey stick onto Nami to help finish off the job. And right now, there's no actual option for Czechia to preserve this Nami on the board. You know, they have a lot of cards in hand. It's so unit dense that this Lee Sin seems like it's gonna be able to take Nami out here.
And I think the consideration here is Mogwai to possibly Playful Trickster, the unit that's going to be attacking,
exactly,
that's blocking the Sparkle Fly, and then go again.
Yeah. I completely see that. The question is, you will be losing your barrier with Lee Sin here. So if you do rally, that's neat and all, but what is your plan after that? Like, how do you deal with this big... Well, I'm gonna keep it PG with this big butterfly.
Please hurry.
Like, I don't think you can. Like, if you go for the Playful Trickster, it's just like there's no good follow up, you know? Because Lee Sin is not leveled. Once Lee Sin levels, yeah, you're good to go. But
and this whole idea of killing Nami, I mean, there's 2 more in hand, or there's 1 more in hand at least now. So, and with the way that this ebb and flow was played, you can possibly already know that there's a 3rd in hand because it was played so nonchalantly on a turn that you know that Nami might be dying.
oh man, they're really boosting that Sparkle Fly. Germany needs this Lee Sin to deal with this board. Like, Lee Sin's recall effect will definitely work out here. Okay, well, I mean, that's easily counterable here.
And Greece wins 2-0 versus Belarus. Belarus is out of contention. Greece is looking at this current series and looking at this board, they might be in, but if Czechia wins, we might have a rematch between Czechia and Greece.
It's funny how that last ebb actually worked out pretty well for them, because it prevented the lifesteal, even though it's not... Well, it definitely is relevant. It would have gotten them quite a bit. So that little bit of variance went in Germany's favor right there. Czechia having a big Sparkle Fly. That is one thick Sparkle Fly I've ever seen one. The problem is Lee Sin, once he's leveled up, he will recall whatever he cannot kill with a Dragon Kick, which means that all the stat gains that Sparkle Fly has been building up until now will be negated.
There's a Fizz coming down, leveled up now. The 6 spells have been played out. I have a Dragon come out as well, but then you wouldn't really have space even for all the Dragons to come down. You're starting to run out of resources if you're Team Germany, whereas Czechia, quite the opposite. They have 2 Shellys, they have the Nami, they have the Zoe, and now they have a Gift from Beyond. Otterpuss, not really the card you want this late into the game. Although, we mentioned it, this elusive list is kind of like an aggro list. You don't really have this chance to... I think they're running maybe a few defense, correct me if I'm wrong, Mogwai. But there is a chance that you just run out of resources. You know, Lee Sin it's not the deck that's built for Lee Sin with his huge late game in mind.
Exactly. It's more of like a fast-paced mid-range elusive deck that uses Lee Sin as a way to clear the path, right, and finish off a match. Lee Sin is Germany's biggest hope at making a bit of a comeback here, because right now this is looking really good for Czechia. They have that Nami. They drew into Gifts from Beyond, which is exactly the kind of card that they need to be picking up here. They have a Jailbreak generated by Burblefish, which also allows them to spread out. But the key thing is preserving the Sparkle Fly on the board.
Mogwai, the devs, they nerfed Burblefish, but I think they went too far. 0 attack is just too
sad.
much.
Just
Poor
sad.
Burblefish.
Pay 6 mana, play 6 spells to get a 0/1, but it's elusive.
Look at that cute face. Does this poor fish deserve this?
Maybe it's his true form.
I want some justice for Burblefish in chat, please.
That prank, though. Wait. Banda, we missed that. Oh my god, that prank was huge. That prank was actually huge because they need to work for that second Sparkle Fly here. Because this Sparkle Fly is, I mean, they have a turn still, right? But that really slows them down.
They do have the chance to play a blocker here with the Jailbreak. get another unit to just flood the board a little bit more, just to keep parity and not get damage to the side. Have it only be Lee Sin, the one dealing damage. Obviously, the elusive game plan doesn't really work when you have an 11-9 Sparklefish. You will be moving the Sparklefish possibly out of the way with Lee Sin, but even then, you have now the Burblefish boosted up to 2/2 to be able to trade with the Fizz anyway.
They actually got another elusive with the jailbreak. Easy peasy. You can attack with all elusives here because you're going to be forcing the Sparklefly block anyways.
Yeah. And just all this, the health that you currently don't have in your Nexus is going to be right back up to 20. You're obviously, it's not really an all-in lease index, so the OTK is not really in mind really for Czechia, but even more so now, you're going to be very, very safe for the next turn, making sure that you're out of range and you still have this enormous Sparklefly on the board for now.
Check it with the attack here, and we're seeing. Whoa, wait, really? I guess they're playing on the limit here. This is a crazy amount of damage. This is a crazy amount of damage you're taking, and you're not even getting Dragon Links next round. Oof, this is risky. Wow. They're even just, I mean, why not? Exactly. Wow.
This might not hit the Zoe. There's a Zoe and a Prowling Cutthroat, both at a 1/1 stat line, so maybe the elusive 1/1 was actually a bad idea to get in this case.
That is 14 damage, Panda.
Can't wait much longer.
Well, even more so now, 15. They're gonna go down to 2. Like, after this, they cannot take any more hits.
I wonder what the consideration is for Team Germany. I mean, they're obviously have to deal with the massive threat. Lee Sin might be able to deal with this Sparklefly, but then there's still the elusives next turn that you have to deal with once again.
Yeah, this is. I was just thinking about it. Will they take the Gravitum? That's huge. Like, they can actually potentially just stun Lee Sin unless they open attack with him with burst speed backup. Lee Sin has to be very close to leveling up at this point.
Yeah,
definitely like a 7. I think one off. So they're not gonna have to worry about. They're down to 1. I got my math wrong. It's +2. Yeah, it's down to 1. Wow.
We could see even Spell Thief now be lethal. Double or line him up can be lethal now as well. A lot of options now. Down to 1. Yeah, Poke Stick off of your the Spell Thief even possibly. A lot of considerations here for that one extra bit of damage you need now for Team Czechia. They're in a very good position.
Rippleberry Shake?
Just to heal.
But why now?
Yeah, I'm not entirely.
Why now?
I'm not entirely sure.
Panda, tell me. Why now?
Just to get the Dragonling to possibly be.
Maybe. Yeah. That actually makes sense. See, there you go. I believe you. Yeah. So essentially, they're doing this to get the Dragonling. They want to get a little bit of health gain. I don't know how relevant it ultimately will be, because there's an Ami on the board, and these elusives are just going to continue to go on growing. And because they have that Otter Puss is actually a bit of a liability here. It's going to prevent one of these Dragonlings to come out, and I just think they took too much damage. That Sonic Wave is a good top deck. It's a very good top deck because they can try to use it to also eliminate Nami in the process as well. But man, oh man, the problem is if they target Nami, I mean, they can use it to boost. They can potentially boost the Dragonling.
Yeah, onto the Nami with a Challenger. Lee Sin will get rid of the Sparklefly. But then Shelly's still there, and there are still elusives on the board. You're not forced to block time for Czechia because you're at 20 HP, so you're very healthy. You're able to not take blocks that you don't need to, and still have the elusive game plan available. You don't attack with Fizz because you obviously want to have an elusive blocker. Or yeah, just attack with everything, I guess.
Yeah, you have the Twin Disciplines, so you can bait out a block here, and then use Twin Disciplines to preserve that, and then you don't have to deal. But the problem is, they're just so low. The good thing for Germany is that this Gravitum, using it on the Fizz could be risky, and if Germany plays their cards right and they bluff a little bit, they could discourage Czechia from going for that play to remove an elusive blocker, right? Their only elusive blocker here. But I still feel like they just took too much damage.
And even from the time it took Czechia to pick the moon weapon, you're already giving Germany a lot of information on possible lines, on, you know, kind of a hint at, hey, maybe we took Gravitum instead of the usual Crescendum. So they have to consider this as well going into this turn. And obviously, with Fizz's targeting ability, where he kind of counters a spell that's used on him, maybe that's the play, because you're gonna need that elusive blocker next turn for sure. Healing back up to 5 though is pretty massive, and killing off the second Nami in this game as well.
Gonna opt to block with the Cutthroat instead. No, I think Wiggly Burblefish makes more sense because you threaten the stat boost from Nami in case they go for a combat trick, right? It may discourage Germany from doing so, but I feel like Germany's in a position where they can't really play around cards anymore. They just gotta do what they're planning on doing. You know, they chose a line of play. They gotta stick to it, and they gotta preserve this blocker. They can't take any more. They can't play any guessing games anymore. They have to play. You know, they have to get that health back. They took too big of a hit. They're on the verge of defeat here, and they have to do everything they can to prevent that. Sparklefly into the Fleet Admiral Shelley. There's no double spell though. Will Czechia top deck a spell here? They do.
Level Trouble, Trinket Trade, but Trinket Trade, what can it really do at this point in the game? Maybe.
Oh man,
Yeah,
double.
no, I mean, there's just too many elusives. Double Shelly. You stop the Namis, but then what can you do to stop the Shellys? The round 2.
Well, I mean, wait. They could prank. If they prank, they prevent the but then they just don't prevent the
They just tie to 5 elusives.
Yeah.
Surrender comes in from Germany. 1-1. Czechia is back in business. They're gonna have a do or die game 3 to have a chance at a rematch versus Greece to decide. Even if they win here, they're not through the top 8. They need to play Greece in a kind of a tiebreaker rematch that might be played off stream, might be played at the end of the day. I'm not entirely sure yet, but it's still a lot to be done here for Czechia. They're playing against one of the best teams in the tournament, and they have to win this next game to survive. And they know this now. They know.
What matters is they got that win. And they also taught us a bit of a lesson as to how that matchup goes. You know, not really super surprised. Zoe Nami just out muscling and bullying the weaker and faster elusive deck. Were able to withstand their early aggression, and then Lee Sin helped quite a bit. Like, again, resetting the buffs on Sparklefly, fighting for control. But when they were kind of forced to take that huge hit earlier, that just sealed the deal, and it was too much damage to ultimately recover from. Czechia is now 1 win away from still being in the game, but like you mentioned, Panda, they have to defeat Greece onwards. So quite the long hill to climb, but it is still possible, and that's all that matters. Czechia has 4 different decks right now. They have aggro, very different styles of play, really. 2 very fast-paced burn decks, 1 mid-range, and 1 late-game control. So they have unpredictability on their side, though, as Germany may finally just opt to go with the Draven Scion.
And if that's the consideration, what is Czechia going to pick here? I mean, it's a very, I think, polarizing spread of matchups that are possible, which for Czechia is not a good thing. They want to have the safest matchup where they can just go all in and risk it for a very polarized matchup and try and win it that way. So much at stake here for this. Even just the deck pick is going to be so crucial here in terms of Czechia trying to find a favorite matchup. Germany obviously is qualified. There's nothing on the line for them. They're just trying to win here, but it is all about Czechia today and in this matchup that we're seeing here.
I mean, Greece, I'm talking about Czechia's like unpredictability, but looking at Germany's lineup, it's pretty much the same. Like you have,
we talked about it. They have a very similar deck, so I'm not surprised that it's the same situation for both teams. And this is,
it's kind of matchup roulette in a way here, because right now it's like
they're hoping it lands on red, and they're hoping they win big because this is their do or die moment, and this is how it comes down to sometimes when you bring the same exact line. It's kind of like a mirror match, well, a mirror lineup kind of also, and it's going to be difficult.
I was gonna say I like Draven Scion, but it's gonna be Fizz on Fizz, and I think it's quite fitting that this is the last matchup in them, because this is the one deck in which these lineups differ. We see Czechia's full-on face burn Fizz, and Germany bringing back that Lee Sin Fizz. I really am a fan of this Lee Sin Fizz deck, so I'm excited to see it in action again. We'll see how it can face off against such a fast-paced build, though. Ultimately, I think we can both agree that it comes down to Eye of the Dragon, a card that I think Germany will be mulliganing pretty aggressively for here.
And you know, Fizz has not been in a situation like this one where he's the deciding champion on both sides in a final game to decide if Czechia makes the top 8 since TF Fizz was a thing. So a bit of a resurgence here. Not the same deck, not the same region combination, but Fizz is back in the meta, not just as a side character, but in this case, kind of as the main deal here. We're gonna see
there it is.
Oh, is it Bandletree instead of aggro?
Bamboozle. This changes.
Is there mini morph in this deck for Czechia?
Wow. Yeah, like mini morph. Also, like there's no interaction from Germany onto Bandletree, for example, either. And there's a lot of implications.
You have a lot of, you know, flock and different group shots even on the loses.
Do you mulligan anything here?
No,
I mean,
I don't think you do.
Maybe the group shot, but that's the only thing. Okay, no spider. Really? Pulling away. I guess you really want that earlier curve, but man, Arachnoid Sentry into flock feels so good. And I'm surprised. Okay, so Germany's also like not. They know what this deck is. Like, we know that they know because they just mulliganed away an Eye of the Dragon, and you would not see that if you were
expecting that. There's the mini morph. Czechia all of a sudden feeling very good about their chances. They seem like they landed on red. They won big because they have the answer to Lee Sin. Of course, this is not an all-in Lee Sin deck, but we're not just talking about the mini morph. We have 2 group shots and a pokey stick. What better way to deal with elusives than having an elusive blocker of your own and 3 ping spells plus a mini morph for Lee Sin later on?
I don't even know if you play Band or Commando here. I think you just ping this thing immediately first.
Yeah, no, of course.
And then you develop the band because you're not a huge rush that way, and you have other pings in hand, so there's no reason to tap out and limit your reactiveness here. Even though I don't know what you would be playing around because I don't know what kind of protection they have for 1 mana, anyways. Well, yeah, they have the purple berry shake thing.
Ooh, that is very true. And if they block here, they can possibly lose a 2-for-1 if they allow this to go through. They don't want the prank to happen though, so. They have to consider it here. They have to go for the group shot and hope that there isn't anything. We see it here. There's no purple berry shake. They won't be punished for this. They deny the prank generation and also the 2 damage. And Thomas, I think, a sigh of relief there.
Yeah. I think that told us that they were indeed thinking about that card
as well. Oh no! So fortunate for Czechia.
There it is. Dodging it.
This Bandle Commando not just serving as an elusive blocker, but also sneaking in that generation of the Alcat for Ionia for this Bandletree while there are no elusives on the board for Germany. So the start of the game, 100% in Czechia's favor, I think.
Agreed. Bandle City, we're going to see Ionia requirement being met, and also the Shurima one with the Bomber Twins as well. Solid hand all across for Czechia, you know, with access to pings, board development, and late game answers as well. An answer to Lee Sin. The only thing that they're lacking is perhaps more elusives, considering this Lee Sin Fizz deck runs a lot of them, right? But besides that, I do definitely agree. It's looking really solid. They even have nice card draw that's going to be enabled very soon. After this Bomber Twin goes down, this Hidden Pathways will go down to 3 mana, and they can start cycling and getting card advantage through their deck. As the prank is enabled for Germany, will they opt to go for it now? We'll see. People, it's always tricky, like when to time the prank. Because it's also a very valuable source of information. We're gonna see Germany holding on to it for now, as it can enable stuff like Lee Sin, Fizz, etc. But a full spell hand here for Germany as they pick up one of their, I would believe, 2 deep meditations. And draw like still so many spells.
And there is a lot of units, the Euro Squire, Twin Disciplines as well. The Inside of Ages can do some interesting things, possibly.
The what you mentioned? Oh, the Inside of Ages. Well, yeah, I mean, naturally you want to wait for turn 10 to play that card, right? Mm-hmm. But otherwise, it's a bit of a chaotic sort of tutor, as you have no idea what to expect from it. The Mayor, though, that's a really, really strong draw for Czechia because they can develop it and they guarantee no matter what they manifest, they can follow it up with a 1-mana Bomber's Twin if it's not immediately removed. And against this deck, without taking Lee Sin into account, your units are generally kind of safe because of the region combination. Unless they have 1 health and they can be poked down For 3 mana, I don't think Czechia has to fear the Mayor going down this round. I mean, Tenor of Terror seems like an excellent choice here.
Yeah, I think you go for the Tenor of Terror. You obviously can't play it this turn, but you're thinking already about your next attack token turn. The Otter Post and the Contrologist make this a bit of an awkward attack, where you're not really able to capitalize on going so wide because there are blockers, the Yordle Squire possibly coming down, and the combat tricks that this deck has on Team Germany's side is going to be able to really make it quite unappealing for Czechia this turn. But moving forward, I think they're going to definitely be able to try and have not just a Bandlewood win condition, but also kind of an aggressive slant to their game plan.
Bomber Twin is also one of those cards that just either gives you a tremendous result or just something completely useless, right? There are pickups like the Frozen Thralls, the Star Spring as well. But then you got stuff like Preservarium, you have the 1-mana landmark to predict, and a lot of really interesting options. It's one of those cards that, because you're not manifesting, you're getting whatever you get. It is one of those roll the dice sort of units, but it can really high roll. As we're gonna see the Yordle Squire go down, gonna generate the spear to push for more damage potentially, as I believe Czechia will develop the Bomber Twins here. Yeah, and they get the Preservarium. Not bad.
Not bad at all. It's one of the better pulls to get, like we were just mentioning. You get some extra card draw. This game might go long because the elusive win condition maybe not going to be as viable when you have things like Pokestick, when you have things like the Battle Commando, and the least in the win condition also not with many morphin hands. So this might come down to when is the battle tree drawn, how many units are played until it's activated, and having card draw is going to help with that game plan for Czechia.
I think we can definitely expect Tenor of Terror to be developed here by Czechia. Allow them to spread out and start threatening Germany with some offense, as they also force some blocks and arguably buy some time through their own attacks and offensive pressure to build up for that Bandle Tree late game win condition here.
I hope, Bongo, you're keeping track of the units, the regions played. I'm going to ask you later.
I am. Right. I gotcha.
This is going to be who wants to be a millionaire all over again in a few turns.
Mom Spaghetti, I got this.
Just making sure. There's the Lee Sin. There's the 2 Lee Sins.
It's Bandle City, Ionia, Shurima, and Shadow House.
Well, I didn't ask yet because now it's obviously very easy. But once things get heated, once Lee Sin comes down, he distracts you with his, his physique and his kicks. Then you might not be on top of things. So I'm gonna wait for the right moment, Mogwai. I'm gonna catch you off guard. Even if I warn you, 3 minutes from now.
To be fair, his physique is very distracting.
Oh, I know, Mogwai. It's it's what I aim for. This year I'm gonna be going to some people go into One Punch Man training program. I'm going to the Lee Sin training program. My eyes will stay intact, but the rest of
ask if you're going to blindfold yourself.
No, I'm not gonna take it that serious,
that means you got to do some Muay Thai, right?
We're gonna rumble next time we see each other. Right. Don't worry.
Nice. 4 mana. No. Actually, the 2 mana Pokestick. I thought for a second, they're playing the 4 mana one. No, but they drew into another one right here. This is actually a pretty neat clear. Just Czechia going full on aggressive. I love this.
At the very least, it'll ask for a response. We have the Purple Berry Shake possibly onto the Yordle Squire. We have the possible Twin Disciplines as well if you want to keep these blockers alive, or you can just go for Otterpuss, Trick or Treat Otterpuss, and then have the Prank and Select Chump blocker there as well. But there aren't many 1 health units, so I think maybe you want to keep these 2 health units alive, and it might be the case here. Purple Berry Shake, obviously great value onto the Yordle Squire, and that might be it, or it might be a Twin Disciplines as well. We'll have to find out in just a bit. Because there haven't been much elusives from Germany's side, I think Czechia is kind of switching the gears and saying, all right, no elusives, we're fine to waste our pings a little bit and just try and go aggressive instead.
This is a really hard call to make. You need the defense here, but missing out on this Twin Disciplines slows down the Lee Sin considerably. But you got to do what you got to do, man. There's another group shot. Oh, baby. Oh, that is such a clean draw. Yeah, you get this out of the way. Oh, my Lord. That is amazing for Czechia. Absolutely amazing for Czechia.
Purple Berry Shake not looking like such a hot card, Mogwai. Can't even save a Yordle Squire. I don't know. I think you hyped it up a little bit too much.
I cry every time.
There's a full swing, or
Seriously, the card's
almost full
amazing,
swing.
though. The card's amazing in this deck. Like
makes-
it does so much. Like there's so many cool things you can do with it. Like it makes your octopuses like actually if they become threats. It can be used onto Dragonling to get a little bit more health gain, and it's a very neat card. But right there, man, like I don't know. Like I don't know what you can do against back-to-back group shot there. They're all ganking up on that poor Yordle Squire. Czechia making use of this tremendous spread out board state right here. Gonna even attack with the Mayor just to assert dominance and be like, hey, we want to push as much damage as humanly possible right here. Double impact. Mayor goes down, takes one for the team, allows the duet here to go through with the impact and dropping down Germany to 8. All of a sudden, Czechia is looking for the kill.
There's the flock. There's the Owlcat. You can generate a bit more. You can play out the Owlcat, the flock, and the Pokey Stick if you so choose to on this turn to try and go for another big swing next turn.
See what they go for here. Because
And
Lee Sin may be a little bit too like it's kind of the only play they can go for, but it's quite low tempo here.
Yeah, I think they can't go the Prelice in here. I mean, it would just... You're not really solving the problem of how wide the board is here for Czechia.
And they got many more.
And you would need spells to back it up. You don't have one spell you can play out with the Trinket Trade or the Sphere, and you have many more, of course. But if there's a path...
What do you do, though? Like,
yeah.
What's your other option? Like, Greenglade Duo doesn't seem to be helping much at all, you know? Offensively, she's great, but defensively, I don't know. You can trade into the Bats of Burden, but that's pretty much all she's gonna do. They have Trinket Trade. They can develop some chump blockers, but they're gonna go Lee Sin. I mean, I just don't think there's another play.
Lee Sin comes down. The good thing is that the Minimorph here is kind of mana inefficient at this point in time, where you're trying to go so
you can just
fast.
block it, honestly. Because if they go for a spell to challenge, they won't be able to generate the barrier, and unless it trades, I mean, even if it trades into the Band of Commando, it will be able to be picked up for 1 mana here.
Yeah.
With Ravenous Flock. I mean, Czechia has had some amazing draws into their pings, and just when they need them, they keep drawing them. They're able to play so efficiently. For so little mana, they're able to generate so much value.
If there was a different board state and you were playing for Bandlewood, you would have many more for the Lee.
Exactly.
But because you're playing for this aggro game plan, because you're capitalizing on this unit advantage you have right now, you can't just give... It's essentially giving them a 3-3 this turn, because you're both playing essentially 6 mana, and they have an extra 3-3 compared to the board state when it started. So, yeah, I think this is a fine consideration here. No mana now to work with for Team Germany, so there's no chance for any kind of, outplay here. You have the flock onto Lee Sin. You kill him instead of a 6 mana, leave a 3-3, 2 mana, delete Lee Sin. Works out there. You lose the Bats of Burden in the process, though. Or the Tenor of Terror, rather.
Huge for Czechia, going for the 4-mana Pokestick, clearing up the entire path. As we see right there, Belgium taking the lead over Poland on the other matchup that's not being broadcast here. And here we have an open attack as they try to go for the win. They got lethal. What do you do
if you're Germany? I mean,
you got to I think Inside of Ages into a Hail Mary
or Trinket Trade possibly as well.
Yeah, I think you cannot go for demeditation because your spells don't help out in this sort of situation. You have to
10
generate
damage
stuff.
Being threatened on the board right now with the impact and the 9 damage coming in from the units. Can Germany do anything to stop this, or is Czechia going to guarantee themselves a chance for top 8 with a rematch versus Greece?
Trinket Trade goes first. They pick up the Groove Shot immediately, but
they can't do anything. You have the spell shield on the
There's the Flurry of Fist. That's it. Czechia takes it, ladies and gentlemen.
The Groove Shot comes in. The spell shield stops this, and Czechia gives themselves a chance to make it into top 8, but they're not in yet. Czechia and Greece both gonna have to fight for that top 8 spot.
The plot thickens.
I'm gonna wait for some confirmation, but I'm 95% sure. I think I did this math before the tournament started.
Wait, explain to me like 95. I've always
I'm giving myself some room for some breathing room.
Why not 94.25?
Maybe my brain cells melted together when I was calculating, and something went wrong in the calculations. I'm pretty sure my brain is still working. I've gone, it's been a while now in the cast.
I'll let you go.
And it seems to be functioning, but right now, Germany or Czechia.
We have a confirmation. It will be a best of 3 rematch, and the winner between Greece and Czechia, which will happen at the end of the day, will make it to the top 8. Czechia is still alive in the dream to pursue that top 8 status. And it's going to be really, really clutch. And it's going to be amazing that they have to fight it out against, honestly, a country that we kind of disregarded at the beginning because they had a really rough start. I believe they went 0-2, and we were just thinking, yeah, they may just be out of it. But after that loss to Germany early on, Czechia, like you mentioned, had this really rough streak, getting 3 losses back to back. But now they get their revenge against one of the teams that took them down, and they are very much in contention. So it's going to be really exciting to see which one of these two make it. The really infamous and honestly beloved team from Czechia that the community is very, well aware of, or the newcomers in Greece, a country like Serbia that has qualified for the very first time to Europe Masters this time around. So yeah, very exciting stuff.
I was telling you, Maga, when we were going over the Group D, when Serbia lost, I referenced Greece's player interview this week because I talked to Lunimus and I talked about his mindset. And going into this week, they were 1-3. They had to win 2 times to even force his tiebreaker. And he was saying, I'm happy enough that we've been made this far. I'm happy enough for the experience we've gotten. But I knew that he also knew he had confidence in himself, and he said, but maybe we can make it. But still, even this result is already a good thing. But look at them now in the tiebreaker versus one of the favorites to win this entire tournament, Czechia, to see who makes top 8. So overall, very exciting turn of events here. We'll have even more excitement possibly with this Group A later on in the day, but that will be it for right now. We're going to take a very short break and come back with the Group C matches.
Aaron was what my dad used to call me when I was young, and I just went with it. And Aaron is such an awesome name that Aaron 1 was taken, Aaron 2 was also taken, so I went with 2398. The team dynamic has been great. I think we play much better as a team than individually. And outside of the games, I think the scrimming and lineup testing we do has been really interesting. I was pleasantly surprised because if you look at the group, I think Poland is the strongest region in the game, in my opinion. And also Belgium is filled of really great players. So they didn't have that high of an expectation going into it, but it turned out really great. As far as like the 4 to 5 core decks in each lineup, they were as we expected, but then we have very unique choices from some teams, like Leona J4, and I think Romania has double Draven Caitlyn, and Italy brought Sejuani, and all these decks are really out of the blue. Okay, we thought about a lineup at the start, and we decided on 6 really good decks that we wanted to include at least 4 to 5 of them. And then for the 7th deck we decided that a GP deck would be best, and of course it's risky to have a double GPS. The opponents can ban it and they get 2 bans, but we decided that we're fine either way. If they don't ban it, we get 2 really good decks. And if they do ban it, they're really limited in bans, and we can plan around that.
The story of my game is very simple. When I play League, I tilt too much, and my friends start calling me for keep me safe when I game. I like too much this name, and from that I never change it. I think my team only one problem on late game to control deck. I told King to Broken Ball to give me more space to manage the match. I think we see the difference on the return match against Belgium. If we continue like this, we will pass for sure on the next turn. I think we have good chance of going through to the stage to move forward in this tournament. It's very difficult, yes, for enemy, but we think we have good chance for go forward. I think we expect I think we expect for some small doubts. We read the meta very well, I think. We end up accordingly on as we expected. Just the meta is coordinated on very strong damage deck, or Namizoe, or GP, TF. We think we have good read on the meta. We continue on this road. I don't think we will take too many risks for the next week. Kate Senna, we create me and Broken Ball in only one night for counter the master deck. I'm not sure we can risk it much, but my deck we out. We can see something on the last day for my Sivir.
Welcome back, folks, to the Legends of Runeterra Europe Masters Chronicles of Bandlewood Tournament. I am Mogwai, joined by Panda. There we go with the intro. You thought I wasn't going to do it today.
You know,
as we are going to showcase Group B.
I'm remembering already that I wasn't able to test you on the battle tree because we never saw it played. So I'm just, keeping track on the last game. So
I actually was keeping track of it, by the way.
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were.
I was. There was no time for Lee Sin to show off his physique, unfortunately. He got flocked really early on. But yeah, that was a crazy turn of events, as now Czechia is still into it, and they're gonna have to face off against Greece. But now we're gonna move on to Group B, like I mentioned, and we're gonna showcase a very nice matchup here between Sweden and Italy. Sweden has been the dominant country within Group B, which is honestly not what we expected. They were qualified into Europe Masters in Shurima, but they didn't really have too strong of a performance. This time around, they've changed things up, man, and they are putting in the work with a 4-1 record, mirroring Germany and Russia in taking the lead in the entire round robin throughout all groups. So they're doing really well, but Italy has also been putting in the work. I believe right now they are 3-2, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, so it's gonna come down to essentially, you told me that Italy has to win in order to qualify to top 8. And the other matchup will dictate, I mean, you can go into details with this since you're the one who went over all the crazy tie breaks.
So comparing to Group D, that I had like a book written on the different, things that could happen. In this case, it's a very short, children's story. If Italy wins, we're through. If Italy loses and Belgium wins, Belgium is through. The end. That's it. Okay. You can read it as a bedtime story to a 2-year-old and it'll be fine still. So that's an option. This is a very simple case for this group, at least. The only simple case we have today, because Group C also has a few loops. But this Group B is much more simple. Poland is obviously completely out of it since, a long time ago. And Sweden is very much already qualified alongside Germany and Russia as kind of the countries coming into today, knowing they were 100% already in top 8. But Italy has to win today, despite them being kind of a full win ahead of Belgium right now. The way tiebreakers work, the way the game wins work, if Italy loses and Belgium wins, doesn't matter what the results are, Belgium is through.
We have the lineup: Sweden being represented by I'm So Humble, Aaron, and Pyrox as they face off against Italy, a pretty much regular at Europe Masters. But this time the lineup is quite different from before. We've seen a lot of Meliodor in the past. We've also seen a lot of Bulat as well, but now it's Broken Ball, Stai Positivo, and Doc Mick representing Italy, and they're having a pretty solid run this time. You know, going 3-2, one win away from making it to top 8. It would be the second time they would be able to qualify to the top 8 in Europe Masters, as they've been putting a good run. But man, Sweden has just been on a tear in a group in which I felt like Poland and Belgium were going to be at the top.
Yeah.
And it's just, nothing is what it seems with these competitions. A lot of times it's because of how equally, you know, matched a lot of these lineups are, right? These are very, very strong players, and being in a team of 3 allows you to make even less misplays, and it leads to situations like this. But it's all about Sweden versus Italy, as we're going to be heading on to the versus screen and taking a look at the lineups they brought. So right off the bat, we see Timo Darius.
Right off the bat, I see Riven, Vi, and
Bird,
Jarvan,
baby, bird. Bird, baby, bird. Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, you were looking at the wrong lineup, Mogwai.
Whoa!
I was waiting to see how long it took you.
I love this. Oh my God.
Riven Vi is in the lineup for Italy in their do or die matchup against Sweden. They decide.
And Shen Jarvan, baby. I love Shen Jarvan.
And Riven Vi. The rest of the decks are the 5 kind of classic pillars of this entire format for EU Masters, with Zoe Nami, Pink City, Ziggs Poppy Burn, Akshan Sivir, and Draven Sion. But the other 2 decks are 2 real wild cards that we did not expect, especially on the Riven Vi. I know Lobster played a version of this, going off of the version that I played with Fizz Vi earlier on, where Vi is actually a very interesting win condition, with things like Ambush, with, you know, we'll see what cards and what kind of archetype they're running with Italy, but I'm going to guess it's going to be pretty similar to what Lobster played a lot on Ladder last week.
Sweden with a full-on aggro lineup, but they didn't really cue into what I would believe would be like their ideal matchup scenario here, as they're running into like a lot of mid-range decks that could potentially weather the early storm and then come back and dominate the board through, you know, bigger and just better units. So them going with the Draven Sion ban leads me to believe that they're just gonna try to take out the best mid-range decks and try their best against everything else. Like, Italy's lineup is actually really solid looking here, as Italy takes out Zoe Nami, you know, not really fearing the Noxus variants here, and targeting arguably the strongest deck. Jarvan takes the hit. I cry every time. It makes sense though. You have access to Spirit's Refuge, and it can be a really, really tough. You can also even tech in stuff like Tasty Faithful, like we've seen, you know, before today. From I believe this was from Serbia. Yes, they were playing Tasty Faithfolk and Fiora Shen. So it's the deck that can have more anti-aggro tools. So it makes sense from Sweden to take it. It makes me very sad, but the Riven Vi dream stays alive, at least.
And this is, you know, Sweden bringing this lineup where they know they're already guaranteed to be through. Even maybe as first of the group, I think it could just be them getting the practicing with an aggro line they might not be used to. Going to quarterfinals, depending on the country you're facing, they might have you know, going over the 6th stage, you can really go into the stats and see what kind of decks they bring, and you might have to kit your lineup to them as well. So Sweden bringing the classic Pirates. Can't be Pink City. You have Noxus there as well with Bilgewater. So, and this is a deck that I'm so humble. He said it in his winter interview his winter script leaked. His player interview when the event first started, and I interviewed him. He said it. I saw Aaron at 550 LP. I was in Plat 4. I knew I had to make it with Sweden, so I played Pirates, and I played it all the way into Masters and beyond. So this is someone that might be a comfort pick, and it's someone that has been piling this deck a lot, not just in general, but this exact season. So he knows a lot of different matchups and all the ins and outs of this pirate list.
It is the old school versus the new, the Noxus variant of Pirates versus the Bandle City variant. Both of them actually quite similar, but you could argue that the Bandle City, Pink City version is more dependent on units, impact, and you know, clever sequencing, because the Pirate one is more straightforward, especially towards the late game with their burn. They have access to Decimate, while Pink City has to play cards like Double Up, which offer more counter play. But cards like Stone Stackers will put in a lot of good work, I feel, in this specific matchup, as they are pretty much immune to Misfortune's pings, Make It Rain, etc., and can offer some awkward trades, even though stuff like Legion Grenadier can come in and trade with them effectively. So we're going to see how these curve out, but it is going to be a very fast-paced, very aggressive matchup here.
And I just have
see which one
to
prevails.
just comparing 1-to-1. I mean, it seems like Pink City is just the power crept version of Pirates. Like there's things like Lecturing Yordle, there's Stone Stackers. Like there's incomparable to maybe even having to run an Iron Ballista. You know, kind of a very vanilla 4-3 overwhelm in the list in Pirates, because once you get past 34, 35 cards, there's a drop off in quality in terms of what cards you can run, what units you can run. And I don't think it's the same for Pink City. It's quite the opposite almost. Like you have too many good cards to run in some cases. So we'll see how Pirate aggro does, but definitely having 4 1-drops is an aggressive start to the game, that's for sure.
Yep, but there's also a Make It Rain in Italy's hand and an Inventive Chemist as well. Also, I would argue that Twisted Fate has a much bigger impact in this sort of matchup than Misfortune does. Twisted Fate's red card, alongside some potential Keg support, if it were to exist, could just lead to really good things. We're going to see a very aggressive mulligan here from Italy. Italy recognizing that they need to have as low as a curve as possible to match up the there's like just so many 1-drops here. 1-drop into 1-drop into 1-drop seems like Sweden's opening as Inventive Chemist comes down. And because Sweden's attack token will be next round, I don't think playing something like the Legion Rearguard makes sense here. They could ultimately just drop the Ravenous Butcher to trade evenly into Inventive Chemist, but it feels a little bit bad because you could be enabling the Plunder later and having it as a 3/3, which could go a long way. So just this 1-drop alone from Sweden is not really that. It's not an easy call. They're gonna opt to go with a Crackshot Corsair actually, and I think this is a good trade.
Trades right away with the Inventive Chemist. You can consider the implications of Misfortune killing this later on and not blocking, but because you're not attacking on 3, I don't think it makes any kind of sense for Sweden. They just want to go for the clean trade there, and the bomb is left over. That's, you know, kind of the small advantage for Italy going into that turn 1. But right away, turn 2, you're going to have the double 1-drop possibility with the Crackshot Corsair and the Rearguard here as well.
But we see there's an argument for them just attacking with this Legion Rearguard and dropping the Butcher. But they're gonna go with the Corsair. All right, that makes sense. But there was an argument, like having a beefy 3/3 for 1 mana, like allows you to potentially overwhelm your opponent. We're gonna see a Make It Rain. Back-to-back Make It Rains will allow them to clear this board, but they will not be able to prevent this 5 damage incoming from Sweden.
And of course, you're considering the fact that you're still getting the pings on the Nexus, so you're going to be able to start leveling up GP with the Make It Rains as well, which is kind of a small upside. Other than that, it would feel obviously very bad to have to commit your mana on 2 turns just to killing off these units. But here it is again, another Make It Rain. Sweden has to be happy. Despite what the implications are for the late game, this is still a very mana inefficient way to deal with these units, obviously.
Well, it is 4 mana for 2 1-drops, so I'm inclined to agree. But at the same time, they are developing that they're progressing the level up for gameplay, right? Like effectively without having drawn too many units. This bomb going off on turn 4. This is why Inventive Chemist is so good if you have the attack token on turn 1. You play it on turn 1 and you get that turn 4 ping on a turn in which you don't have the attack tokens, and you don't have to resort to spells, and you can actually just focus this round on potentially developing the Lecturing Yordle and pinging something.
Or the double up. If there's an open attack and you want to, feel a little bit risky, there might be a Fervor Response, of course, for 4 mana, or for 3 mana, but 4 mana is still available for Sweden. But it would be a big counter, and it would really just stabilize the board and swing things back in your favor with something like Lecturing Yordle to take over next turn on attack. So we will see what the decision is here for Italy. It would be very risky, but there would be a huge reward if you're able to pull it off.
I think they're respecting that. They are indeed respecting that double up. They have to bluff that, because as long as they open attack with it, I don't think Italy will go for it. Maybe I'm wrong, but
if these rolls were switched around and Italy was the one that was already qualified, they would maybe take more risk. But Italy is on the on the line here. I think they can't take that big of a risk. They have to go for something like this instead. Maybe the Pokey Stick and the Make It Rain instead. You're gonna get yet another ping on the Nexus, so slowly leveling up GP.
Well, you already did that with the bomb though.
Yeah, that is true as well. The Grenadier does end up dying, and only the the one Jagged Butcher remains, which you can kill off with the Poison Dart from the Lecturing Yordle next turn and then force a Misfortune block.
Yeah, like all of a sudden, like Sweden has pushed a lot of damage, but they are running out of gas here. And Italy could be looking to stabilize and start pushing themselves. Naturally, getting them down to 12, though, a lot of times it feels like, you know, the Pirate aggro deck is out of... There's their own double up. Ooh. But Italy does not develop the Crackshot Corsair. Were they actually taking that into account? Maybe they want to have access to double pings here, potentially.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to waste any of the value. They know that, again, we've talked about it throughout this entire tournament. When you're playing aggro versus aggro, it does end up becoming a much more nuanced kind of board control game plan where value matters a lot. Sometimes you can just rush it down and whoever wins that race just wins, but sometimes you run out of resources. You're both able to just trade 1 for 1. You're not able to burn down efficiently if you don't find the right cards. If you get too many 1-drops, you run out of power like we're seeing here with Sweden. And it might be the case that they're trying to get the maximum value from all their plays, like Lecturing Yordle.
For the glory of Noxus.
And Sweden very smartly knows that Jagged Butcher is going to die. They just kill it before the Poison Dart can activate it. And now 3 health for both of these units means that there isn't really a great Poison Dart target, and you might just go face instead.
Definitely very, very good play here. They could also try to enable a double up for next round. Now that they don't have to worry about double up themselves, they can attack with this Lecturing Yordle, see if they force out a trade, and then they can go for one of the Poison Darts onto Misfortune and open her up for a double up kill. But the moment they leave themselves wide open for that, the double up from Sweden will just come back with a vengeance and will put them very low.
And Sweden doesn't even take the block there, allows Italy to get kind of back into the race with that hit on the Nexus with the 3 attack from the Lecturing Yordle. And now Italy has to consider, do I want to set up the double up? Will there be an open attack next turn? I mean, it's quite likely from the way that the development has happened from Sweden's side. Double passes, doesn't play the Poison Darts at all, and forces some mana to be burnt on Sweden's side.
Because they didn't spend that mana, they get rewarded as they draw into another 2-drop. So now they have enough. By not going for those Poison Darts, they have the ability to develop the Stone Stackers potentially, and also go for the double up as well. They're going to lead off with a double up effective immediately because they don't have to worry about Noxian Fervor themselves. That's one of the perks of playing Noxus over Bandle City. Interaction, like from the card that we've been talking about on Pink City's side all this time. If it's being played by the OG Pirate aggro, it actually has a really good matchup here. And they're able to bring them down to 6. An attack from Misfortune will drop them down to 5. All of a sudden, they are in the red. Back-to-back Make It Rains in hand can leave them wide open to a potential Noxian Fervor and or Decimate top deck lethal here. Do Re Mi Fa Sol I Kill You goes down for Italy as they're going to go with an attack here. Just with the Demolitionist, keeping that Misfortune in the back, it seems. You don't really have a good attack with this Misfortune unless you go crazy with the Make It Rains, like, because but even then, like, this Lecturing Yordle just easily blocks into you.
It sponges too much of the damage. You're depending on the Make It Rains, both of them hitting, maybe the Lecturing Yordle, for example, to get a clean kill, or at least one of them. So it's kind of, you're putting a lot of RNG into that basket. You have the mana for it.
They have to go for it though. I think they definitely have to go for it. They have to attack with this, and they have to hope for these Make It, like, they need both of these Make It Rains to hit the Lecturing Yordle though, and that's easier said than done. But the reality is, as long as they connect onto the Nexus with one of these Make It Rains, all of a sudden Decimate is a win. Decimate top deck is a win.
And we'll see what the consideration is here for Italy. It seems like they're going to block with the Bass of Burden here.
Yeah, the base burden, it's one Make It Rain away, ping away from just losing its ability to deal any damage, and would be pretty good. Like, this block is actually pretty good for Sweden. Like, it's pretty ideal. This is not what they want to see, because this forces double Make It Rain.
And it's just one more unit surviving, so you have less chances of hitting the Nexus as well. If the Bass of Burden would have defended, then obviously it's one less unit, and you have a guaranteed chance of hitting the Nexus, at least until the Mariah Warden is played, or the Stone Stackers, even, to deny all the Make It Rain value.
I think you have to go for double Make It Rain now. I think the more you wait onto it, the less likely it's going to be hitting the things that you need it to hit. Yep, it has to be now or never.
To make it rain committed. One of them hits Nexus. It
Okay,
looks like
one of them,
two of them are hitting the Bass
The
Burden
Yordle?
and will be dying. The Yordle takes only one hit, I believe.
Only one, right? There was like a lot of arrows going down. Yeah, only one. Base of Burden goes down, but the Lecturing Yordle barely survives. But the damage has gone through. Now Sweden, they gotta pray. They gotta pray for that sweet Decimate top deck, which aggro always tends to find, but not here, ladies and gentlemen. Not
Italy
now.
is turning the corner. If this rearguard is played, you have full information to play out the Pokey Stick and double up onto Misfortune, kill her, and possibly get lethal, depending on if she blocks or not. I think she does have to block here, though.
Yeah, I agree.
So there's no consideration. You obviously don't want to have any chance of that double up being denied while also allowing your opponent to fervor, so you can't play it proactively. You have to wait for the last card to come out of hand. But this is a big swing. This is what we talked about. If you're not able to end the game on that, crucial where you've been kind of playing very inefficiently in terms of the board at a certain point in time for Sweden, if you're not able to pass that, final hump, you're in trouble because all of a sudden this very big board from Italy comes down. Stone Stackers comes down instead.
I love this, just spreading out.
There's no
Like
reason
right now, yeah, like right now you're looking at 3, 5, 6, 8, 9 damage, 1 ping, potentially 2 pings here, setting up even more mushrooms, and essentially forcing them to just top deck a Decimate or lose.
That's a whole lot of damage. The Poison Dart is threatened in. The rear guard cannot be played, obviously, with the double up.
They should poke. They should poke here first. I think they should poke first, but maybe not.
I mean, the Poison Dart is fleeting, so I think there's a consideration. This rear guard...
Yeah, they're going to try to fish for lethal here now that they only have 1 card in hand, but they're going to let that go through. Double Pokey Stick, ladies and gentlemen. And just not enough damage. This Zap could pick up a Noxian Fervor, but there's a double up lineup. There's just no way for Sweden to get the win here. It's going to be game 1 for Italy as Pink City prevails. The new school defeats the old. And Italy's going to take the lead.
I mean, is there a chance that Italy thinks they have double Fervor in hand? Yeah,
well, even if they have double fervor, it doesn't matter. Like they just like the moment they see 1 fervor, they react with double Pokey Stick and they win.
Yeah,
like this is just like there's just no there's no way out of it. There's actually no way out of it.
That's gonna be it. Italy wins their game 1. They're that much closer, 1 game away from securing their top 8 status. Belgium, despite them winning that game 1 in their series, despite them possibly being 2-0 up, they depend on Italy's results. If Italy wins, Belgium, no matter what they do today, it does not matter. They're currently 1 game down going into today. They have a 2-3 score, and Italy has a 3-2 score. So Italy depends on themselves. That's the best position to be in, of course. I mean, other than already qualified. But in this case, they can't complain. Going into a day like this, Broken Ball was very nervous when I talked to him. And they're 1-0 up. They're 1 game away from making it to top 8.
I'm telling you, like, Italy's lineup works really well into this. Like, they have a lot of good mid-range options. I would argue Akshan Sivir is a very solid option here. There's no healing, but it's a deck that has 6 1-drops and can curve out very nicely and just trade and outvalue a lot of these decks and ultimately win the race by slowing things down a little bit and getting the proper trades and everything. It's a very solid option to pick. You can just go with Zoe Nami as well if you believe in the heart of Sparklefly, but I feel like that's an option that's a bit more risky. It's a bit more draw dependent. And I don't know if I would feel comfortable just bringing Poppy Ziggs and then turning it into like an aggro, mirror fiesta here. And I'm not sure what that Ribbon Vi is packing that could be good into this specific type of lineup right here. So my money is on Akshan Sivir being brought here by Italy. I think it's just a good pick, and you got to win 1 game with it back to back against aggro. It does well against all of these decks. So that's what I would expect. We'll see.
Ribbon Vi is a very interesting combination. It's kind of like an OTK type deck, so I think it might be faster than aggro in terms of aggro usually doesn't have much interaction against these kind of strategies. So you can just get there on turn 5, set up your entire thing, ignore kind of the aggro game plan. You have most, I assume, probably the reforge kind of lower stated units that you can just trade in the first few turns, and just have the big combo go off with Vi on turn 5 or turn 6. So it's a possibility, but maybe a bit of a riskier one. I'm surprised this deck is even in this lineup on an occasion like this one where Italy had to win to make it. So they took, I don't know, maybe they tested the deck out and it had very good matchups in matchups they expected to be seeing. But overall, definitely I think it's a risky strategy. Maybe taking a page from Alan's book and just bringing a wacky deck to maybe take a ban or something. But
to throw him off.
Not quite the same level though.
To be fair, like I feel like it's a sort of deck like, whoa, okay,
not going.
Here we go. Nah, I was gonna say like it would have had a better, you know, it could have had like a better matchup here, but I guess I'm wrong. Italy knows something I don't. All right.
I wanted to see the deck so badly. I cast or cursed it knowing that we would get the opposite. So Riven Vi is locked in for Italy. The master plan works out here, and we will get to see yet another unique deck in this tournament. If you guys saw Sergi's interview before Spain's game, he said, you know, most of the time when you innovate, you're taking a bigger risk than you're getting a reward. We will see if Italy will have to, you know, eat these words from Sergi and really get. I mean, this is a game where they have to, or a series they have to win to advance. If they don't, they might not make it to top 8, and they're playing Riven Vi in the deciding match. So props to them. But I don't want to be the one that whoever decides to bring this deck up to the 3 players. I don't want to know what that guy's up to after this series if they lose, because it's not going to be pretty.
I think, you know, at least this tells you that Italy is here to win. Like, they're not here to try to play it safe. They are, you know, they ain't cowards, that's for sure. So let's see how this plays out right here. I mean, it's looking like a solid opening, like access to both champions immediately. Vi is one of the few 5-mana champions that you pretty much 100% want in your opening hand, no matter what, because of her ability. And Zana Yurkin could lead to some good momentum, but there's no discard fodder as of right now here.
So Mogwai, what would you do if your teammate...
Now there is.
Your teammate on your team the night before the last day of the tournament calls you at 11:30 p.m. and says, yo, Riven Vi tomorrow, all right? How would you react? Because that had to have happened. One of these Italian players must have had this idea and proposed it to the rest of their team.
I would look at him. I would look him in the eyes and just tell him, go to bed.
Mogwai, that's why you're a caster, not a player. You don't risk enough. These Italian players, they do what needs to be done.
Wait, what? I have to interrupt you there. We just saw something that people may be thrown off by, but it's important to clarify this. You can play Zonite without discarding. Like, that's what we saw right there. You can.
That's not a bug. It's a feature that was included in the game.
Yep.
Control just comes down now. You have a choice for the Culling Strike onto the Ballistic Bot. Kind of hot. Not a great trade in terms of mana. You're obviously trading 2 for 3, but still a possibility here. The rest of the options, not
Trixie.
really.
Trixie. I mean, Trixie Tentacles is something you can potentially afford, but I think you got to go with the Culling Strike there, even though it's not the kind of card that you want to see in such a fast-paced deck like this one. Back-to-back Fallen Reckoner. Sorry, Minotaur. No, Ruin Reckoner. I'm confusing it with the Fallen Reckoner. Ruin Reckoner, which is a 4-mana 4/3 that will create a 0-mana fleeting spell that allows a specific unit to go for a free attack. It's part of the combo that we were talking about earlier. For those of you who do not know, this deck is... Oh, wait. I'm going to stop saying what I have to say because we got some very important information right there.
Belgium wins 2-1. Italy has to win this series, not just in this game. They can lose this game still and be fine, but they have to win this series to advance the top 8. Belgium has done their homework. They've done what they had to do, which is win today, and now they depend on Italy to lose. If they just tuned into the stream, they're maybe kind of happy because they're seeing Riven Vi being played on game 2. But
that's a bit rough.
They now do not depend on themselves. It's all about Italy having to lose for Belgium to make it through. Players like Ultraman or Shucky obviously hoping for that to occur, whereas Italy has to try and fight for their spot.
Can you tell me what fragment that is? I believe, okay, I think that's the quick attack one.
I agree with you. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think that was my guess as well.
Yeah,
Usually-
I'm pretty sure it's the quick attack one.
Usually, I know the answer to the
I
questions.
recognize the +2 one. It's like longer. I just don't recall what the overwhelm one looks like, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that gives quick attack. And right now we see Italy still having not spent any mana, going with a pass early on there as Sweden responds with an inventive chemist development. Because due to the nature of Sweden's deck, they kind of are forced to curve out, right? Make use of their mana and try to out-tempo the opponent. So that Italy recognizes this and is able to play a little bit more patiently and reactively to what they are doing. They're thinking about developing that ignition right there, but instead they opt to go with the Ruined Reckoner, arguably just to get some more unit presence on the board, essentially.
Yeah.
Not
Maybe
really
just
gonna make too much of that.
a Ziggs blocker possibly as well. For those viewers at home, we haven't really gone over the game plan for what is a very unique deck in Riven Vi. Kind of the game plan here is you have both Vi and Riven at scale. They get attack buffs very easily, both with Riven's just entire game plan, the Reforge package, and Vi, due to her ability being in hand, you get the plus attack until 10 attack. Then you're trying to go for, I'm going to assume there are going to be ambushes, which is why Ballistic Bot is also a unit that gets attacked very easily, but usually that attack is worthless because he only has 3 health and has no other keywords other than Augment. But when you're able to bypass those restrictions and you're able to utilize that very high attack stat with things like Overwhelm or Elusive, if a card like Ambush is included in this deck, you're able to get a big, maybe an OTK turn like Lee Sin, for example. But there's the kill on the Riven with the Cooling Strike that was manifested from the Conchologist. So pretty bad turn of events there for Team Italy.
Fortunately for them, they do have another Riven in hand, so they can still continue reforging and working for the level up and also for the win condition. By the way, I've received confirmation that it is the Overwhelm fragment, actually. So we were both wrong, Panda, both of us. As
I
trust
the Ruin.
We're gonna see the Ruined Reckoner being just going for a free attack here, utilizing the spell. Because of the current state of the board, this forces Sweden to either say, I'm gonna use my 2 low-cost units here to trade into it, which would be really good for Italy, or I'm just gonna be forced to block with Ziggs because I can't really afford to take 8 damage from this 4-drop. So very nice use of the Ruined Reckoner here. Just going to show that it is actually more flexible than it would seem as a 4-drop and can be played on curve in certain matchups, as Ballistic Bot goes down here with that 2-3, that nice 2-3 stat line now, is able to pass through these 2 little Yordos who are just not beefy enough to take it on and get 2 damage onto Sweden. And Sweden draws into another Pokey Stick, and Italy picks up that Blade Squire, which is a very neat draw here, if you ask me. You could go with a Blade Squire into Ignition and even a Riven setup this round if you want.
The biggest thing now here is obviously that, you have to, I think, utilize the Vi as your main unit to try and get this win condition going, because everything else, there's going to be fervors, there's going to be wasted, there's some sort of interaction, and if you go kind of this all-in strategy, you have to make sure there isn't really a way for it to be denied, or else it's very polarizing, the result. You either win the game or you get shut down and you're done. You're building all your cards up to that moment, and if it gets shut down, then you just lose the game outright. So I think Vi with the toughness is going to be very important at making sure that you can deny a lot of damage coming from fervors and Pokesticks, and there aren't really any just straight up kill spells like Scorched Earth, for example, in an aggro list.
Italy now debating whether to go for the Vi or whether to spread out with the Blade Squire and potentially Riven. I like the second line of play more personally, because getting the Blade Squire in, this is a pretty ideal scenario to get that unit in. I mean, you have to worry about the Poke Stick naturally, but it is a very cheap way to get those fragments rolling, and Riven is a really solid blocker here. But instead, we're gonna see the Vi go down. Vi is clearly invulnerable to the Poke Stick, and we'll be able to trade with pretty much anything without taking any damage back. I mean, we'll take 1 damage, but we'll be pretty resilient afterwards. As we're gonna see the Imperial Dominations go down, I'm gonna ping this Conchologist to get 2 damage, drop Italy down to 14, and we may just see a full-on spread out attack here by Sweden, trying to race this combo deck down. Now, if you're Italy, I mean, we're definitely going to see a block onto the Mayor, naturally. And this Vi can just trade into the Imperial Demolitionist.
Yeah, you have to block twice.
Slow down.
You can't win
You
next
got
turn.
block with. Whoa, really?
Ooh, that is very
risky.
risky. No, I don't know about that.
I don't
know about that
like
at all.
that.
You're
I
not
don't
winning
like
next
that.
turn. You're not obviously not winning next turn. You can only win on your attack token turn. Maybe with a Reckoner on turn on the next turn. That's maybe what they're setting up for. But even then, you're already at
I mean,
8 HP.
wait, Panda, wait.
There's lethal in hand already.
Panda, like I think this is actually. I think this. Oh, this is so close to being lethal here, for Italy. Yeah, it is. It is. Panda, it is. Okay, so overwhelm. Now that by playing, of course, you play the Reckoner first. By playing the Reckoner first, you drop the fragment onto Vi. You give her overwhelm because it is confirmed this is the overwhelm fragment. She attacks.
Levels up. Yes,
She levels up, and then she gets a free attack again.
That's GG.
That's
Wait,
incredible.
Yeah, you don't have a way to kill.
Wait. Actually, wait a second. There's double Noxian Fervor to stop this. So if they don't stop this attack immediately, once Vi levels up, there's no going back. She will survive double Fervor here. I mean, Sweden has to know this. They have to double Fervor, dude. This Noxian Fervor top deck is actually huge for Sweden.
It's all about the level up. Obviously, without the level up, there's enough blockers and enough health to stop the overwhelm damage on 2 attacks. But the level up is the key thing that I was also forgetting. That is definitely the case here with the rally effect, obviously.
I love this line of play here by Italy, just going all in. They knew they were going for it. We were like, oh, they're not blocking. What the hell? But this is incredible. Like, if we do not see double Noxian Fervor, Sweden loses. So I mean, Sweden has to know this. Why go for this? Oh yeah, because you want to be able to threaten with a multiple attack afterwards. Obviously, yeah, of course. They have to lead off with this first. They have to lead off with this first, and by not blocking earlier, they force the double Noxian Fervor here as well.
Fervor number 1, Fervor number 2.
Yep.
8 damage from Italy, and we talked about it. You're going all in on a certain strategy. If it gets denied, you're kind of in big trouble, and it's the case here as well. You're able to get one big hit in here with one of these 2 units. There's only 1 blocker available, and you did force Sweden to waste their burn. So that's 2 Fervors that aren't going face. You're still at 8 HP, and there's a tenor still in hand and 2 Pokesticks to refuel, so you're still in trouble. But
I would attack with a Ballistic Bucket here. Even though you enable, like, the thing is, the ignition is very valuable because it enables a get excited. So I understand keeping it in the back, but I mean, any ounce of damage that is headed towards your units instead of the Nexus has to be really valuable here for Italy. Man, they almost had it. Like, Sweden really lucked out with that second Noxian Fervor pickup there. That would have been anything else, Panda. They lost right there. So honestly, that's a little bit sad because they set that up beautifully.
But I mean, I was just talking about this at the beginning of the game, that this is kind of the strategy. It's all in. It's dangerous. It's risky. Very risky. And there was a punish there for Italy. And this is also a strategy that's very obvious. Sweden, without knowing the deck list, they know exactly what this deck's trying to do. Lobster was playing this on stream a week and a half ago. If he hadn't, and if this deck wasn't at all popular, maybe there was a chance for a bit. But even when you're seeing Riven and Vi, you know what's up. This is kind of trying to abuse that big attack stat with things like ambush or even the overwhelm fragment. Another Fervor from the Conchologist. This is looking now, I think, once again back in Sweden's favor.
Well, they have this back-to-back Blade Squire development, right? They still have access to the Get Excited. Get Excited can knock out one of these. They can knock out the Tenor of Terror. They can block with one of these Squires into the base of Burden. They will go down to 6 health after this exchange, though. They could just opt to not keep that Get Excited to actually counter the potential Noxian Fervor here, and develop the Riven instead and try to go for the kill with the Riven. As long as they stay healthy enough. I mean, they have to respect the combination of Pokestick and Decimate, though, right? So we may just see them go for the Get Excited immediately. But I would argue that you could just potentially just block here, take the damage, go down to 5, risk the Decimate into Pokestick combo, and try to go for some sort of like lethal next round with leveled up Riven, as you're going to be getting the fragments here. The problem is, like, yeah, you need both of these to go down, which is going to leave this thing behind. But if you manage to set up a lethal anyways, it doesn't matter. And they're going for that. They are going for that, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have all the fragments, which is going to be enable them to essentially level up Riven immediately.
When will I find peace?
And they got the counter to Noxian Fervor as well.
You're looking at the burn in hand. We'll see how they use their mana next turn. If they commit that, get excited to get their own lethal instead of playing around, obviously, the third Fervor, which they've seen 2 already. Do they expect a third Fervor?
I mean, you always have to expect...
yeah, you tell the controlologist, so you have to think about the chance.
I think you always have to consider it. But at the same time, you know, you're on the clock anyway, so there's... The amount of stuff that you play around, there's a limit. And right now, I like Italy's approach. They're going for the win. Man, they almost had it. Like, that Noxian Fervor was such an incredible top deck for Sweden to get out of that one. But they can still push here. They're just being relentless. They have no other option. Like, when you're facing such a fast-paced deck like this, it's just offense. You gotta race them. And right now, they have access to 9 mana, all right? They have access to all 3 fragments. The Overwhelm has already been played, which means they only need to play the Quick Attack and the +2 boost to get the level up. And also, they could give Overwhelm. There's a Pokey Stick, though, man. The Pokey Stick can deny a potential Overwhelm fragment being played onto this Ballistic Bot right here. Down goes the Blade of the Exile onto Riven. Gonna get her up to +4 here because of her effects. She's gonna have 10 power, Quick Attack, and Overwhelm. And we're gonna see a Pokey Stick here from Sweden to cycle through the deck and see if they can find. If they find the Decimate, it's over.
Yeah, this is they have the mana to do it. Obviously, they have the attack turn still to do it with the Pokey Stick here. And we'll see what they find. They're going for the double. They're setting up the Fervor, not to go onto Riven, but to go face possibly. And there's going to be the excited
and
backup,
also
obviously.
to fish for the Decimate. Like, they accomplished both things here. It gives them 2 draws. If they pick up a Decimate, it's over. If they rely on Noxian Fervor, though, Italy has the counter. And all of a sudden, this game, Panda, it comes down to whether they pick up Decimate or not.
The Overwhelm fragment is still in hand.
But it's irrelevant. There it is! Oh, they find it!
And a double Fervor as well.
Yeah, no, but they have 5 mana. The Fervor was irrelevant. They needed the Decimate. And they got it. Wow. Wow.
Italy is forced to a game 3 to try and make it out of groups. Sweden ties it 1-1. They find the top deck they needed, and that was the line they had to take. They had to take a risk with Pokey Stick. They knew they were in a pickle. They had to do it in that exact moment as well, and they knew this. They went for that line, and they got the win there. They tied the series 1-1. Italy is now against the ropes. There is no, there's no second chances here. If they lose this next game, Belgium makes it through the top 8 alongside Sweden.
Do they bring Riven by? They were so close, man. Like that, like it felt like with those draws that, any other top deck right there, they would have gotten that kill. So I don't feel like they should feel too discouraged with the deck itself. But that's the thing, man. When you face these sort of aggro decks, games are ultimately very short. So therefore, the draw dependency is higher, right? So perhaps resorting to a more, consistent sort of deck like Aksha and Sivir may be the better, option here. We'll see. And it comes down to this. Like, if Italy brings back, Vi, like if they bring back Riven Vi, they got my respect. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like,
they have your respect, but maybe they don't make it out of this group because, I mean, again, the strategy is obvious. Regardless of what Sweden's playing, they know exactly what's gonna happen. They're gonna play their best to deny that same OTK turn like we saw there with the Vi being killed off. So there's no surprise factor. Most of these decks are maybe in some way or another, maybe not all of them, but to some degree they have Fervors, for example, the Spiders deck, the Teemo list probably also as well with Darius, the Zed Lulu. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like. It might just be a normal rally deck, but it might have some possibility. It's gonna be, I think the safe pick now for Italy going to be the Nami, Zoe coming in, and the rally deck coming in for Sweden. Italy has to hope for a Sparklefly early and a big one to get really big as well because they need it in any kind of aggro.
Rally effects are dangerous. Rally effects are very dangerous, and Lulu Zed is a deck. This region combination can really go under, and can do so very, very quickly. Even a unit like Zed can be problematic for Zoe Nami if they don't find stuff like Double Trouble to stall it out a little bit. It's just funny, like Italy, they need one more win. They're game 2, and they bring in the fun deck. But now when things are getting real, they go back to one of the strongest and more proven decks out there. But I think even though that was a loss, I think that was a really nice showcasing of what Riven Vi is ultimately capable of. As here we go, ladies and gentlemen, it's all on the line. If Italy loses here, they are out of the top 8. Not only Sweden and Italy, but also Belgium is paying very close attention to this last game of this very dynamic series here between these two European countries, as we see the Sparkle Fly and the Double Trouble in Italy's opening hand, alongside Line 'em Up, which could potentially threaten a removal onto Zed, but we do see the Ranger's Resolve and the Sharp Sight in Sweden's hand here.
And this is the decision for Italy now. You have Sparklefly, which is great. Double Trouble and Line 'em Up can kill a Zed maybe, but you need the Nami, no? I think you have to maybe mulligan. They mulligan nothing at all, it looks like.
Maybe we missed the mulligan. Maybe it happened like really quickly.
That's possible. It is possible, because that would be very, especially the super cool star chart. You obviously, I think, would never keep in hand to start things off.
We're gonna see a pass here from Italy. Gonna be looking to level up Nami quickly and gonna prioritize that over a Zoe development. As Sweden is just essentially bluffing here. Like they're just thinking and kind of like planning out what they have to do and making use of their time, and also making Italy think that maybe they have a 1-drop that they're holding on to, just not giving away information, just not passing quickly. Really
happy with his hand though. Zed, you have the backup, you have the Ranger's Resolve, you have the Protector to kind of catapult the Zed win condition, and the Young One's coming down as well, an elusive blocker.
There's a Nami.
And there's a Nami as well. So I think the more important top deck is definitely for Italy.
Yes.
Nami, you have a Double Trouble setup as well, and then you have the Sparkle Fly later on. But yeah, I think the Sharp Sight defensively in terms of killing elusive won't matter enough, because by that point it'll probably be elusive is just too big for it to really matter. And I think, yeah, they don't have to focus on getting the Sparkle Fly as big as possible. Double Trouble is actually kind of a bad thing in this case, because you want these units to die. I guess it will serve as chump blockers for Zed, and then you just have the Sparkle Fly to buff it eternally if possible.
Yeah, I think Double Trouble is really, really important here. Developing the board and buying some time. And then you can focus on getting the buffs. Wow, that's a good pickup with the Otterpuss. Oh my lord. That allows Italy to develop Zoe now.
And you get the Attune as well for the Nami. You didn't really need it, but just in case.
Yeah.
If Nami gets nerfed to 8 Attunes, then this is the way to go. Just Double Trouble into the Otterpuss, and it's as if nothing changed.
Wow. Apparently, we're getting information that Sweden is having technical issues here. Yeah, we may actually have to go back to pick and bans and repeat this matchup, because obviously that pass is really weird. The first couple of it is confirmed. Sweden had some technical issues. I don't know if there was a bug. They weren't able to play their cards, and that honestly, that really sucks for Italy.
Yeah,
because that was looking amazing for them. That
a very good start. They had the Nami, they had the Sparkle Fly, they had the Otterpuss prank even. They had it all, and I think that's not a start you're able to repeat again easily.
No.
Double Trouble and Nami in the hand. So Italy has to be bummed out about that one. I think the decks themselves were picked correctly. It was just an in-game technical issue with the client possibly just not allowing Sweden to play their cards or something of that sort. So something that would not allow us to continue with the game, of course.
Man, I'm just gonna say, if Italy qualifies today, they went against the universe itself, because it just seems like they don't want, whoever's in charge of all this does not want them to advance to top 8, man, because that, first of all, that Noxian Fervor top deck to prevent the Vi lethal, and then finding the Decimate, all those clutch draws from Sweden to get out of that Riven Vi OTK combo was really, really clutch for Sweden. And now that things are going well for Italy, all of a sudden a technical issue forces them to reset. So, if Italy makes it to top 8, nobody can deny that they earned it. Here we go.
Thumbs up from Style Positivo, I think, because he has once again the Sparkle Fly, the Nami, and the Double Trouble in hand. So, Karma
also staying
comes.
true to his username, you know. That means stay positive, right? Or
Mogwai.
is Italian that different?
No,
Can't be.
I think you're good, Mogwai. I think you made a very
I am
five-head
so international.
assumption. Who would
you.
have possibly thought that could mean stay positive? I was
know,
wondering
right?
this whole time. All the 5 days before this one, I was thinking, what could this guy's name possibly mean? But
You
you've come in.
you can call me the catalyzer.
All right, let's not get too carried away there. You're getting a bit too hyped up. I'm gonna have to, step on the brakes for a second, or else you might, derail the train. All right, Mogwai, let's calm down on that one.
Let me out of it. God damn it. All right, well, we see a Green Glade Duo development here from Sweden. I mean, you could argue yes, because there is a Ranger's resolve to protect Zed from a line him up potential play. We do see the double trouble, very important here at stalling a Zed. Very, very crucial card as Italy is able to pick it up. We'll see if they get that Otterpuss again.
Or the falling cutthroat.
You cannot be serious.
You have to be more responsible.
Cannot be serious.
You have to be more responsible with your powers. You can't just.
Oh my God! I'm OP.
A team like this.
Oh.
The Otterpuss comes down a second time for Italy. I'm wondering where Staples Deal's webcam is. I want to see his thumbs up once again. Everything.
Oh
listen,
my Lord!
I don't know if you know Mogwai, but
What are the odds of that happening, dude? That's actually crazy.
we have a playback technology in Legends of Runeterra. We just played it back. This is how they do it in League of Legends in a professional esport. They just play back with the repeat server. We did the same thing here. We made it so that Otterpuss comes out once again for Italy.
And they say the client has issues. Please. Please. It's all covered, son. Oh my Lord. I really like the numbers behind that have to be actually shocking. But that just goes to show statistics are just statistics. Life is chaos. Here we go. The timer is ticking down. It's funny because they got that attuned, but it's not like they can make use of it because they don't want to. They want to wait for this round, to play the Gifts from Beyond, and they want that 1 mana spell. Like you could say, well, why didn't they play the other Gifts from Beyond? Because they want that to trigger the Nami.
And there's an
Now they can go with a Crescendum, and they can follow it up with a Gifts from Beyond in response to something as well to keep that unit alive. Like it's really important.
They have to be careful. They can't really maybe attack here, especially if Sweden, holds back their 5 mana because there's an elusive block on the board. There's Sharp Sight obviously already there. So this Sparkle Bot is going to have to work very hard to stay alive. And we're going to see the Crescendum coming down. You're going to have a lot of ways to buff it up, though. You're going to have, obviously, this initial spell here to 3/3, the Prank, the Gifts from Beyond. You have the Sunblessed Figure for next turn as well. But this is the main deal now, is trying to keep these Sparkle Flies alive and as healthy as possible.
Okay, now that they've developed that, now this Prank could be really strong. If it hits does it hit the Sharp Sight? It does. It does.
Sharp Sight here. There's still 2 disciplines though.
Yeah.
And there's still a 4 attack.
And the Green Glade Duo can trade into it. So I don't think we can expect an attack here from Italy here. They have to hold back, and they got to go. Perhaps we'll see an open attack here. It would make sense. No, they're just developing even more. All right. I mean, they get to boost up. Like, these Green Glade Duos become hard to block now. This Fleetfoot Tracker also puts in a lot of work. Oh, well, we see the Crescent
Strike or an Equinox even. They find the Equinox.
They find the Equinox. There is also Moonsilver, which is an important consideration. Like, Moonsilver can open up a lot of things. Moonsilver allows them they have another Gifts from Beyond, right? Because they could potentially even develop a
it's not really worth it though, because they have the Challenger. They have the Fleetfoot Tracker that would just kill off the next elusive. So I think they just have to take a big...
they could go for a Calibrum to remove it.
Yeah. But you have to maybe focus on the elusives again this turn. There's going to be a big attack already.
Do you, as long as you survive, you can always bring it back with the Sparkle Flies, Like, it's more about, I think it's more about just stabilizing and making sure you preserve your units here. We're gonna see another Sparkle Fly here, and the fact that they have access to, like, I like the Moonlight a lot because it enables this Sunblessed Vigor, this Omaiwamu Sunblessed Vigor that Sweden just will not see coming, because yes, you take Moonlight into account, but playing around, Moonlight into a 2-drop, there's only so much you can do, right?
Yeah, Moon Silver will be a good answer here, and kind of obviously not completely a surprise because you can expect it from the Celestial
It's gonna
pool.
be huge, Panda. It's gonna be massive.
And this is the thing with Sparklefly. You can take a big hit, but once you get past this hump and you stabilize with the Sparkleflies on board and Nami's still there, and there isn't really that direct interaction with the deck, there aren't still combats or concerted strikes usually in these rally decks. They're kind of more aggressive. You're kind of fine. You can heal back up. You have to deal with elusives, yes, and the sharp sight possibly. But other than that,
yeah, Discipline of Force. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly the debate that I'm talking about. Gonna get that attack up to 6 after this boost, which seems like you got it all covered. Like there's no way it can survive, right? Well, there is Moonlight into some blessed vigor, ladies and gentlemen.
And you do want to block into the Young Witch as well. I think with the other Sparklefly, you're going to get the buff on it, and you can get the kill. I think you can block into the other. Yeah, it would be too risky, I think. You're going to get 2 buffs, actually, with both the Moon Silver and...
Exactly. It's so much. It's so much, and here we go. Moonlight onto the Some Blessed Vigor. Gonna be played onto Sparklefly right here. And because of the early prank onto the Sharp Side, making it 4 mana, Sweden has nothing.
And so many heals as well. All this damage from the Green Lady duos.
Big
completely mitigated. 12 heals coming in for Italy. And now they have the Ribblefish next turn. They have possibly another Sparklefly coming down. There are still 2 elusives, but they're not going to have a chance possibly to get... I mean, there's no units right now in the hand, so how do you buff these up to make them, be able to block?
Stay positive is staying positive, staying true to his username right here. I think it's pretty easy considering the scenario, but he does stay positive nonetheless. Navi's EBB, or EB, whatever, finding
BBB
extreme value
like
here.
A competing streamer against BBG. It's like one of the American streamers.
His villain is his twin brother.
Evil twin brother that only plays Nami Zoe. Not the mental image I wanted to have, Mogwai, but thank you very much.
You're welcome. Looking really neat for it. I mean, let's be real. Like, if you're Italy, how do you screw this up, Ida? Please enlighten me, because I have no idea.
I think it's quite impossible. With a Shelly topic as well, it makes it so that any kind of stalemate with elusives over a few turns will disappear. You're at 17 HP. You're gonna have possibly 3 healers on the board. You don't want to play the Birdlefish yet because you just want to get these 2 as big as possible.
Exactly.
I think.
Yeah. Ebb and flow. Gonna hit face. Gonna miss out on finishing one of these duels, but honestly, not really like it matters much, as blocking into these 2 at this point feels like quite the ordeal. This development, though, does allow Sweden to potentially trade into one of these, but because Italy is already at 17 health, they don't need to attack with
I don't think they're attacking
at all. Yeah, exactly. Why?
Not even from the first moment in this game that I think they were going to attack. There's no reason to.
Sweden laughs. It's just like, yeah, I mean, like, you got me. Like, double Ranger's Resolve. Well,
there's a Make It Rain. The Ranger's Resolve is actually going to be able to counter the Make It Rain at the very least, or else this could be a bloodbath. Could be 3 of these units dying. So they make
Shelly goes down with the Birdlefish after that, and man, this is just so rough.
And Sweden knows it's over. They play the Ranger Resolve, the double Ranger Resolve. I mean, they definitely have a lot of toughness, but that won't be enough. Italy is so happy because this is the game they needed to make it to top 8 alongside Sweden.
There we go. Italy making it to top 8, and honestly, they earned it, man. They had a rough series, and that technical that's very tilting. But they're able to get it back and get that 2-1 win over Sweden, overcoming the all Smork lineup and guaranteeing that spot over Belgium in the top 8. Stay positive, baby. That was a phenomenal series, and honestly, I'm really happy for Italy. They earned it.
And this makes it now Sweden and Italy making it out of what was the group of death when we first started off this tournament. What was a group that was almost identical to the group in the last Masters Europe, with 3 out of the 4 teams being exactly the same. In this case, we saw Italy taking the spot of Poland in that last group. But overall, Sweden, Belgium, Italy, just a very, very tough.
Yeah.
You couldn't really say for sure who was going to make it out. But in the end, Broken Ball coming in for Italy, was missing in the last EU Masters, but came into this one with new players like Dogpink and Stipazio. I think added a lot to the roster as well, and they end up finally making it out with a 4-2 score in the end. It looked like they were against the ropes, but in the end they make it out with a very respectable score, and they're definitely going to be a team to fear going into the top 8.
Big props. This may be the best version of Italy that we've seen yet in Europe Masters, at least considering results. Because they did qualify the first time, but they had a bit of a weaker record, I believe. This time they had a bit of a rough start too this edition, but they managed to pick it up, and they could end up becoming the new Portugal this time around. Europe Masters, the first time Portugal went 0-2 and then just managed to win every game after that. And Italy has had a bit of a similar run. I don't know if they went 0-2 exactly, but they've definitely picked it up in the second half of the event, and they have been really consistent and putting in a lot of work as they take out the number 1 team in their group in day 6 to ensure their top 8 spots. And we have the next matchup ready for you guys after a bit of a break that we will be taking. And I think afterwards, we also have to take into account the Greece versus Czechia matchup, right? Because that's still undecided as well. But yeah, we have a 5-minute break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Origin story of my in-game name is a lyric from a song called Baba O'Reilly. The name Teenage Wasteland resonated with me, so I like it. In our dynamic, my teammate Mirobelius is a friend. I know him for 10 years, so we always play together. And with Guda, we just met recently, so we prepped a lot, we trained a lot, and it's really fun. The format is really fun, and we still misplay a lot and stuff like that, but we're enjoying it, yes. So yeah, we discovered that prepping every day 7 decks was too much of a pressure. It wasn't easy, and indeed in the last days we misplayed a lot. But we came to this tournament to put our mark. So we'll do our best. We know that we need some luck to move forward, but we'll do our best and try to win our games. Mainly, yes. At first, the meta was what we expected, but then some weird surprises. We discovered some weird surprises, some teams bring Talia Lissandra and one with it, and it's pretty strong. And Bundle as a whole is a flexible region, so you can pretty much do anything with it. So I think we'll see more surprises in the meta in this tournament. The AZRV Sherlock list. I mean, it's kind of hard to vouch for the deck after losing 2 times with it, but it's a strong list. It's just that I personally think it's really hard to pirate. It needs some weird decisions sometimes, and for this meta, actually, I don't think it's good in a tournament meta, because it's the meta is kind of too fast with too much burn and too much aggro. So I don't think it got a really good place in the meta for tournament.
The dynamics of the team remained positive, as we showed a good result. We were very unlucky in the first match, but it doesn't matter at a distance. Our chance to getting out of the group are close to 100%. Yes, each team has a main pool of 4 or 5 meta decks, but some decks did not manifest themselves immediately. When we are choosing which decks to add to our main composition, we found that by eliminating some decks, Lissandra becomes a very strong deck. We are happy with the result, and we plan to win this tournament.
And we're back to the Legends of Runeterra Europe Masters Chronicles of Bandlewood. We got Russia versus Morocco. Unlike this past scenario with Group B, I believe this group is a little bit more intricate, more complicated, right? Panda, can you elaborate a little bit as to what is on the line for this group and these two teams specifically as well?
It's a little bit more complicated, but not that much more.
Okay, thank goodness.
I think you'll be able to understand even Mogwai. So
well, even me. Oh wow, nice.
So Russia is already through. As first or second, we don't know yet, but they're already guaranteed to be through. Norway currently has a 3-2 score. Morocco has a 2-3 score, and France is obviously not in contention for any kind of top 8. But the trick here is that Norway and Morocco are fighting for that last spot. Norway has it easier than Italy had it in this last group.
Okay.
If they win, they're through. That's easy. If they lose 1-2, so as long as they get one game win, they are through. Okay. If they lose 0-2 and Morocco beats Russia, there will be a forced tiebreaker. So in the worst possible scenario, Norway will have to have a second chance playing Morocco in a rematch
like Czechia
to get top 8. But there's no chance that Norway is completely out of it just through the results in these two matches. So they're pretty far ahead. They have kind of a lot of fail safe, let's say. Obviously, the best, I think, intention, the best, obviously, momentum going forward would be just to win this series and go into top 8 confident. They started out very strong. Norway was 3-0 going into day 4, but they faltered in the last two back-to-back matches. Russia stood strong after, I think, an initial game 1 loss and then came back with 4 wins in a row. So this group has flipped around a little bit, but overall Norway is still very much in control of their destiny, and Morocco is trying their best to fight for a spot in top 8, but they don't depend on themselves, which is the most important thing. They're kind of like Belgium in the group that we just saw with Italy with Group B.
Really, really interesting case. I would love to see Norway qualify, to be honest, especially considering for people who don't remember the first Europe Masters, they were actually the worst team then. They didn't qualify to the Shurima version, and now they're back at it, and they're one of the powerhouses, it seems. So it really does feel like a very nice redemption arc for this country, who has some really solid players backing it up. You got Marcus, you got Trish Fangirl 69. Let's actually take a look at the lineups of these teams so that sorry, I was mentioning Norway. Anyways, Russia and Morocco. So for Russia, we got O5 WTF, Carnality, yeah, we're gonna go with that, and Ragnaroshik. I left Ragnaroshik for last because he's the player that I'm most familiar with. Ragnaroshik was actually one of the competitors in the recent World Championships. Did go down in the group stage, actually lost to Alan Z, the actual champion, and had a very strong showing representing Europe here, as he's also leading Russia into a very dominant record here, 4-1, as they take on Morocco, who's being represented here by Melabelos, Goda, and Teenage Wasteland, who we just saw in that interview earlier.
And Morocco's a team that, like a few other teams in this tournament, had a hot start, had a one game won, and then just lost 3 in a row and kind of deflated over time. But they were able to win that game 5, or the game on day 5. And again, they're not in a good position going into this last group stage day, but they do still have a chance at the very least, unlike France, for example. So Norway and France are playing off stream at the moment, but this will be the on stream match in Russia. Because they are completely through to the top 8, we might see them trying out different lineups, trying out different strategies, like we saw with Sweden. Sweden went for a full aggro lineup. They were through already. They had a chance to use this day to try out different things and maybe prepare in that way in this kind of same format for top 8. We'll see if Russia takes the same route, or we'll see if they just bring their standard lineup. But anything can happen here, because when you have these kind of already teams that have qualified, they're not going to be, they have different stakes, obviously, and they're going to maybe take the chance to practice a bit. But we'll go into picks and bans as soon as we have them ready to check out the lineups for each of these teams.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what both are going to bring to the table. Russia is set to go for top 8, and Morocco here want to go out on a win. And so first of all, looking at Morocco here, we see Thralls, which I'm already really excited for. I love to see Thralls. Plunder as well, which now thinking about it, Plunder has lost a little bit of popularity lately on lineups in Europe Masters, even though it was a very established deck in the World Championships. And looking at Russia's lineup, oh my...
I was waiting for you to get there, Mogwai.
God.
We are seeing Twisted Fate Karma, which might be a Mirai Great Mother deck. We are seeing Action Katarina, Anivia, Mono Shurima, Targon's Peak, Braum, Aurelion Soul.
That's either Poros or Elnux.
Poros or Elnux, I'm not sure which answer is better. And the Elise Ash, I think that's your territory. I think you can, because I don't know what that is.
Oh, I have to know it. Like, if it's just this,
Listen, Mogwai.
Mogwai's an expert,
I'm gonna
right?
bet you at some point in your channel's history have uploaded an Ash Elite.
I have not.
list.
I actually have not. No. You know,
gonna have my people check tonight.
That's too much even for me. Yeah. We see the ban on to Sereth. I'm really sad about that one because that probably was Mono Shurima, wasn't it?
That was Mono Shurima.
Mono Shurima, Morocco. What are you doing?
Listen, you're laughing, Mogwai, but Mono Shurima got to the finals. Cosimo played it in his lineup in a fight night like 2 weeks ago, and he got to the finals.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. He played Mono Shurima and Pink City when Pink City was just becoming a thing, and he got to the finals of this fight night tournament.
Wow. Okay.
In the right hands, it might be a little bit scary.
Okay, but we're not going to see it anyways. That makes me really.
But Ragnar Rosic was playing versus Cosimo in this fight night, and he lost to Cosimo in the round
so maybe
one
there's the
quarterfinal.
inspiration for it, right?
So maybe that might be the instigation for him to bring this deck to this tournament.
Hey, I'm happy about that second ban. And
I am also
out of the
happy.
picture, yeah.
We can have a digital handshake, Mogwai, because that is definitely. If we were side to side, maybe, but the up to down, I don't think it allows for any handshakes.
Okay, Panda. Which deck do you think Russia will lead off with? I got my prediction ready.
This is not my area of expertise. These are not my matchup table is not equipped to handle these decks.
Oh, come on, really?
I'm gonna go with
I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna lead off with the championless deck. It's a Poro deck, and Poros, do not underestimate them. Okay, never mind.
Target's Peak. All right, thank you. Where's the trophy? Where's the trophy? Thank you very much, Mogwai. Please get better at this. You know, I win these all the time. Come on, man.
Oh, man.
Do better.
Embarrassed. Humiliated. All right, well, it is Aurelion Soul and Braum, ladies and gentlemen. Targon's Peak against Bandle City, I would assume. I mean, I'm not getting bamboozled again. It's Bandle Tree.
Bandle Tree could be some kind of aggro list, could be a Bandle Tree list. If it's an aggro list, Russia might not be able to come onto the board before they're dead because Targon's Peak usually peaks at around turn 6. So turn 4.
But if it's Bandle Tree,
they're in trouble.
There's a lot of pangs, you know, there's a lot of cards like the Ravenous Flocks, the group shots, etc., etc. Those kind of become dead in this sort of matchup. But they could be playing Scorched Earth, which could take down the Targon's Peak potentially. I just love that we're casting this.
There could also be It That Follows, and it can remove the Bandle Tree. The 8 mana, deal 2 or kill landmarks.
The It That Stares.
Stairs or follows?
It That Stares.
Okay, final answer?
Anyways,
we're gonna find out.
I'm ready.
All right, If That Stares, final answer. We'll see if that is the $1 million winning question for
I really hope this is
Miguel.
an aggro Panda. I really hope this deck lets poor Aurelion Soul, man. Like,
He finally
at
comes
one
back
point
into
he
the
was
meta.
at the top of the meta, on top of the Runeterra world,
Well,
and
for like
then
a week.
came a couple of little Yordle travelers who don't know how to keep their suitcases
It is
together, and they
non-aggro.
killed him.
Buster Shot, Protoporo, and Group Shot.
It
are
is
telling us
Bandle Tree confirmed.
This is Bandle Tree. And right away we have Diversion Pass, destroy a landmark in hand. Bandle Tree is not gonna make
a few
it.
cases which you actually keep your high-end stuff because you wanna get that high roll with the Targon's Peak immediately. As we see a pretty aggressive mulligan here by Morocco, pretty good. Finding, like, now they have the Protoporo into House Spider potentially, and they can start pushing some damage, but there's the Blighted Ravine for Russia, which can just put in the massive work here. And doesn't She Who Wanders just eliminate all of the Yordles in the game?
That is how it works. That is pretty much I mean, they're all meeting that requirement. every single follower in the hand or in play will be decimated if the target speak, of course, hits that card, because obviously if not, you're not going to get to that turn, I think. But Blighted Ravine
Shield
and
Bearer.
Avalanches.
Solaris Shield Bearer can just completely halt this very nice attack. Yeah, this Solaris Shield Bearer is really neat. Comes in as a 3/6 and can just be like, hey, yeah, attack me, bruh. I'll trade into anything for free.
And do you go for the full swing here? And funnily enough, we were laughing, but kind of a big counter matchup all of a sudden. You have a landmark removal.
No, Panda. I am predicting Russia to win this one. They will win.
Well, they're winning this game one, that's for sure. And right away, Norway, a very bad start.
Ooh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Like
France.
what you were saying earlier about Norway, if
Norway loses 0-2 and Morocco wins this series, they have a rematch between Norway and Morocco for the second spot in this group. Norway needs to just win one game. If they win one of the two games, they're already making it through the top 8. And this series is, all in all, irrelevant. Except for the memes. Don't let your memes be dreams. Russia took it a little bit too seriously.
I mean, they're looking pretty good now. They're looking pretty damn good now, as they're gonna block into that. Gonna play the Blighted Ravine, gonna wipe this board, and then Targon's Peak goes down. There's no Scorched Earth here for Morocco. They could still top deck it, but as of now, there's no Scorched Earth, and you can't really say, I mean, there are some good high rolls that Morocco could hit themselves. Like they did a good job picking up the Shark Trainer. Definitely the card you want to be manifesting here, as it can potentially be reduced to 0 cost and a tuning at the same time. So effectively, it goes to just like actually ramping them while developing in 6/6, right? But it's hard to match. You know, even that becomes very like small when on the other side you got, you know, Field of Rush, Aurelian Soul. They're gonna go. It's Landmark versus Landmark, Panda.
No. It's Landmark versus Landmark removal. Divergent paths in hand. The first time in the history of this expansion that Divergence Pass is aimed at a Bandle tree. There are many players that might have forgotten this card
calculated, baby.
But there it is, a direct counter. Bandle tree gone, and Morocco has to feel bad. Well, they got a mini morph.
The counter. The counter.
The House Spider comes down on Morocco's side. They're going to try and go wide, but Aurelian Soul discounted to 0 mana, coming down, invoking as well.
You said he was a dragon? No. He's a little manatee. That's what he is.
The Supernova, it seems like, was the pick in hand.
Yeah, I just went for the Supernova. But hey, the 0 mana mini morph, you can just group shot to remove the spell shield and then just get it out of here.
Well, that's the first Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, exactly. Like there
might be more.
Oh man, when that Field of Rush is hit, oh boy, dude, you just go double Targon's Peak, don't you here?
I think that might be the choice here. It's definitely going to be obviously much better for Russia than Morocco. This is how the deck is built. It's built because it's
here we go. Oh, the madness. The absolute This is gonna be a blowout, Panda. Like a huge blowout. Like I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think there's a chance. Like you could try, you got to deal as much damage as you can here, but from this point onwards, it's looking grim.
No
don't even attack. Don't attack though. Don't go for the Buster shot to open. That's kind of weird.
That was strange. The second Aurelian Soul as well as the Avalanche are both discounted. You can get a Scourge, you can get a Cosmic Inspiration, you can get a Living Legend, but the Living Legend of course won't really, I mean, if it's discounted, it's actually kind of nice.
The She Who Wonders too. I'm telling, I want to see that She Who Wonders go down and just wipe out
There's the Buster
all
shot.
of these Yordles from
The
existence.
second mini morph, Aurelian Soul, even in a matchup like this one, even with a hand and a game plan like this one, still cannot catch a break.
Yeah.
He thinks, all right, it's finally my time to shine. I'm 0 mana. What can be better than this? And now we see the reaction of the mini manatee with a surprise Pikachu face.
It's so sad. That's actually so sad, dude.
The Shark Trainer comes down. The attack comes in from the what used to be Aurelion Souls, which are now mini manatees.
This is gonna block into. I mean, you take 3 damage like this. They still put in the work here. You can drop the mayor, man, but they just ran out of gas. Like this game is just so. They need something like a. They would need something like an aloof travelers, and even then, that just doesn't help because they have She Who Wonders, the Scourge, Feel the Rush. Like all these cards are just so busted at this point. I would love to see like a Feel the Rush and a She Who Wonders just like at 0 mana. That would just be the craziest thing. Like, I have a feeling it's gonna happen. No? Okay, almost. There's the Aloof Travelers. Aurelion Sol's arch nemesis. A very heated Yordle couple.
And Feel the Rush will be taking the hit here, which is actually one of the obviously more powerful cards that get discounted. I mean, I don't think it's going to come down to, you know, all these units dying because the Scourge is there as well. You have the She Who Wanders, like you have a lot of very big threats, and that's kind of it now for what can be done. And yeah, there's a She Who Wanders coming down, hitting both the Aloof and the Mayor. Shark Trainer doesn't take the hit, and the Shark that will come out later also stays, you know, protected, let's say.
Yeah, the Shark Trainers are pretty clutch here for Morocco. It's funny, like I think it's the first time I've ever seen a Bindle Tree deck pick Shark Trainer back to back.
I think the game plan has shifted radically compared to the usual one. If there was a machine, you know, looking at the turns and seeing what cards are being played and kind of calculating the odds of winning, you would be very confused. But there's a Supernova coming down, killing off both Shark Trainers, and that is it. Only Buster Shot.
I think that's it. Yeah, I agree.
Only Buster Shot in hand for Morocco. You know, maybe they have like
the counter. We have the counter to Bandle City. It's been within Target all along. Everybody, take Target's Peak to the ladder now. It's here, and it's here to stay. Double avalanche. They can't play the Scourge. They actually can't lethal them here. How close is this Bandle Tree? It's 7 out of 10, dude. They can only buy a little bit of time.
The third Target's Peak. Mogwai. Is there a chance?
I don't think so. They need to buy. I mean, they need to spawn something. I mean, I don't think it's Coastal Defender. I do not believe it's Coastal Defender.
Ooh, Phase might be a new one though.
Yeah, they're still 1 away, and I have a hard time seeing them survive this incoming Field of Rush onto Scourge setup.
It was closer than we thought, though.
Yeah. It was definitely a very, very, very close game.
They have played a Targon.
All right, Coastal Defender, defend against just the most massive creatures in the universe, essentially.
Have they played a Targon unit yet? I don't believe so. If they would have drawn a Loping Telescope, there's actually a chance.
There's a chance, yeah.
They might have won this game.
That would have been hilarious. And now the Scourge goes down. I think you can let go one of the Targon peaks now. You know, I think it's fine. Yeah. And yeah, I think this is one of the craziest attacks I've ever seen in Runeterra. That's a lot of tens, Pan. That's a lot of double digits going on.
I haven't seen these since, you know, back in the Cythria decks that we saw for just a little bit.
Yeah, Spectrometer Cythria, yeah.
That was one of the craziest visual, you know, endings or kind of win conditions we've seen in Runeterra.
It's okay, Pan. The Buster Shot is 0 mana, and they got a Kahiri. It's fine. It's fine. We're back in it. Oh,
the drag comes
never
in.
mind.
The overwhelm, the damage buffs, and Russia with Targon's Peak will be taking this game 1 in the series. Morocco even further away. If they were to lose here, it doesn't matter if Norway loses, Norway would still make it through. So Norway obviously very happy that Russia won this game 1. If you're a viewer at home thinking about Targon's Peak and how broken it is, consider before playing on ladder that you might be facing a lot of aggro, ping city, and a lot of decks that you will not be able to deal with, and the game plan comes online a little bit too late sometimes. So this deck, although very strong in the right matchup and with the right, you know, card and, you know, sequencing and everything, can seem very strong on paper. It has a lot of weaknesses, and it is very awkward to survive until that late game turn.
He's lying. It's busted. People don't know about it. Play on ladder. You'll be undefeated. You'll be undefeated. Don't listen to me. Don't worry. It is unbeatable. It is the ultimate secret of this meta, and now they're finally ready to share. So take it to the ladder.
Let's go again. What is your prediction here for Russia?
Okay, can I choose two?
No, only one.
God damn it. I still believe in the Poros.
Mirai, Great Mother, Twisted Fate Karma
that was my other option. I swear to God, if that happens,
walking it in.
No, Poros. I mean, I would love to see the Mirai Great Mother deck, though. Like, not gonna lie, but I believe in the Poros. Nothing can beat the Poros.
Thinking things through here, thinking what is their best chance here. Obviously, this is not a matchup table they have prepared, so they really have to take their time here. Despite these decks not being so serious, the surprise factor is a thing. And especially with Morocco having a player like Gouda that maybe doesn't, I think he played seriously since July or so, and Millabels and Tina's Wasteland, not players that are, I think that on top of the game where they played all these decks, they know all the matchups, etc., just from intuition or from kind of, so they have to really take into consideration, what are the matchups here? Is there any deck that, what kind of strategy they're employing? Like, this is not open deck list. This is a closed deck list tournament. What is Akshan Katarina?
What? Yeah! Got it right. I knew it. Poros, baby.
All right, we're tied.
It'd be for their Elnix. Not just look like an idiot.
If it's Elnix, you're disqualified. That's not the right answer. It will be once again Bandletree making a comeback. I think there are no more landmark removal decks. Target Speak was the only one. They queued into the wrong matchup. But Morocco has to try their best to win these next two games and hope that Norway loses the series 0-2 to even force a rematch. We'll see what Norway is doing as we get the results trickling in as we move along with the series. But a lot at stake in that match.
What is Action Katarina?
It's like a Jeopardy answer, What is? It's like
seriously, WTF is it? All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed Poros. Of course it is, with Station Archivist. Okay. Is she trying to, she's probably trying to bring more snacks to the Poros.
Yeah.
Three Sisters, Troll Chant. All right. Well, an all spell opener. Not really what you want to see if you're Russia. I wonder how many spells they're playing. But yeah, I mean, not awful though. Spell mana does exist fortunately in this game. So even if you don't have something to do in the first couple of turns, you can still enable some good counterplay from that point onwards. But we're going to see them draw into a unit, and it is a patched Poro bot. That's actually a nice pickup here, though it depends. Every round start, it gets a random keyword. So the keyword that it gets now is the one that matters as they want to play this on curve. We'll see what it is here. And Morocco drawing into a House Spider. Pretty solid pickup. But they're going to prioritize the Band of Commando. Did they get the Elusive? That would be huge if they got the Elusive on this thing. Quick Attack.
Quick Attack is going to be very, very nice detective skills. Looking on top of the Troll Chant. Mogwai, in all dimensions, he's on top of this game. I was looking at the board, I'm like, wait, did his face change that you know that it's Quick Attack, or what happened there?
I gotcha.
Any indication. Quick Attack is in there for the Poros. They're going to be good in combat here. Going to force some trades. But we have, Chump Block Central here with Morocco's hand. They have two House Spiders. They have the Owlcat. They have the Loping Telescope as well. Damage coming through is not really a problem here. It is just the Poros ramping up with the Poro Snacks and becoming an issue later on with certain keywords. With things like the Fabled Poro coming into the game and actually making this deck much, much better.
Yeah, the thing about Poros is first of all, they're a really solid option against control decks because, and against slower decks in general, because they have a lot of snowball buildup with the Poro Snacks. And because they spread out so well, if your deck is more proficient at single target removal, then you're going to have a hard time as eventually they're going to reach a point in which they're going to be playing 1 mana 3/3s or 4/4s that create another 1 mana 3/3 or 4/4 in your hand. And the value generation is just going to be too much. Too many stats. Like, Poro decks are all about stats. And there we go. Oh my God, Panda, it happened.
Norway.
It happened.
They depended on themselves, but they found on the worst possible results. And all of a sudden, Norway is tuning into this stream and hoping for Russia to win this game too. And maybe Russia closes out the series 2-0, playing Targon's Peak and Poros, and I wouldn't be super surprised. I mean, Poros is I think a fringe competitive list. Is a list that we've seen players in the past. We saw Belgium actually brought Poros in day 6 of the last EU Masters as well. They were testing it out with Vi, I believe. This is the second time Poros is shown here in EU Masters.
It is poetic because we see, I mean, I guess it's not exactly poetic, but it's definitely interesting that Norway's fate is ultimately decided by the Poros. Will the Poros enable Norway to reach top 8, or will the ultimate plot twist happen right here? As we're going to see an attack. They're still setting up that 3 mana, bluffing the Poros snacks, which Morocco has to take into account. But like we mentioned prior, they got chump blockers for days, man. Like, they need elusives, because otherwise they're not breaking through. Like, so many house fighters, loping telescopes, which would just make other telescopes until they can't make more telescopes, and they make other stuff. And then they got the Bandle tree as well. We're gonna see a troll champ enable some good trades here.
But still, I mean, it's gonna be a tricky
back-to-back Destined Poros.
There's no fuel here for Russia as well. They need to have fuel to get back into this one.
They need Aurora Borealis. Stuff like that can allow. Aurora Borealis is one of the most, actually, like one of the most high-value spells in the game. In a vacuum, like, it's actually really crazy what it does. It gives you 2 Poros snacks. So it's generating you 4 cards. Yeah, they're kind of low impact, but when you're building up these snacks, like, it really does go a long way. It's a big tempo sacrifice, but when you spread out so well, you can more often than not afford it. And we're gonna see a swing here from Russia, trying to really bait in some trades from Morocco and also bluff another Poro snacks, which would deem a potential aloof traveler's block onto the Poro bot here as a bit of a rough call here from Morocco. So we're gonna see what they opt to go for. But double Destined Poro is pretty much, it is arguably the most, I mean, not arguably, it is definitely the most useless Poro, because it's right now being developed in a deck that has no champions. So there's no way to flip it. So it's actually the 1 mana Poro that has no ability.
As we were preparing that talking point, I was hoping for, something good, but you just dropped the worst Poro. And I was, quite sad, because it is a very cute Poro, Mogwai.
It is. It's adorable. I call it the Neo Poros, but it's not the Neo Poros here.
You've heard not just one Poro's feelings, but 2 Poro's feelings in one sentence. How do you feel about that?
Terrible.
You
Terrible.
should?
They're adorable. How do you expect me to feel? Like a disgusting human being. But what are you gonna do?
Fury of the North on the Mountain Poro.
The sad one. The happy one died. The sad one lived.
That's life sometimes.
Yeah.
But we have the iterative improvement in hand. Is there really something great to copy? No, there isn't. You need to bring in, a better. I mean, you can copy your opponent's unit, maybe a telescope.
Maybe. The Bandle tree goes down, is already at 6, Panda. And I don't believe there has been a single target. Yeah, it's sneaky Zelo. I don't think that's gonna be doing too much here though, because I mean, it stuns some of the elusive. I mean, it could be played here.
I mean,
but I don't really think so.
Tenor of Terror.
Yeah, I mean, Terror doesn't progress your thing though.
It's true.
We may see a world in which they just pick up the. No, actually, none of these actually help you, because you've already met all these regions.
Yeah.
So Equinox could just be the one here.
Equinox might be the best decision. You just make sure there isn't kind of an elusive threat. That is kind of the way that the Poro decks get out of control, is usually with the Daring Poros with the elusives. They can really start dealing a lot of damage when you're not really, especially with Poro Cannon, it really gets out of control very quickly. So that's, I think, a good pickup just for a failsafe, because you know that this game is kind of in your favor already. There should not be any Bandle tree removal, in theory.
Down goes the Destined Poro, which means they're not going to opt to go for the Aurora Borealis this round.
There might be an Aftershock, Mogwai.
They could be playing it.
They could be playing it. They could. Don't know. Close deck list.
The sky is the limit.
Is the limit, and maybe a Bandle tree or an Aftershock can shut down the Bandle tree. That being said, there is a second Bandle tree already in hand. And I think there's definitely not 2 Aftershocks. So
it just feels like they're able to like chump everything.
Yeah.
Like, Morocco is definitely not winning the trades here, but they got everything that they need to just stall. Ooh. Speaking of stall, Bright Steel Protector, excellent stall tool. There's a Shurima pickup from Morocco, which they also haven't played yet as well. So they're looking to win in a couple of turns, and I have no idea how Russia is going to close out here. They can go for an Aurora Borealis and a Poro Snacks.
Station Archivist into Aftershock into Top Deck Aftershock.
that's if that actually happens, oh my god.
The
Seems like they're
Casper
not going for
Blessing might have been, well, I mean, they're going to attack first, obviously. They're going to play reactively with their Archivist. They go for the big swing.
Here. I mean, you don't need to Poro snacks when you're going to get... I mean, you're losing 2 bodies, so this may encourage them to do just that. Yep, they're going for it. Borealis, going to feed these Poros some snacks. Going to wipe out this board, but unfortunately, man, this Bandle tree is just too much. I don't think, like, unless this Bandle tree... Okay, so let me see if I kept up... Okay, so now it's going to be Shurima into Demacia,
well, you just
which they haven't played. And just one left. Okay, so which one is the last one left? Noxus. Okay, it's Failure. All right, that would have taken me a while. Actually.
The Pharaoh Mystic comes in. There is a removal, and Russia loses this game 2 with the Poros. Morocco gets the game to win. They are 1 game away from forcing a rematch tiebreaker versus Norway to see who makes it to top 8. So all of a sudden, Russia started off hot, but Norway was not able to capitalize. Morocco, they might have this information already. They might have, a scout watching the stream, making sure, this is the result. Norway just lost, so too, you guys can do this. So Morocco is now 1 win away, not from making the top 8, but from having a chance to fight Norway for that 2nd spot in this group, which is all they could have hoped for.
For Norway, that feels good for Morocco, but it feels rough for Norway. Like the one way they were out of it, if they lose 0-2 against a team that has just underperformed so much throughout this entire event, and they bring it in the last day and put Norway in such a precarious position here.
And France has ended with a better result this EU Masters than the last one. They were able to get 2 wins. So they've ended at least better than they did before in the last EU Masters. They've improved on their record.
What do you think Russia does here? Do we bring Poros again? Or do they mix it up? Part of me wants to see that Akshan Katarina, not gonna lie.
That's the last thing that I want to see here, Mogwai. I don't even want to know what is hidden beneath those curtains. I just want to see Mirai Great Mother. That is.
Why Katarina? Like, if you're mixing with Noxus, like, I mean, you want to attack, right? But
it's some sort of infinite combo type turn or type sequence, probably. I'm going to assume.
Yeah, exactly. With the Warlord's Horde, and the what was the name of the one that draws a couple of, I forgot the name of that one, but you can reduce the cost and then some sort of combo to get Katarina to 0 mana and just have infinite rallies. Oh my god, I would love to see that. But I just had like envisioning that combo actually working out at the highest of level. I just don't see it. I think Poros are
too many moving pieces for that combo.
Yeah.
Which is why it's the first I'm hearing of this specific deck. I know there are some.
What about Ashe? What about, like, Ashe doesn't match up poor? Like, it can put in the work against Akshan Sivir. It can put in the work against Draven Scion. It could be a legit option here.
What is the game plan for that deck? I'm not sure yet.
Hey, like, Ashe with Shadow Owls is not new. Like, there's actually, it's a deck called Zombie Ashe, but I mean, the thing is, it has a tendency to be played with Thresh, right?
Yeah.
To pull Ashe out, but at the same time, the good thing is because of Ashe's high power stat, she works really well with the Rekindler, right? So it could be a legit, like, it could be a counter to some mid-range options. I could see it also potentially being decent against Plunder as well. Like, maybe we see that, like, if Russia, yeah, there it is.
Ashe Elise gonna be locked in for Russia for this final game 3, and Morocco playing Akshan Sivir, trying to find a chance to play Norway in that rematch. If Morocco loses here, Russia is through and Norway is through as the 2 countries making out of this group C. So a lot on the line here for this matchup. Morocco, they have their hopes still alive, which is, I think, as much as they can hope for. Considering that after day 4, they were 1-3. They were kind of really out of it, but they were able to climb back in with a win yesterday, and they have a chance now to win against the leader of the group with kind of a different lineup, of course, but still, it gives them a chance to fight Norway for the 2nd spot in this group, which is all they could have really ever hoped for this kind of after this week 2 in this tournament. And we see it
Here we
there.
go.
Ashe, the archers, the harsh winds, freeze is the name of the game here.
I love it. I mean, that's one of the things that I haven't realized until now about like this current meta. You know, it's one of the first meta games in which we haven't seen Ashe being prevalent, not in ladder nor in tournaments. I think this is the first time we cast Ashe in this edition of Euromaster, which is kind of crazy because she's been pretty much a staple of lineups in this format up until now. But it really goes to show how things have shifted, especially because of the fast-paced nature of the meta and some aggro decks that can do extremely well against Ashe, like Poppy Ziggs. But we're going to see the first couple of turns go by. Action is developed, going to go in for this attack. No reason to waste the Frostbite here when you can't block it. And we can see, I would go for the Rime Fang Wolf. I think it's a solid development here, yeah. Alongside Ashe next round, it can, with that Brittle Steel in the back, it can put in a lot of work.
I think Russia might win this. I mean, there's so many freezes. You're going to stop so much quick attack. So much of the keywords here that are working. This is an attack-heavy deck, obviously, for
There's a
Morocco.
Harrowing. That's the reason to play Ashe, like Rekindler and the Harrowing. It's Zombie Ashe with Elise as just a good value 2-drop here that can allow you to also develop as well. And Ashe is going to go down. The problem is, like I was mentioning Brittle Steel earlier, right? But we see not 1, not 2, but 3 sharp sights here for Morocco. That is an excellent way for them to counter this Rime Fang Wolf, as the health boost will put them out of range of Brittle Steel here.
You have to use all of your mana though this turn just to counter the ability from the Ashe, and I think the Brittle Steel will be played once again. Actually, no, it can't be played after the health boost.
The one sharp sight is enough.
Yeah. One sharp sight will be enough. Yeah, the health boost is massive here. It's a 9 with the Brittle Steel. If it was a flash freeze, of course, things would be different. But there is no answer here. And yeah, like you were mentioning, a really good counter here.
Yeah. Like this is something that Twin Disciplines will not have been able to do, for example. But sharp sights, like spread out buff, goes a long way. Preserve the Vicar and Vagabond, and all of a sudden, Action is about to level up, and there is a Sivir top deck.
Yeah, that was I think maybe even the game-winning combat trick. I mean, that's
really strong.
The state of this board so much in favor of Morocco once again. Now the pressure will be massive, and I'm not sure if Russia will make it to the point where the Harrowing will be all that effective. I mean, you do have.
Well, this archer puts a lot of work. Like if Sivir is developed, this archer is able to bypass the spell shield and freeze her immediately, which halts Morocco quite a bit. And they still have access to Brittle Steel in the back. They can even potentially Withering Wail as well. I don't think they would go for that this round though. There's some options. Vengeance. I mean, they can set up a Withering Wail or even a Brittle Steel. Like Brittle Steel can be used to just bop the spell shield, for example. But Morocco's going to develop the Sandstone Charger first. This may indicate to us that they're not looking to develop Sivir this round.
But now after seeing this archer, this might have just been the bait, thinking, hey, we think they have an archer. Let's play out the Sandstone Charger first, and then we play our Sivir and see what happens. And now the spell shield will be very hard to stop.
The problem with Sivir in this matchup without combat trick backup is that 3 health. The fact that she's vulnerable to Brittle Steel makes you lose a little bit of confidence in your spell shield protecting you, and
but I mean,
it's a bit threatening.
With a quick attack still on this turn, you're gonna have 2 spells to you already saw. I don't know. I think
it could happen. It could like with 6 mana in the back, like double like flash, like 2 freezes. Again, being vulnerable to Brittle Steel is the biggest thing here, right? Because you can pop the spell shield for 1 mana at burst speed. So that's something to consider. Like they have to consider that. The fact that they let off with the Sandstone Charger, I don't think they're developing Sivir this round exactly because they want to have mana for the combat trick, and they want to level up Action here. So the moment they played that Sandstone Charger, that indicated to me that they weren't looking to develop Sivir. And to be fair, that makes sense because you're still very far away from leveling her up. So you're not in a huge rush, and this Merciless Hunter is actually very threatening.
The pressure coming down here. I think you're almost happy to have this whole board cleared out. I'm not sure if we're going for Harrowing next turn, though. I think it's way too early. You don't have enough units to pull in, and not enough pressure, obviously, either. So Russia are going to have to play the waiting game, hope for maybe a Rekindler before that Harrowing is played. But the Auction and the Landmark will help with kind of the value generation in the next few turns as well for
that. At least is really neat as a blocker. Like it forces Morocco to preemptively buff the or to buff the Action rather, and that leaves. The problem is right now Russia has no, like, they have nothing to follow that up with. I still think they should direct this Elise to block, but unless they're looking to just brittle steel, yeah, like you have to, because if you brittle steel this Vicar and Vagabond, all of a sudden it's just like, hey, you have 2 mana. There's a lot of things that could be, but the thing is, we're either preserving our Ash or you're losing your action. You can't have both.
Exactly. It's kind of a forked position here for Morocco, where they have to choose one of the two because of the way they committed their attack, and they only have 2 mana to do this, so they can't really save both, and they're going to accept both in this case. The Akshan dies, the Vagabond kills the
No, it actually doesn't die because of the quick attack. Never mind. And the way the quick attack works, it survives. Wow.
From the level up.
And this goes to show that Russia wants their Ash to die.
But like, the Herring is not really that effective next turn.
Yeah, but they probably have Rekindlers as well. And keeping that Brittle Steel can lead to other things. Like right now, that Withering Will is lining up pretty solidly here. Like clearing this current board. They're gonna go for the card draw. Some good pickups here, honestly. You could just take another action, to be honest. Like Grappling Hook is not bad when you have double Sharp Sight in hand. And in case you lose your action, you can just develop another one. They may just skip though. They do, and they pick up another Sivir. Not really what they want to see. A Sivir is one of those cases you're happy to see one. You're not happy to see any more than that. Because their signature spell can be very awkward. Here we go. Let's see what they draw. This draw is very important for Russia. Rekindler, there it is.
They find the Rekindler, they find the fuel for not this turn, but for the next turn with the Herring backup as well. And obviously the big thing with Ash and the Herring is that the multiple copies of Ash will freeze everything and not allow any blockers on the attack turn for the Harrowing.
This attack also forcing Morocco to block with the action unless they're willing to pre-commit a combat trick to trade onto that Elise. Not rushing the Withering Will. Very important call here by Russia, because what this does is it makes it so that once they develop a Sivir, the Withering Will have even extra value, as it'll pop the spell shield and open her up for not only Brittle Steel, but also even Vengeance, which at that point, once the spell shield is gone, Morocco cannot really counter. I think this is a great moment to go for Withering Will. Yep.
And they
really good Withering Will.
They need that chip damage to come through. They need to, the HP at 20, you're not going to win with Herring, but when you're at 12, you're at 10, it's much more likely to get the lethal with the Harrowing on the turn it's played.
Morocco kind of played into this. Morocco gave a little bit too much respect and lost the ability to actually trade into that Elise and remove it as a blocker early on by pre-committing some combat tricks. And now they still keep action, right? But they got a combat trick out of them. They got the spell shield out of Sivir. And we're looking at a Rekindler bringing back that Ash, and then they can use those as blockers unless they open attack here. Gonna develop this Tavern Keeper as an extra blocker, heal up the Elise. I like this play. And now, this is the beautiful thing about this Panda, is that they can develop Rekindler, and because they kept that one spell mana, they can still play the Harrowing afterwards. And that's huge.
Or even have the Brittle Steel available for this turn as well.
Yeah, no, but just play this Rekindler. Oh, they don't play Rekindler. Interesting. I'm shocked that they don't. I'm really shocked that they don't, because I don't think there's a downside to this. I don't think they can die this round. I think if they play the Rekindler, they want to block with the Rekindler. They want it to die, because that way they can have one crazy Harrowing effect here that can just lead to a win.
They might be waiting to play the Rekindler after an Aegis is committed, if they're expecting that from Morocco.
True.
And that would really shut down an Aegis play and would obviously, have the extra blockers as well.
Will we see the Brittle Steel here from Russia? Russia's still sitting at 20 HP, so they can afford, but they're going to go for it now. All right. Going to use that Spiraling to jump block the action. That Warlord's Horde. I have trouble pronouncing that word. Is really creeping up on Russia here, though. After this hit, it's going to go down to 4. There's double combat tricks. It's getting pretty close. There's also Golden Aegis that will further advance it, too.
We'll see if there's going to be any combat tricks on the Sivir here to try and get the trade and to survive more than anything. Even if you can't kill off the Tavern Keeper with a +2 attack, still to survive and keep that quick attack. If you're going to play Aegis, then, you know, obviously having quick attack on Sivir, even if she's damaged, it's still very effective.
You're gonna go for it.
There's a sharp sight. One more counter on the Warlord's Horde.
Get that damage. Really interested to see what Russia does here. I would love to see them develop. I don't think you need to worry about like vengeance here. I would love for them to just, okay, they're just gonna go for the Rekindler instead. By playing the Rekindler, actually this is very clever, because by playing the Rekindler they enable the flash freeze for the other Ashe, because I was thinking maybe double Ashe, but it's more important for you to have access to that burst speed counter here. Will we see a golden Aegis? There are some pretty good blocks here. I don't know if this golden Aegis is ultimately good enough, but at the same time, once they're able to refill that mana, are they gonna get a better opening for this golden Aegis? I mean, they have to wish for it, right? Because otherwise it's downhill from here. But
only going to be Aegis this turn, though. You can play both the Aegis and the sharp side as well.
Exactly, which allows Rekindler to block into, even after a level up, it allows it to block into the Sivir or the action.
Yeah, depending on which of the two gets the barrier from
exactly.
Aegis.
So it's not really that good of a rally effect here, just because of that 4/4 stat line from Rekindler. It's a bit too much. We may see a passer from Morocco. We do. All right, this is huge for Russia. But again, that Warlord's Horde, man, that Warlord's Horde is getting really close.
And there's a big swing coming in. A freeze on the Sivir.
Freeze on the Sivir. They could pair that up with another flash freeze. I'm pretty sure Ashe is extremely close to leveling up here. We've seen the Brittle Steel. We've seen the... yeah, one away. She's at 4 now. 4 out of 5.
This one's a fighter.
Hug it out.
If I'm Russia, I'm happy with these trades. I'm very happy with these trades.
Oh, take your time. I love to be kept waiting.
We'll see if Sivir ends up blocking at the very least a spider, possibly. You're not really scared of burn. You're not really scared of any kind of rally effects. So you know that once you survive this turn, you're not going to be worried until the next turn.
Clock is ticking for Morocco. Really debating. Okay, they're going to go for that. We may see a Shapestone or a Sharp Sight onto the Sivir. Try to get that Warlord's Horde in. Oh, she's... Wait, okay.
You do have another Sivir in hand.
Yeah, that's
you're
true.
kind of fine to...
That's true,
and you have a lot of mana to work with no place to really make here. So
that's true.
I think you're fine killing off the Sivir, getting the next one with Spell Shield, and having a chance to really pop off with the Warlord's Horde popping next turn as well.
This is very intense for Morocco. Like, everything's on the line. All of a sudden, like, if they get the win here, like, they actually have a chance to make the top 8. But they have to overcome this just completely unorthodox zombie Ashe. And I think zombie Ashe has always been a little bit underrated as a thing. Not like massively underrated, but a little bit underrated. It does a lot. It has a really scary late game.
They have to push a lot of damage through next turn, though. 16 HP here. We've seen Tavern Keepers. We might see another Tavern Keeper top deck, possibly even to heal even more. I mean, there's a lot that can happen here. I don't know if they have enough damage to push through, even with the Aegis.
Yeah, like the Warlord's Horde does a lot, but they got that Vengeance too. Like, it may not be able to hit Sivir, but it can potentially hit something else before Sivir attacks. I mean, the thing is, like, Sivir hasn't even leveled up, is the thing. So they don't even have to, they can even resort to the Vengeance once the...
And does this...
Well, they have to be careful, because Concerted Strike is dangerous there, because it can enable a spell shield. That I think ideally they have to resort to Vengeance before the attack happens. Nonetheless...
Babbling Berg guarantee an Ashe?
It depends on the structure of the rest of their deck, but if they build it properly, yes.
And is there another Ashe remaining? We've seen one die. We've seen one die from the Rekindler, and we've seen one just played from hand now.
There's one left.
Yeah.
There's one left.
There's the Absolver. There's the Elise top deck from Russia.
There's the Absolver, but there's Sivir has not yet leveled up. The freezes have delayed her, and you see that's not what Morocco wanted to see. And indeed, it is an Ashe, like you mentioned, that is a flash freeze in hand.
Turn any man into a monster.
Down goes the Vicar and Vagabond, but this is just not enough.
It's just too much HP and just not enough of a threat here from Morocco.
They have Golden Egg. Okay, so wait, can they have to attack, they have to level up Sivir first. And once the Golden Aegis happens, they cannot combine Flash Freeze and Vengeance this round. Is this possible in any shape or form? It's too much damage, right? I mean, there's a lot of combat tricks here, Panda. Like we haven't actually properly counted here. It's the Absolver. Then you have Sharpsight.
There's a lot of damage going through, and Sivir is not going to be dying this turn or being freezed.
And Sivir is going to level up here, which means that This
might be enough. Take it back.
This could be enough. Like maybe
Sivir.
If they. I mean,
coming in with the Overwhelm onto the Tavern Keeper, it had vulnerable already from before.
This could be too much. Wait.
There's no way to stop both. That's the biggest thing. There's no Archer. There's no you. That's what I was thinking about the Flash Freeze with the Ash for the Babbling Berg, but there just wasn't enough mana to play the Babbling Berg, the Ash, or the Flash Freeze and the Vengeance. This turn, you're 2 mana off.
Yeah.
Even banking the spell mana.
Yeah, even if they played it the prior round, which means they wouldn't have burned 1 mana, that means they would be at 9 mana. So they still would be 1 mana off from combining both spells. So they didn't really misplay there. And all of a sudden, like Morocco's looking at 8 damage here, and we're gonna see a Flash Freeze onto the Flea Feather Tracker, but committing this right now feels rough. Oh, this may have been a bit of a... Oh, but how do you even... They have the Shapestone now, the Sharpsight. That's it. Russia has no more plays. This Golden Aegis may prove to be everything.
They can only play the Elise as a blocker, and that's the end of their possibilities for this turn. The hand is just too awkward, too high mana with both the Vengeance and the Harrowing, and obviously the Vengeance, not an answer for Sivir. Sivir has Spell Shield, just the worst possible champion to kill.
That's it. They go for it. They go for it. They go for it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be... Oh, wow. Wow. The Sivir carrying through. Powering through the Rekindler and that, leaving them at 6. There's just no block that can withstand this. The Spell Shield protects everything as well. And the Sivir Absolver combo with Golden Aegis is gonna seal the deal. And ladies and gentlemen, it happened. It actually happened. Morocco defeated Russia, and they now get a chance to make it to the top 8 against Norway. That is crazy. Like that, the odds of that, Norway losing 0-2 and Morocco defeating the meme lineup here. That looked like a 1 game for Russia too, the way it was going.
Yeah, Russia started off with a 1-0 lead, but Morocco came back into it, got the reverse sweep, wins 2-1, and we'll be playing Norway today for a spot in the top 8. I think it will be off stream as we cast the Czechia Greece match on stream after this series. I believe that would make the most sense because, well, we have to sleep, the players have to sleep, and I guess, we can't go too far off schedule. I think there is a limit, and we don't know how far the Greece-Czechia series will go. It's already the next series that shouldn't exist in this case, so I think that will be the situation, but we will update you guys after we go on break and before we start off the Czechia versus Greece series. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. The schedule matches are done, but we are not done. There are tiebreakers to resolve. We still don't have all the answers, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We got some more of time as we are going to be featuring two, not one, but two best of three matches to dictate who advances to the top 8. As we said at the beginning of the event, tiebreakers were messy. Things were chaotic and there was a lot of different potential scenarios. And we are in a situation in which both Czechia and Greece and then Morocco and Norway have to duke it out for that top 8 spot. So perhaps the most intense and just tight top 8 race in Europe Masters to date, Panda.
Yeah, in previous tournaments, I've also, maybe not the sole responsibility, but I was, going through the tiebreakers, making sure everything was correct to make sure that there were no doubts going into the final day of group stages. And usually takes 15-20 minutes. So
you were so stressed, dude. I was like, what happened?
There was like an hour and a half left till the tournament start, and I got into it. And I'm like, oh my god, there's gonna be a lot of math to be done here, and I have to go through a lot of calculations. And overall, definitely one of the most intense group stage, day 6s that we've seen, I think, in any Masters Europe tournament. And it's proven that we didn't get the worst of possibilities, because Group D, thankfully, was quite easy in the end, because that could have been the most complicated one. But the next two groups, the two possible rematches, have occurred, and we will be seeing Greece versus Czechia on stream coming up, and then also Norway versus Morocco on stream after that. So there are 2 more series left in this broadcast today and in this group stage of this tournament, and we'll be seeing, of course, quarterfinals and finals happening next week. So usually the tournament would be over by now, but we are far from over. We have like another half to go, basically, with 2 more series coming up.
Let's take a look at the first match that we'll be covering, which will be Czechia versus Greece. This matchup is really, really interesting because it's going to feature, like I said before, a fan favorite of these events in Team Czechia. I think Team Czechia is one of the most beloved and teams out of all the countries. They've had just tremendous runs back to back. They're always so entertaining to watch, and their team is just a lineup of superstars, and it has a really interesting story to it. Like Pakrvac used to be, the team captain, the lead, the big name. But as time has passed, Thomas and Bajatak, not only have they made a name for themselves, they arguably are overshadowing Pakrvac at this stage, considering Thomas was a seasonal winner and Bajatak was a competitor in the most recent World Championship, as they are currently 3-3, and they face off against the newcomer in Greece. This is the first time Greece has ever qualified to the Europe Masters, and them making top 8 on their first ever event would be such a great start for them. And the fact that they had such a really rough start at the beginning, going 0-2, would just add more to what would be an amazing story. So it's all down the line here. Only one of these 2 countries will advance, and we are taking a look at the lineups. You already saw a good portion of them today, at least Czechia's. We are very familiar with that one, but they're actually very similar. Some differences here and there, like Greece resorting to plunder, for example, and they are bringing Fizz Lulu as well.
Yeah, the only difference is the plunder and the Pink City, Czechia, and also the Fizz Noxus instead of Fizz Lulu Noxus. Yeah. So the only real difference is Pink City and plunder, and even then they have one champion in common. So once again, Czechia finding not a mirror lineup, but very close to it, both against Germany earlier today and now here against Greece. And a reminder for viewers at home, whoever wins this series makes it to top 8, whoever loses is out. This is kind of an extracurricular series outside of the usual group stage. A tiebreaker situation has forced us into this, with both teams being 3 wins, 3 losses, 8 game wins, and 3 wins against Germany, the leader of this group. So complete parity in the performances of both Greece and Czechia, although their journeys to get to that parity was very different. Greece started off really, really well, Czechia started off really, really well, and Greece not so good. They were like 1-3 going to day 4, but the script has flipped in these last 2 days, and now they are completely even.
Important to note that at this point, we are not playing with closed deck lists anymore. All teams and all players have access to the full deck list codes from their opponents, which means the surprise factor is definitely hindered at this point. So fortunately, no target peaks remaining in the next matchups, as all players lose the surprise factor here, and we see Akshan Siver getting the ban hammer here on Team Greece two very strong decks in Zoe, Nami, and Action Saver are out of the equation for them. As even though they're very, very similar lineups, man, the bans ended up being very different.
Yeah. And the Bandle tree, I think, goes to show that Czechia is not really fearing Sion. They think they have good matchups across the board against Sion. They're finally getting it open once again. This is a trend that we've been seeing a little bit as we move along through the tournament. First, Sion was just banned very, very often in the first few days, and that has changed a little bit going into day 5 and 6, and maybe even day 4 a tiny bit as well. So not so much respect on Sion. Obviously, counters like Minimorph do exist and can be played in many decks, but it will be Ping City coming down for Czechia for game 1, and it will be what I assume is going to be a Bandle tree deck for Greece in this game 1.
Yep, it is Bandle City versus Bandle City, but two very different variants on it. One is a very hyper-aggressive deck. The other one, a Swarmy list that aims to apply pressure, but also use the numbers to stall and work for that Bandle tree landmark win. As we'll see how this matchup plays out, but I would argue Ping City is a little bit favored here.
Yeah, I do think that again, usually you're able to stall, but you can't really stop the impact. You can't stop the burn that comes through. You don't have healing. And the Bandle tree, unless you get a very fortunate hand and very fortunate, generation of units from things like Mayor, etc., I think it will be quite hard to have it online in time before the burn comes in and takes you down to 0. So we'll see how it pans out. I think it's not a super polarized matchup. You do, like you mentioned, you have a lot of stalling tools. You're able to flood the board and not take much combat damage at least. But I think there's too much damage coming in through the sides.
I agree. So we're going to be venturing into the game real soon. And we're going to see if Czechia can get that early curve, with the Stone Stackers, the Mirai Warden, Inventive Chemist. Access to a lot of very neat 1-drops and 2-drops. But that's the thing about this Lulu Fizz deck. Even though it has an alternate win condition, it can pick up that pace as well. And it also does have access to very key removal. Not all variants run stuff like Ravenous Flock, but I think we've seen, at this point, I'm a big believer in Ravenous Flock being a very good addition to the deck, to be honest. It's just always, it can be very clutch, just very easy to enable, especially with all the little dudes that you're making that can chump block and get some damage on some bigger units. So I do expect this to be a very interesting matchup, honestly. It is a little bit favored, but it can go both ways. We've seen this Bandle tree deck just get some pretty nutty wins here and there.
When it comes to the mental state of these teams going into this one, it's kind of the polar opposites. Greece is riding the wave of success, of just having all these wins in a row, of coming in today in a do-or-die moment and winning. And Czechia, the complete opposite. They basically not lost all 3 in a row, but essentially they've lost 3 out of the last 4 matches. And they have to be feeling the pressure also of being favorites to win it all.
Yeah, to an extent, yes, but at the same time, there has to be a lot of relief going on for Czechia here. They took down the top dog in Germany in order to stay alive in this competition, right? Like they're pretty high off a very crucial win here. So I think I do believe with such a caliber of a lineup in your team, with Pokerback, Badge Attack, and Thomas, they're very mental. They may be young, but they're very mentally solid. I would argue that they're pretty, they're pretty hungry for this one. They really want to get into that top 8. It's a team that's very proud of its performance in the Europe Masters in general, and also important to note that a lot of these players came to fame because of this specific tournament. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We see double Minimorph in Greece's opening hand. I think it's pretty safe to assume that those will be mulling in the way. And then a Bandle Commando and a group shot. Pokestick into House Spider. Honestly, very solid opening hand for Greece. As we have Czechia here, I expect hidden pathways and potentially even like a full-on mulligan except for 1 Stone Stackers to happen here.
Stone Stackers are really good in this matchup, though. Overall, when you're fighting for board, that
true.
tough on turn 2 is massive. And they will be keeping both Stone Stackers. I'm not too sure. I think it's just really, really a pivotal unit in the early game against all the stat lines that Bandle tree puts out until turns 4, really, with the Tenor of Terror.
Yeah, there's no 3/2s except for the Bomber Twins. The Bomber Twins is a good pickup here. We may see Mirai Warden being developed instead. But Stone Stackers guarantees. That's the thing about Stone Stackers. They guarantee the ping, which means they guarantee the level of progression for game playing, and that is very important. Bomber Twins pulling a Frozen Thrall. Definitely not a high roll here for Greece. As Stone Stackers goes in, I mean, there's no world in which you don't block with Bomber Twins here. You take the trade, you make use of your 3-2 against this very threatening 2-drop, and you go on your way. Even though there's a lot of 2-drops here for Czechia, it's not that bad at all, because they can drop a 2-drop here, carry over 2 spell mana, and then set up double 2-drop next turn with Pokey Stick backup, which is actually really neat. This is one of the arguments for, I remember back in the open beta days when this the Fearsome deck started to rise, you know, like the Wraith Colors, you know, when Wraith Colors used to be Fearsome themselves. And that deck had a very interesting structure that made good use of the spell mana system. And basically, it was that it built up a lot on 2-drops and 4-drops and barely had any 3-drops going. Because of scenarios like this, when you carry over the spell mana on turn 1, and then you play a 2-drop on turn 2, and then you carry a spell mana again from developing another 2 mana on 2-drops, on turn 3, you have a turn in which you have 4 mana and 2 spell mana, effectively allowing you to either play a 4-drop and a 2-drop play, or 3 back-to-back true 2-mana plays. So I went on quite the ramble here, but these things are actually pretty important, because now, because of these draws and this hand, Czechia can actually swarm this next turn really well.
There's also a deck that had just very good 2-drops in terms of spells and units, so you're able to really push through that kind of game plan with the Fearsomes. But yeah, very good point there. I think overall, this Alcan, this Bounty connecting is already a great start for Greece. They have chump blockers, they have so many cheap spells, they have Aloof even to discard either a Gangplank or a double up.
Did you see that?
I did. We'll see if this Aloof is played, and we'll see if the double up takes the hit for Gangplank, or if it will be Gangplank going down here. Aloof is played, and it will be...
That's the Gangplank
getting removed. One of the key champions and the key units really in this game plan for Czechia is out of the way, but a big wide attack here with Pokey Stick backup. But I think you just go for the swing. Spell Shield on the Alcat means you can't really remove it before you swing in. And you're just going to try and get as much damage here as possible.
Some decent 1-drops being generated here by Marai Warden. This Crimson Bloodletter, actually really hard to block into. Group Shot is going to go down, I would assume. Can be used to knock down the other Marai Warden and weaken them a little bit here.
As mitigating as much damage as possible on the board before you get into that burn phase that we all know a little bit too well.
Now that Bandle Commando, because it had to trade there, is vulnerable to a poke though. And if they don't open attack, that means that effectively they have to attack in, like, Greece can't really go House Spider into Protoporo and then attack this round. Otherwise, Czechia can develop the Lecturing Yordle and ping the Bandle Commando at slow speed before it threatens with generating more value for Greece. But there is the Bandle tree.
You can't really go for the Bandle tree route just yet. You are still playing against aggro. You do still have to try and go wide. Once this House Spider comes down, I think you're already giving up on the, getting damage onto the Nexus by going wide. It'll have to be either through impact or just at this point with spells. So at 16 HP if you're Greece, I think you're pretty happy. You're still very, very healthy, and it will take a lot of burn to take you down. That being said, you don't have any healing. So if you're not able to close out the game fast enough with Bandle tree until we get to that point, you might still be in trouble regardless.
And how crazy is Lecturing Yordle as a 1-drop, as a 4-drop? Like, the more I think about it, this card is just nuts. Like, it's got such a good stat line, and it's this engine generating you pings again and again. Pings that plant mushrooms as well. Like, it's just a very, very neat card.
It will be nerfed, I'm going to guess. I do think so right away. I mean, it's the moment I played it in Caitlyn Teemo. And I've said this publicly before. I think it will, maybe not next patch, but eventually it will see a nerf. It is too good of a card, I think, for the body and the effect it has. Maybe only the Poison Dart on attack, I think, would make the most sense. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, it is a little bit pushed indeed. And look at this. Czechia gonna be keeping that Lecturing Yordle in the back, respecting the Ravenous Flock, and also being like, hey, yeah, you get a nice swing here for 4 damage, but you're not gonna win by attacking. You're working for that Bandle tree, and I'm gonna keep this very nice 4-drop. And there's another Gangplank right there being drawn by Czechia. And this very, very, very nice. They can ping face with this continue to promote the level up.
And this one they have to consider, are we still going to go wide now? We got some trades in our favor. We got a kill off on the Bandlewood Commando. Didn't get the next unit, but if you think there are going to be a lot of ping spells that can kind of kill off your units before they can hit, like we're seeing here, yeah, I think it is correct to go face.
I agree.
I think there are some cases in aggro where it's wrong to go face, where if you're still fighting for the board and they don't have enough spells at fast speed to stop your units, it's still correct, because essentially if you kill off this 1/1 spider, maybe your 2/1 connects and that's 2 damage instead of 1 to face. But in this case, especially with the hang we're seeing here, you might expect flock, you might expect group shot, pokey sticks. I think it's more of a guarantee to go face at this point.
We're gonna plant those mushrooms with a little bit of variance on their side. There could be an early draw into a puff cap that could also help make Gangplank's level up that much easier. There is the Plunder Poro, Gangplank's favorite Poro in their hand as well. And this is a deck that can definitely enable Plunder pretty easily. There's a mini morph draw for Grease. Could be a nice counter to Gangplank. I don't know if you work for developing Gangplank this round, though. You could play the Crackshot Corsair, make a little bit more use of your mana and hold on to Gangplank for later. Yes, you're worried about the Aloof Travelers, but you still have another 5-drop in hand, and maybe you believe, variance won't hit you that hard back-to-back. As here, developing this Crackshot Corsair essentially guarantees the plunder. If Czechia were to open attack here, that group shot needs one more unit on the board to be able to knock it out, as we're going to see a pokey stick go down to get rid of the Crimson Bloodletter here.
And right away, I think this gives the chance for, again, this is kind of Czechia now thinking, 15 HP on the Nexus that cannot heal. We have to start adding up our damage. If you're attacking now with the Lecturing Yordle, you get 1 Poison Dart, that's 1 more damage to face, plus the Crackshot Corsair ping, that's 2, and the possible, the mushroom going to the deck. That's already, 2 to 3 to 4 maybe damage being generated just off of that swing. And obviously you're going to be counting on the Pokesticks to refuel your deck. Gangplank later on, if he comes down leveled up, there's going to have to be a mini morph answer available to stop some of his extra damage coming in as well, and also the double up later on. So you're already starting to add in a lot of damage.
By the way, we have an update here from production, and they're adding a little bit more onto it. I was about to share it, but they're adding a little bit more onto it. I'm gonna.
Oh, you can't start a.
Okay, there we go. All right, now it's complete. So, unfortunately, we will not be able to broadcast the Morocco versus Norway games. It will be played off stream, and essentially, we want them to play whenever they feel more comfortable. And apparently, they feel more comfortable just playing now and not having to wait for the series to be over. So, we will abide for what's better for the competitors, and we will only be broadcasting this specific best of 3. So best of luck to both Morocco and Norway. We will share with you guys who wins that. Do not worry. And let's get back into the game here, as this one is going to be very, very exciting. Plunder Poro. All right, Poro goes down. Has impact and overwhelm on a 1/1 stat line. Perfect.
So Mogwai, if I tell you that the Plunder Poro grows up to become Lecturing Yordle,
I would believe you.
Me?
I would believe you. I would actually. Well, no, because he lost an eye, Panda. Oh, the glass is high. The glass is high. Oh, yeah. Oh crap,
so,
you got me.
I'm a bit of a lore master myself, and I'm maybe even innovating and discovering the secrets of Runeterra right here live on stream. You heard it here first. Plunder Poro is lecturing Yordle as a small child. I'm not sure.
He was a rebel. He joined the pirates. Then he learned his ways and lectured others as to why. You gotta do other things in life. You gotta travel and lose your luggage and not pirate people.
Don't spoil too much, Mogwai, because that will be the main part of the Netflix series 5 years from now. It will be Plunder Poro's evolution into lecturing Yordle. I had to leak it.
Shoutouts to Arcane, by the way. Looking really neat. Excited for that.
Very excited as well. But let's get back into the game.
This content is sponsored by
Golden Narwhal, Mogwai.
Oh, it's your favorite 2-drop, Panda.
My favorite. This is listen, for everyone that's watching, and I know that every single person here in their childhood, when someone told them about the narwhal, they thought it was a fantasy animal. They no way thought this was a real. I don't know if maybe you, Mogwai, you even know this animal exists.
That with
Not exactly like that, but
with the golden, because you do know I did study biology, and actually my favorite
with a
subject
horn.
was zoology. So I was just gonna tell you what the hell are you talking
a
about?
whale with a horn exists.
I do know that, yeah, a narwhal,
Yeah, exactly.
but there's no golden narwhal, Panda.
No, well, I mean, there can be if you have the spray paint can.
Well, that's true. I mean, to be fair, some very valuable information that has absolutely nothing to do with card games, but we only know like 10% of what actually, like the entire fauna of the sea in the ocean. Like we know like a minuscule proportion of it.
So let's not make definitive statements.
Yeah, I'll believe there is somewhere out there in the Pacific, deep down, there's a golden narwhal.
Perfect. Thank you, Mogwai. Thank you, biologist Mogwai, on duty.
One day I will find it, Panda.
Well, I think that's a TV show we're not going to be. It's going to be 10 years in production. I think it's not happening anytime soon. But let's get back to the game. That was a bit too much of a waddle off topic, even for us. The narwhal attacking here, connecting for 2 with the elusive.
I mean, Panda, how many hours have we been casting? I think the chat could cut us a break. my brain is fried at this point. Pokey stick gonna go down. This powder keg is gonna be challenged by the aloof travelers, and they're trying to get some value out of it. I do have another pokey stick to back it up with, so this play is generally very safe, especially because they don't necessarily need that extra paying value, right? And forcing something like a group shot onto this keg could be really good value for Czechia, actually. So I don't believe Greece wants to go for this, as they still do have the aloof travelers, which could go down here. But now that game playing is down the board, only double up will be discarded. And I don't think that's too big of a deal here. It's important to know that mini morph is still available this round. And if this Poke Stick will level up Gangplank, which will probably force that mini morph out of Greece, which is why aloof travelers may go down next round, actually.
The Golden Narwhal does actually have the vulnerable attack on it. That is downside to playing this elusive unit for 2 mana. So you're going to have a chance for it to be dragged out of the way to get, even the Plunder Portal with impact to get some damage and not be traded off immediately.
Definitely expect mini morph to go down. I mean, you have to.
But this is where it feels bad.
Otherwise, this game playing just nets too much value, and even then, like, you're preventing a lot. Like, this mini morph is actually accomplishing a lot, but leaving a 3/3 body behind, this is still a really solid attack here for Czechia. We could see a Tenor of Terror now being developed, to be honest. Like, why not?
And you could have seen also a group shot into Scorched Earth, but you need the Scorched Earth maybe for Lecturing Yordle. So overall, it just feels like you're not mana efficient enough to stop all these threats. And this is why Pink City is such a strong deck. Everything it does, same way with Thunder. Every play they make on curve are just some of the strongest plays you can make for that mana in the game. With Tenor of Terror, with the Gangplank, of course, the impact, not the keyword, but the actual in-game impact for each of these plays on that turn is huge.
And the most important thing here, Panda, Plunder Portal's Overwhelm. Seems like it's going to carry Czechia to victory here. Tenor of Terror goes down. The base of Burden is called upon. Down goes the Vanguard Defender, attempting to defend. Ladies and gentlemen, meet. You know that meme of, like, the guy walking with a girl and looking back? Like, that's what I think about when I see Vanguard Defender. There's this chick walking with the Vanguard Defender, and then she looks back and she sees Stone Stackers, and it's like, what am I doing with my life? I could do that.
I agree with you. There are some cards that do definitely feel like they have been belatedly power crept, not even trying to be subtle about it. There's like, all right, it's this guy's time to shine, and Stone Stackers is that guy. One of the most underrated cards coming into this expansion. Wasn't talked about very much at all. Wasn't played very much at all until Ping City round 2 came into fruition, because Ping City number 1 had Conchologist instead.
I'm continuing talking while I shamelessly search if Group Shot can hit your own.
It cannot.
Units. It cannot.
Mogwai,
okay.
We went over this exact line the last day we casted together.
I'm sorry.
Is that how little you care about our casts? You don't remember every single word we've said in our entire lifetime?
I feel ashamed now, honestly.
Scorched Earth comes down, and so does the Group Shot. The Lecturing Yordle, as again, finally
huge,
being
though.
dealt with, but it's been alive for so long.
Banda,
so much value.
Banda. Do you think we see a double up here? I think we do. Double up onto the aloof travelers before it engages here. I mean, the problem is a Ravenous Flock, right? Because a Ravenous Flock can hit your own units.
Yes.
So they may have to respect that. And I don't think we will be seeing Greece develop the Fizz and leave it wide open for a group shot, right? Yeah, so it's gonna happen now, and they're gonna be rewarded for this. How close? How is this like? Okay, 4 damage, 6 damage, 8 damage, 9 damage, 10 damage. This is over.
The Yordle's dead.
This is over. This is over, Panda. This is over.
Well, yeah, with the poison dart, with
the pokey stick. I mean, they go for that, and then they enable the pokey stick, and that's done. There's no healing. To my knowledge, there's no healing whatsoever in this deck. And it seems like Czechia is on their way to getting that first win with Pink City, overcoming the Bandle Tree win condition here.
And Bandle Tree, I think, is not quite there yet. Fizz not even adding a new region, obviously, with an Narwhale on the board already. And just overall, not quite there. And Poison Dart will be played now to face. You can win off of the Shrooms. There are now quite a bit in the deck. We haven't seen too many drawn.
Win.
I think we will. I'm feeling it.
I believe
it
it
in
too.
my body.
It's happening. Like, it's just one of those things that
you feel it.
It's going to happen. Yeah, it's coming.
I agree with
it's
you.
coming.
As a caster, you get this second nature. The draws come in.
No doubt.
For Greece.
I was just kidding, by the way. I was
also joking.
I was baiting you. No, you really embarrassed yourself there. I'm sorry.
You know when someone's gonna jump in the water and you do a stutter step and they jump in by themselves? That was
so easy. That was so easy.
No mushroom is drawn. Obviously, Greece now developing, but little do they know, there is a pokey stick in hand, but the red card with style, Twisted Fate, a flick of the wrist, and that is GG. Game 1 goes to Czechia. Greece has to continue believing in themselves. They have to get the reverse sweep against one of the absolute favorites, not just to win this series, but to win the entire tournament when things started off. One of the powerhouse teams, and Greece is trying to fight them. David versus Goliath.
Yeah, and that was an excellent way to start things for Czechia. Now they have 4 decks left. It is their own variant of, I would assume, Bandle Tree with Fizz. I think we saw that earlier and was indeed the case. And then Akshan Sivir, Zoe Nami, and Darkness. Considering the matchups ahead, Akshan Sivir tends to be a pretty solid pick, but in this particular scenario, you have Draven Scion and you have Plunder as well. 2 rough matchups. Sejuani can be really, really scary for Akshan Sivir. So we may see Czechia bring Darkness here. Like, that could be an interesting option, even though it can be a little bit risky. But if you're really expecting Draven Scion, also Zoe Nami is a very likely pick here as well.
Yeah, Plunder historically was it came into fruition last meta because it was kind of like a pseudo counter to Akshan Sivir. Not really like a direct counter, not like a 75-25, but more like, oh, you can play this deck, it's pretty good against everything, and it's also pretty good against the tier 1 deck. So you're like, all right, you convinced me, I'll play it. That was kind of the reason for Plunder becoming a huge thing in the meta last season, especially on ladder, where it was kind of just a very jack of all trades kind of deck. And in the same in a tournament like this one where you have 7 decks, you're not really able to precisely say, hey, I'm going to play this deck against this deck, that's the matchup I predict. It's a bit more open than that. You have to have these kind of versatile decks, and Plunder is one of those decks that might be a comfort pick, might be a deck that some of these Greek players played last season and got really good with it, and they brought it here as well. We saw it in Worlds for the same reason. I'm wondering though if they brought in the Worlds tech choice with that Feel the Rush addition, adding.
I believe that's like NA's one accomplishment in Legends of Terra.
Well, shots fired. I don't want to, if you guys clip this, I'm not part of that one. I am completely biased.
They did something. So yeah, Feel the Rush is something that was popularized by, I don't know exactly by which player, but it was from the NA. They were from the NA region.
It was from Brazil.
One of the biggest reasons as to why they did, not only is Feel the Rush like actually a legit good finisher with Gangplank and Sejuani, but the biggest reason why this happened was to have a pseudo counter to aloof travelers.
Yeah.
So that's just honestly that's next level, and it is indeed Zoe Nami. Like, Zoe Nami makes a lot of sense as Greece is just trying to smork their way into a game 3 as they bring in Ziggs and Poppy.
they might have some problems with that. Czechia, of course, if they get the Italy special Nami double trouble Sparklefly starting in the mulligan,
The Italy special.
and the otter puss from the double trouble, then they'll be on their way. What would happen, Mogwai, if we see otter puss?
No, I would legit, like, at that point, for me,
All right,
life is a simulation. Like, if that
we see
happens,
the third
like,
otter puss
honestly.
from the first double trouble that's played by Czechia, you have to shave your head.
All right, that's fair.
Oh, we got him. All right, everyone.
I'm running out of hair anyways, you know, just speeding
Power
the
up
process.
your energy, get the spirit ball ready and as big as possible for that turn 3 player from
Hey,
Czechia.
I will. Oh my god, what am I doing? No, I mean, come on.
committed to it.
Mathematically,
We're live.
mathematically, no.
All right, Mogwai, we're live. You should have said no. You fell for it. There was
Jesus
absolutely no upside to saying
It's
yes
fine.
there.
It's fine. It's not.
The double trouble
it cannot happen.
It's not in hand yet, but we could see on the mulligan. All right, it's not there yet, Mogwai, but it's coming. It's coming.
I'm really stressed all of a sudden.
I can't believe you fell for it. You should have said no. We're live on air, Mogwai. You can't agree to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, too. Like, I'm just like, why would I want to speed up that process? Like, what am I doing? Okay, here we go. No double trouble.
Double Chemist is there. We have the Nami, we have the Shelly, we don't have the Sparklefly, and we don't have the Gifts from Beyond.
Damn. I was saying double trouble here for Czechia, but double trouble here for Greece. Double Inventive Chemist and the Legion Saboteur to boot. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 7 damage on turn 2.
And Czechia, that's already a very bad start. Even if you draw into the double trouble or the Sparklefly here, it's maybe too little too late at this point. I mean, this is already a huge, not even just the units on the board and the damage already done, but the bombs are ticking already, the double mayor as well.
All right, line him up. Gotta try to remove that. That's the thing, like, it's 7 damage, but there's also 2 bombs planted, Panda.
Yeah,
like, this is so much. This is
maybe one of the strongest just 3-card openings that there are in this deck.
That's just so much. And they get the Proto-Poro.
They might die on turn 4. Mogwai, it might be over.
Yeah, this is insane. This is actually insane. Like, I think they may be forced to develop a Nami here just to jump block a little bit. But no, they really just, they want to, I mean, again, they can take all the damage in the world as long as they're not dead and they find a Sparklefly, but they don't.
Find another mayor.
Okay, wait. So this is a total of 8 damage right here. Gonna drop them down to 4. That thing's gonna tick. That bomb's gonna take a turn. Gonna drop them down to 3, which means Conchologist could even find lethal here. But the only thing that matters here, Panda, the only thing that matters is Czechia needs to top deck either a Gifts from Beyond or a Sparklefly.
Or
wait, they why not play the Spell Thief? Well, I mean, they can just play this now, actually. They can play that and then try to heal. Yeah, Conchologist could find an Oxygen Fervor here. We don't see the options right now, but we do see them now. Okay,
Pokestick is good though.
Pokestick is out.
You're able to refuel when you're playing so many 1-drops. You need to have these cards to refuel to get a hand going into the later stages. Double trouble.
Oh my God.
Otterpuss is coming. You thought you were already thinking, this
please,
game is going to be over before they can play it.
Honestly, I'm actually terrified right now.
If they get the Otterpuss, they get the prank as well. They're maybe able to have some blockers. It would be a good card to get.
Panda, I don't think Gabby's gonna let me.
No, that's not how it works. Double trouble. Threatening to be played here is really the only option, to be honest. It can only be double trouble.
No, check it, concede. Check it, just concede.
Does it hit the Otterpuss? And does it hit maybe? Christ. I mean, there's no lifesteal unit at the 1-drop.
It's impossible. It's mathematically, this cannot happen. This cannot happen mathematically. I believe in math.
If Czechia wants to get back into this, they have to play a Cascade, possibly try and cycle into a Sparklefly, but yeah, Gifts is not in hand. They don't have Crescendums. Spell Thief is not doing really much of anything. Pokestick coming in from Greece. Greece can't quite end it before the spell resolves. Double Trouble is about to resolve, and there's no Otterpuss. A sigh of relief is breathed by Mogwai. I'm seeing his camera right now. But it's still a pretty good 2-1 Saboteur that would like to be on the other side of the battlefield is in the wrong team here. We're team attackers, not team healers. Poppy comes down with a full board, and you have to think it's over here. Only 2 damage needed, 1 Pokestick in hand, and the Lecturing Yordle there. So the damage is already in hand, really. It's all about the Sparkle Fly and the chance of possibly healing or finding a Guiding Touch if you are Czechia.
Fantastic commentary, Panda. Just keep it going. I'm recovering from a mini panic attack right now, so just keep it rolling.
Yeah, no, it's impossible. I mean, you can't really... you can't get this here. Even the Gift from Beyond is there, but it's just too late for this to come in. And...
yeah, this is they didn't find the Sparkle Fly. They just got the Gifts from Beyond, but they already have the Pokestick in hand. Like, they could even just Pokestick Lecturing Yordle. I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but
I did.
Yeah, you did. Okay, so that's it. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to a game 3. Smork prevails, and now Czechia has revealed a little bit, what their intentions are. Like, they really want to go with this deck at this stage. It is the solid pick for them to go for. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to look at the available decks here for Greece and see which would be the best option for them. Oh, I swear to God, no, Czechia.
Don't attack Greece.
Czechia, just I love you, Czechia, but I need you to die here.
Czechia takes the surrender. Game 2 goes to Greece. They find their way back into the series with what could be considered a high roll start with double Chemist into Saboteur. No double trouble to start things off. No Sparkle Fly. No blockers whatsoever. And for anyone that's been facing Nami Zoe and having a lot of trouble, you're feeling a little bit vindicated seeing the deck falter at a stage like this one. It is a deck that has problems with consistency. In some cases, if you don't find the right cards, even with Nami, if you don't find the supporting cast of characters against aggro, you're going to be in trouble. And I remember going to Worlds talking to Cosimo when Pink City was becoming a thing. He said that the matchup was unplayable against Nami Zoe. They always had Sparkle Fly on 2, but this is the example that sometimes you don't have that Sparkle Fly, and you can't do anything. You can't out heal that amount of damage.
No, that opener was just absolutely crazy. Greece was destined to win that game for sure. Like, that double Inventive Chemist into Legion Saboteur opening was brutal, especially with no sort of like backup plan, because Czechia could have resorted to a double trouble earlier just by turn 2 and slowed down Nami's level up just to chump block a little bit. And that double trouble, like, at that point, could have actually saved them a lot of damage, right? But just not happening. And right now, we're in a situation where Czechia, like I said, they've revealed, their last card. Like, they want to go with the Zoe Nami. It's a very reliable pick. But Greece can just completely assume that this deck is coming. And if that is the case, which deck do you think they opt to go for? I don't think it'll be Draven Scion.
And you
nor
can't
Darkness.
Go for, I don't know if you can go for these risky picks. I mean, again, this is the do or die match for both.
I think
these
Plunder.
teams.
I think Plunder is the pick here for Greece.
It's kind of a safe pick. I do agree with that, in the sense of, you feel like you're not going to hit any super polarized matchups for good or for bad. And that might be what, again, maybe Greece thinks, hey, we're happy enough to be in a position where we're 1 game away from making the top 8. Let's take a risk. Let's go crazy with this. Let's try and, hit this very favorite matchup. But for Czechia, it might be the opposite. They're just trying to go. They think, hey, we're the better team, or they think they're the better team. They think they're the better players. They're going to go for the safest route and go for a safe matchup if possible. But it's hard to really predict with 4 decks still up for each of these teams. As a reminder for viewers, this is the last game of this group stage. This is the last game on stream, and it will be Nami Zoe with Double Trouble and Otterpuss. The bet is still on for this game as well. And
No, we did not agree to that.
I said,
oh Jesus.
We can go back in the VOD and see exactly what I said. My lord will contact your lawyers, but I think I'm in the clear. I kept it vague enough, I think, just in case it was a game 3. Nami Zoe for Czechia, and Plunder, like we mentioned, the safe pick, the all-rounder for Greece. In a do or die moment, whoever wins this game 3 advances to top 8 alongside Germany in that group A, and whoever loses here is out of contention for the playoffs of the tournament that will be happening next Friday for the quarterfinals and Sunday for the final day, the semifinals, 3rd and 4th place match, and the final of the grand final of this tournament as well.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3, the winner advances to the top 8. The loser doesn't. It all comes down to this. And right now, We see a full mulligan for Czechia, and there's the double trouble. Oh boy. As we see Black Market Merchant and Yordle Grifter, a nice combination, but in this sort of matchup, you do want to find a little bit more aggression. You want to be able to set up that plunder early on. There's the Monster Harpoon, which, you know, you can argue for a pick like that because it is one of the best ways to threaten Nami early on, even though a Sunblessed Vigor is all Czechia would need to survive that hit. Gonna be interesting to see how this pans out, but we're gonna see. Do we see a full mulligan here? Oh, a very high. They keep the Monster Harpoon though. I love that. I love how they keep the Harpoon. Good call here. They pick up the Corsair as well. That's pretty good.
Burrowfish comes to hand, and no Nami whatsoever just yet. And Czechia, they have a few top decks to get into this. They have obviously cycling cards like Pill Cascade and Guiding Touch. They have a chance to get both, but yet another good start for Greece here. Crack Shock Corsair on turn 1. Fortune Croaker on turn 2, and no blockers to stop the plunder effects from coming in. So that's already one ping now on the Nexus here for Team Greece for the level up on both the GP and the Sejuani. There's the Gifts from Beyond.
Here we go. Oh my god.
Double Trouble on the stack. Otterpuss ready to come out.
No.
And play. Ready to prank some friends.
Oh my
that's
god.
one.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's two. We had the suspense from the feline and everything. But
yeah, I know, right? I was like, what the hell? Can you just spawn the other one already? This is nonsense.
Make it rain.
Do we do the casket here?
Gets the kill off on the feline, but also gets the, you know, the most important thing maybe is the hit on the Nexus here. Continuing to get the plunder effect on different turns for the, there we see it, the level up, the overlay there from both the Gangplank and the Sejuani.
This card guide is her name changed, by the way. She used to be the Demacian Sentinel, which was a little bit confusing considering she was Shadow Owls. So now she has like a very weird name that I don't remember. It starts with B.
Burgeoning Sentinel.
Burgeoning Sentinel, yeah, exactly. What does burgeoning mean? English.
I would get into it, but it's very hard to explain. I think we have to stay on track here. So let's go back into the game. Jagged Butcher, Fortune Croaker, Crackshot Corsair, attacking with only one blocker here, and still this Sentinel has not been activated. So still a 1-1. You need to kill a unit with a spell for it to get.
It's hard for this deck to do that though. Like, I mean, you have line them up, and that's essentially it. Some decks, some variants run one make a drain, so it's actually a pretty hefty requirement here.
It's a bit of a low roll, all things considered. Yeah. Otterpuss would have been much better, but unfortunately for everyone involved, it has not made a third showing in this Nami Zoe today in this tournament, and no Nami either. You know, talking about again elusive sea creatures, the Otterpuss and the Nami both not showing up here, and Nami is necessary for Czechia if they want to have a chance of coming back into this. Already taking a big hit here, and we're on turn 4.
Turn 4, down goes the Pale Cascade. Going to be used to try to preserve this as it'll trade, I would assume, into the Crackshot Corsair. But this way they can preserve this unit on the board. These Burble Fishes are close to being enabled, right? So we're going to be, like, soon enough, Czechia will start swarming this board. But again, like you mentioned, no Nami. No Nami yet. No Shelly either. It's tough, man. They're already down to 11.
And this is what happens again, back to back, this deck showing the two sides of the coin, really, where it's able to pop off and really, we saw it with Czechia against Germany, really bring a lot of heat, just almost insurmountable amount of value with Nami, and with the Sparkle Flag growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and not just that, but healing as well. But in this case, when you don't find the right pieces in the right order, the deck feels like it's not doing much of anything. You don't have the reliable 1 or 2 drops. You're just banking spell mana for Double Trouble. And Double Trouble, in the end of the day, you can get an ephemeral unit. You can get a rear guard. We saw it, you know, punish teams before.
I get really taking their time there to think about whether they should opt to go for any setup. But there's no real reason to, since they're going to be carrying over all this spell mana. And they can... You know, they're going to have more information next round with the extra draw. Can change a lot of things. But they're probably making use of their time to discuss what their line of play should be next round. And something like a lot of times people may be a little bit thrown off. But why are they roping? You know, they can't do anything. Why? Because you got to make use of every second to plan out your plays here. That Parley is a nice pickup, actually.
Yeah, a clean kill on either this Burgeoning Sentinel or maybe even on a Burblefish when it does come down next turn. You already have the damage this turn, so I think you're not in any rush to play this parlay out right now.
Yeah. Again, Czechia just discussing, making use of the time. Discussing, but also keeping Greece a little bit on the edge as well. There it is!
There's a Nami. Is she coming in too late though? Double champion top decks for both teams. Sejuani comes in for Greece and Nami for Czechia.
Damn, that's really clutch. They're in it. They got the Burblefish. You can see Bajatak. There's hope on his face all of a sudden.
Nami comes down now. Unfortunately, there's a Monster Harpoon.
Exactly, there's a Monster Harpoon. There's no Sunblessed Vigor. There's there is. Never mind. But the parlay has to be played first to enable it. The problem is the parlays. It may just have to go face here. Yeah, it has to.
It has to.
This Sunblessed Vigor. Oh my goodness. They can still go for the Crescendum and have it in the back and preserve it. That's so huge, Panda. Triple Burblefish as well. Oh my god.
There is an elusive blocker that has to be said, and Sejuani is on track to being leveled up, and that might really put a stop to anything that Czechia tries to do. If you have,
I actually like Sejuani at first glance comes off like a potential counter, but behind the well navigated Nami, she really isn't. Because you can just attack first, and then once they go for the frostbite, you can start going with all the crazy. Because I know, because I've been there.
But more the challenge next turn on.
Yeah, of course. There is the possibility Czechia has to go for the super cool start chart and develop a crescent strike to stop that from happening. I think in response here, Greece has to fire this Harpoon immediately. Unless they believe there could be a Sunblessed Vigor here and decide to instead develop game plan to try to go aggressive. But I don't know if they can win this race. Because they need, like, if they already had another champion on board, maybe. But it's going to be very interesting to see what Greece opts to do here.
And there's a Sparklefly. There's the buff onto the Burgeoning Sentinel. They didn't kill a unit, but got a buff no matter what. She's now at 3-2 stat line. One way or another, she's going to get there. And the Sunblessed Vigor gets stolen, but that's not the only one in the deck. Greece trying to do some sneaky stuff, trying to steal the card that Czechia needed right now, but Czechia already has it in hand, ready to protect this Nami. And if you're thinking about pulling the trigger, you feel that much more confident now after stealing the Vigor.
That's actually really clever here by Greece, developing the black market merchant first. Right now, Czechia is in a really funny position. Because the Harpoon is still enabled. They have triple Burblefish, but they cannot commit the Burblefish and keep the Sunblessed Vigor open. So unless they preemptively buff their Nami with the Sunblessed Vigor.
But they're fine passing now, I think. They're fine passing. The Harpoon has to be played this turn. And once it's played, then you just go all in. They don't have an attack with Sparklefly anyway because of the zaps. So it's not like they're waiting for an attack or losing value for not attacking.
No,
they're going to commit the super cool star chart.
For it. Oh, this could lose them.
I mean, they're gonna have a huge attack here, and they still have the Moon Silver onto the Spell Thief to get more. Oh, and the Heavens Align. They have a lot of spells they can play out here, even with 0 mana.
That's true.
To get some buffs. But no, I think this is Nami's gonna be going down. That's for sure.
Did they just realize this? Like, you see Thomas right there. They're gonna go for the Harpoon on. Oh, not onto the Nami. Okay, knocking out the Sparklefly. I mean, this makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but are they?
There's a lot of spells and a lot of Burblefish.
Expecting.
They don't know how many.
They're not expecting the triple Burblefish.
No one expects the Burblefish Inquisition.
Oh my god, I said that. I was actually, dude. I was literally thinking that. You're welcome.
That's not how it works.
No, I'm taking all the credit. No, sorry.
The triple Burblefish army comes out to play.
Into You've Been Warned, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about to get this. Oh my goodness.
And the big swing comes in. That being said, still 10 health for Team Czechia. That's a big swing actually coming in. You can drag.
You should use Nami here, I think. Yeah, you use Nami to drag that. Yeah.
If you know it's gonna die, there's no really damage.
Fearsome on this one drop. This one drop that was a low roll first. The Fearsome actually comes into play now, forces the the thickest unit to trade into it, which they pretty much have to because they're taking a big hit here. And all of a sudden, they're on a clock. Like this triple Burblefish that seemed like a bit of a liability here for Czechia early on is now really just setting them up for victory here. Like, yeah, Sejuani's coming down. But how do you deal with this triple Burblefish that they're going to be able to buff to oblivion next round, no matter what Greece does? These Burblefishes are going to be huge.
All you have to do is stay alive next turn, and you're good to go. Turn 6, no, it would be too early for the turn 7. The Dreadway, can't come down turn 7 next turn, so I think there's no real way to burn through it. This is going to be, and this is just the hand you want to have when you have Nami on the board and 3 Burblefishes. I mean, all full of spells here. And Heaven's Alliance can do some crazy things. We've seen it before. Will we see it to guarantee Czechia a spot in top 8 as well?
We're going to lead off with the gifts instead. There's Gravitum. Good pickup right there. Great way to protect Nami and just pretty much solidify their position here. Like, this just completely just halts them, and there's no stopping. There's no stopping the Burblefish Inquisition. I totally stole from you. I don't care. As now, they could even Sun Bless Vigor this Nami. Why not? Honestly, why not?
They certainly will. I think there's no reason not to. Just to guarantee. Then once you have all these attackers already with a huge amount of stats, you attack, and even if Sejuani somehow levels up and has a ping effect as well to get the Frostbite, you have the chance to replenish with a full hand of spells. And I think Czechia is about to seal their spot in the top 8.
Wow.
It was unconventional. They did it in a bit of a different way with this Nami deck.
Baby, keeping my hair. Let's go.
No Otterpuss, and Mogwai is not going to shave his head just yet, but I'll try and bait him again further into the tournament. But right now, Czechia, they had to work for it. After a 2-0 start to this tournament, everything went downhill, but you can see the reactions of
the
happiness.
Relief. He looks at the camera.
And just a relief, because it was just a roller coaster of emotions these last 4 days, even since that first loss to Germany.
Crazy.
Having to fight for it here against Greece and still getting their top 8 spot. Congrats to Czechia. Greece, I think, and Lunimus in his play interview already was in this mindset. I think they could be extremely proud of their play, of taking Czechia this far, of almost making the top 8 in their first ever appearance as a team, and for all of these players as well in an EU Masters tournament. And, really, they have this chance now to get all this experience, to grow as players, and to maybe make it back even stronger in the next edition of Masters Europe.
There's always next time. Euro Masters is ongoing, and this is only the beginning. But I think today Czechia has a good reason to celebrate. Spend a nice Friday night, feeling good about themselves. That was a very intense series. That second game went by so fast. That had to be a little bit demoralizing, right? But bringing it back in a very, very tight best of 3 series against Greece, and now establishing themselves as the next seed in the top 8. I'm trying to look if we can we're gonna have a bit of a break here, and then we're gonna go with a recap, and hopefully we'll have the result for Morocco and Norway ready for you guys as well. So we will be right back. right, we're back. Been a minute. Hopefully you guys didn't forget about us, just in case. I am Mogwai. And we're back at it. We're going to be sharing the results with you guys. We have to update you real quickly, though. Unfortunately, we will not be able to share the results from Morocco and Norway because, again, like we mentioned prior, we want to prioritize the well-being of the competitors. They just got done with the series, and they asked for a 20-minute break before they would get into the games, but they didn't want to have to wait an entire series to get back into it, right? So they're currently, as we've been told, they're currently 0-0, still in the first game, and we'll find out later tonight how that ended up. So we have the rest of the bracket ready for you guys. We just don't know if it's going to be Morocco or Norway yet, and best of luck to both countries as we'll be sharing. But first of all, let's take a look at the results of today and see how things panned out. First of all, we saw Spain defeating Serbia and guaranteeing their spot in the top 8 as Romania succumbed to Turkey as the champions of the Shurima version of the tournament, or the reigning champions rather, are back at it in top 8 alongside Spain representing Group D. Then Czechia defeated Germany, which allowed them to stay alive in the top 8 contention and proceeded to defeat Greece afterwards, as we saw right now. Greece defeating Belarus earlier, which led to this tiebreaker series, and just overall a nail-biter of a Group A, as it'll be Czechia who will join Germany alongside for the top 8.
And going into Group B, we saw Sweden already qualified for the top 8, playing a very aggressive lineup against Italy, who was fighting for a spot in the top 8, fighting versus Belgium, not in that same series, but in different series, fighting for that last spot. Italy was able to get the 2-1 win. Did it, with a Riven Vi on game 2 that didn't quite pan out, but still able to close out the series with Ami Zoe. And for Belgium, we didn't see that match. It was off stream, but Belgium got the win, forced Italy to get the win to try and make it out, and Italy did that and performed up to expectations, getting that final game 3 win. And Poland, another loss, but they're showing the tournament has not been ideal, so it isn't too surprising in this case coming to this day 6. For Morocco versus Russia, we saw Morocco win 2-1 against Russia's very interesting lineup. Early win with Targan's Peak, but then it all went downhill with Poros and the Ash deck in game 3. And looking at Norway versus France, Norway lost off stream against France. So France, despite their bad tournament and a bad group stage, they were able to come back with 2 out of the 3 wins in the second half of the round robin, and end up with a 2-4 score, which is better than last EU Masters at the very least. And Norway is forced to play a tiebreaker match versus Morocco, which is going on right now.
So crazy how that happened, man. Like, that's just like they had to lose 0-2, and then Morocco had to defeat Russia, and Russia brings in this crazy lineup, gets the win at the very beginning with Target's Peak, and then Morocco is able to bring it back and stay alive. Man, if Morocco is able to qualify, that would be absolutely crazy. And it's so crushing for Norway at the same time. I feel like I'm going to be a little bit sad no matter who wins out of that one, to be honest. But here we have the not so final standings, because we still have to figure out, well, it is the final standings, but we don't know out of Norway or Morocco specifically who ends up on top. Regardless, Group A features Germany, like we mentioned. Germany and Czechia qualifying for Group A, 4-2 and 3-3. For Group B, it is Sweden and Italy. For Group C, Russia and either Norway or Morocco right there, as Spain took the lead in Group D, and the reigning champions in Turkey are able to edge it out in the tiebreakers over Romania and go on to the top 8 for a second consecutive time.
And Mogwai, as we wait for the final quarterfinals, or the almost final quarterfinals bracket to be prepared, I want to quickly remind you that my 2 nationalities have topped their groups, as it could not be any other way. Sweden topping Group B and Spain topping Group D, which means they cannot face each other in quarterfinals, which is definitely good news for me. Could we have a Spain versus Sweden final? I wouldn't be surprised.
I would normally be quite annoyed by your arrogance and stuff, but honestly, like, I'm just happy to have to shave my head. That's all that's in my head right now. Pun intended, I guess. As we gotta share something real quick though. Morocco takes the lead against Norway. 1-0 for Morocco right now, 1 game away from getting into that top 8. Man, it's looking rough for Norway today. Like, they lost back-to-back 3 games. They're 0-3 today, And if they take another L, like that would just be a pretty demoralizing considering how dominant they've been throughout this entire round robin. So really, really interesting to see. And the bracket is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at what the top 8, the quarterfinals specifically, will look like. It is Germany versus the reigning champions in Turkey as our first quarterfinals, followed up by Russia versus Italy, Sweden versus TBD, which means either Morocco or Norway. And again, man, I can't believe this. Are you serious?
Spain and Czechia.
This is like a curse. Every time these two countries make it the top 8, they run into each other to the quarterfinals, and I cry. But it is what it is.
Yeah, this is obviously, two countries that we're biased for because of our nationality, and for me at least because of the team in Czechia, a team that I resonated with a lot since the first.
No, I thought you were talking about your Czech Arco or something. Okay. Never mind.
Now that you mention it.
Oh, shut up.
I was going to come up with a Czech name, but I'm not going to take that risk. Overall, I think just very, very exciting matches. Germany and Turkey, a lot of storylines, even outside of the game itself, with obviously a lot of Turkish population in Germany. So very extra interesting. We saw with France and Morocco being in the same group, the same for that quarterfinal as well. And Germany and Turkey being in the same group last EU Masters, and Turkey knocking out Germany, essentially of making it to top 8, where Turkey and Lebanon made it instead. So Germany has a chance for a rematch, and they are on form to, I think, maybe go for that rematch and prove it to Turkey that they are the better team, at least in this tournament compared to last time. Russia versus
right now,
Italy.
when it comes to results, purely like Germany definitely is the top dog, arguably the favorite to take it all. And even though Turkey is the reigning champion, they've had a bit of a bumpy ride towards top 8. They barely managed to make it, so it's gonna really be like right now they are the underdogs without a doubt. But we've seen them overcome Germany before, and no reason why they can't do it again.
As a reminder, if Norway were to win the next 2 games against Morocco, we would have a Sweden versus Norway quarterfinal as well. So a Scandinavian showdown in the quarterfinals would also be very interesting to watch and to see those 2 teams go at it. When they were the 2 teams that were starting off 3-0 alongside Germany, and Sweden was still able to punch things through, but Norway, even more than Czechia, just complete 180 in their results, and now 1 game away from losing it all, with Morocco being 1-0 up in that series.
Yeah, I'm actually really intrigued to see how that pans out, but unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for that game to resolve. Overall, a very eventful day 6. A lot of crazy tie breaks in the mix. We dodged the, just crazy chaos that Group D represented, at least, but everything else did. We saw a couple of best of 3s here, tiebreakers, and now it's gonna come down to that. So really excited for these top 8s. A little bit bummed out about Spain versus Czechia, but that leads to a very exciting quarterfinal matchup to close out the first round, by the way, as it is the last game. And some really exciting matchups ahead. So we're gonna end it here though, because that's essentially it for us, and we're gonna have to see Morocco, Norway pan out later. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed today. I'm just happy that Otterpuss was not spawned, and just happy to cast some amazing games as well. So that's all I gotta say.
As a quick reminder, we will be coming back at you next week on Friday at 5 p.m. CEST. We will be having the quarterfinals with Fresh Lobster and Caster Gems, bringing you guys all that action and all those very, very exciting do or die matches. It will be best of 3. That being said, on Sunday, we will have the finals day. Magua and I will be returning to the desk, and we will be seeing best of 5 series all throughout that day for semifinals, for 3rd and 4th place, and for the finals. So a lot of action and a lot of very exciting action. It used to be best of 3 until the finals, but we have changed that for this tournament. And it will be even better and even more competitive in that case for the final top 4 teams. So very excited, Magwai. It's going to be, I think it was just a great day. Obviously, like you mentioned, a lot of excitement, a lot of different scenarios that could have played out. But in the end, I think the teams that made it deserved it. I think it was a very well fought tournament for everyone involved. It was closer than we've ever had it before, which I think shows the level of competition in a tournament like this one. And overall, no complaints from me. I think super, super exciting and very excited to see what happens in the quarterfinals. I hope, Spain and Sweden make it through, although they would face each other in the semifinals if that were the case. So I'm not. I guess I'll go with Spain on that one. But still, I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, really? Oh, so much for your Swedish heritage. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna leave it there. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you guys on Friday. Have a soul day. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you around.